Judge Not, Reign of Shadows, Book 1, by Ciara Graves.
Judge Not. Reign of Shadows, Book 1, by Ciara Graves. Chapter 1. Lela. The dagger in my hand shone in the bluish-tinged holy light around me. I held it up, examining every inch of the blade to ensure it was properly cleaned and purified. The last fight against a horde of zombies had left all my gear stinking of rotting flesh. Satisfied, I sheathed the dagger at my side with the other blades and folded the polishing rag. My eyes wandered around the armory I had mostly to myself. Several other commanders were here, seeing to their weapons and armor. None of us spoke. We'd all witnessed too much tragedy these last few days to be much comfort to one another. Racks of fresh chainmail chess pieces, silver metal bracers, shoulder guards, leather armor and weapons of all types stretched from one wall to the other. The only light in the room was natural, the same as it was everywhere in our kingdom in the heavens. The armory had arched windows running along the top of the stone walls, garnished with stained glass, depicting scenes from various battles. Battles of good, overcoming evil. There was a time I wholeheartedly believed good would always win. Lately, I wasn't sure we had the strength to endure this war. Lately, I wasn't sure about a lot of things. This war had taken a dark turn, and every mission I came back from left me wondering if we were ever going to find a way to end it. Some days I forgot what we were even fighting for. Bickering amongst the generals had trickled down to the commanders and soldiers. I used to not have issues with the teams I took on my missions. Now dissension ran rampant, and it all started with High General Hadariel, who conveniently enough hadn't been seen in weeks. If the generals knew where he was or why he'd been gone so long, they kept it to themselves, as with all things in this never-ending war. Commander Lela, orders from General Moriel. I held out my hand without turning around to face the angel messenger. A paper was placed in my palm, then the messenger exited the armory. I had just returned from one mission, and hoped to have some time to let my wounds heal. Apparently, that was not going to be the case. I read over the missive and bit back a curse. Anger would get me nowhere, no matter how justifiable it may be. I had to keep it together for the ones in my charge. What does it say? Nathaniel, another commander and the only friend who'd remained alive, asked as he joined me. His blonde hair was so light it was nearly white, matching perfectly shaped brows. Despite the few pale scars across his face, he had handsome sharp features with sky-blue eyes. He was taller than me, and had a more slender build than most other commanders. They want me to lead a team to seal another rift. His light blonde eyebrows shot to his hairline. Another one? You just got back this morning. They know you were injured, right? Minor injuries. I've already healed for the most part. Lela, you need time to rest. They can't keep doing this to you, he argued, keeping his voice quiet. It's no secret Lavina has it out for you lately. It'd be nice to know why. I took a cursory glance around the armory, but the commanders with us were too busy cleaning their weapons to pay us any attention. The orders might have been signed by Moriel, but Lavina is the one telling him which commander to send. She and Amriel, you mean? He shook his head. I don't like it. You should wait. To what end? That'll just make it worse, and until I know what they're plotting behind closed doors, I'm going to keep my head down and do my duty. For months now, I sensed something with the generals was amiss. When I was appointed commander, several argued against it, claiming I wasn't ready. Moriel fought for my appointment though. Now, Lavina seemed to be doing everything she could to ensure I didn't have time to rest. Or that I simply didn't come back home. At least not alive. Despite my desire to follow orders and stay true to our code, I was not above questioning orders or flat out refusing to follow through if I thought my team would be put in too much danger. Moriel said I had the makings of a leader. Lavina had sneered at his compliments and continuously found ways to make me pay, no matter how slight. If only we knew where our High General had disappeared to, I might have more insight as to what game they were playing. Nathaniel frowned as he read over my orders, shaking his head. They're only letting you take a team of 6. You can't seal a rift with 6 angels plus yourself. He was right, but the chances of getting those orders changed were slim. I ensured all 6 daggers along my ribs were strapped in, then reached for the 2 swords I cleaned earlier. I sheathed them at my back, forming an X, and took the orders back from Nathaniel. You and I both know I don't have a choice, not unless I want an argument on my hands, and I'm too exhausted to deal with Lavina today. I've done a mission like this before. It might drain me, but it'll be sealed, and that's what matters. Yes, you do have a choice, he muttered angrily as he sheathed his long sword at his hip, then reached for a short one to place on the other side. His silver chainmail shimmered with renewed holy light that covered most of the black and brown leather armor beneath it. I took a long moment to take in the scars he bore from injuries that had nearly taken his life. We both had plenty of scars to go around. The war with the demon lords of hell had carried on far longer than our generals originally believed it could. In the beginning, battles were fought in the dark pits below or the heavenly skies above. We were careful to keep it out of sight of the humans, who back then hadn't truly known about our existence. Now the rifts made it nearly impossible to confine the battles, though we did our best to protect fragile humans. Until the time that the demon lords no longer kept the war hidden from the mortals we angels were intended to protect. The war spilled over to the surface. The mortals paid the price. All of us did, in truth. Both sides had taken heavy losses, and it was only getting worse with each passing day. The day of the great catastrophe, what the humans would call an apocalyptic event, rifts opened, spewing forth all manner of nightmarish creatures from the depths of hell. With them came the souls that had been damned for eternity. The state of the world was chaotic. Death clung to everything, and each time we sealed a rift it seemed another opened. Or we lost another human city to evil. Long ago I believed we would win. Now I merely hoped we'd survive. Lela, did you hear me? Nathaniel grabbed my arm. Are you all right? I'm fine. If you'll excuse me, I have orders to carry out, I muttered. I said I'm speaking with Moriel before you leave, he insisted, exiting the armory with me. You cannot take only 6 angels with you. My team will accompany you. Those are not your orders. I suggest you do not try to interfere. Not again. Neither of us needs Lavina breathing down our necks. Nathaniel was one of many commanders, but like me, he didn't always play by the rules. The generals tolerated him because he was damned good at beheading demons with that sword of his. He had the appearance of a true warrior, with his angelic blonde hair drawn back in a tight braid and determination in his eyes. Beneath the serious exterior, though, he was more of a free spirit. I was more the soldier, though I spoke up when I deemed our orders or the general's plans ridiculous. I'd gained a reputation for being the first commander chosen for the most dangerous missions. I wanted to keep Nathaniel from suffering the same fate, if possible. We walked purposefully through the fortress toward the main hall where the generals gathered. Only 4 remained. Our high general had not been seen for several weeks, so when we entered the hall and he was there, it took a moment for me to sink to one knee at the sight of him and the holy light surrounding him. Nathaniel was right next to me, slightly behind, kneeling, his anger covered by a blank expression. Apologies for the interruption, I said hastily, keeping my head lowered. High General Hadariel walked toward me, his armored boots clanking against the stones. Rise, Commander Lela. And you, Commander Nathaniel. No need for such grandeur on my behalf. Hadariel was among the oldest of our race, and had been in his position since before I was born. He had a gentle smile with kind, light blue eyes. His armor always shone brightly, as if freshly polished. He bore a white cloak that trailed off his shoulders and dragged behind him. Here in the great hall, he didn't seem to be battle-hardened or able to wield a sword. I'd seen him fight, though, and that alone was enough for him to earn my respect and loyalty without falter. He had not been made High General for his charming smile. But today, His smile felt forced and there was a shadow in his eyes I hadn't noticed before. Even his white cloak appeared dingy. "You received your orders?" Moriel asked, from behind Hadariel. Unlike Hadariel, Moriel wore gold armor and had dreadlocked black hair drawn back with a leather band. His gold eyes stood out against his bronze skin. I respected him even more than I did Hadariel. Not that I would ever say so aloud. Moriel was the one who trained me, and had given me the rank of commander after I showed my worth in battle. I bowed to him. "I did, General Moriel. I'm going to gather my team and head out, but I had concerns." I bit the inside of my cheek as soon as I said it. Some days I just couldn't help myself. The generals never had a chance to reply. Nathaniel shot me a look and stepped forward. He cleared his throat, and after bowing to the generals once more he said, "I'm worried there are not enough angels going to seal the rift assigned to Commander Lela. I request my team to accompany hers. They currently have no orders." "Nor do I." Moriel's face didn't change from its usual calm expression, but his eyes darkened to just a hint, enough to tell me we shouldn't have said a damn thing about my orders. "You have another duty." "I haven't received any orders yet." "You are now," General Lavina said as she walked away from the large, circular table the generals had been gathered around. She held out a missive to Nathaniel. "I'm afraid you're needed elsewhere." Nathaniel read his orders and his lip twitched. "This account is true." I glanced down at the missive in his hand. Another human compound had been attacked by a pack of hellhounds. They were terrorizing humans. Instead of entering the compound, though, the report stated they had taken up residence along the perimeter, guarding it against anyone coming or going. I'd never heard of hellhounds acting in such a manner. "Are you questioning the words of our scouts?" Lavina snapped. Nathaniel lowered his eyes as he said, "No, General. I've just never heard of such behavior. It's strange, but I will see them removed." Lavina's eyes narrowed at his shift in tone, but she didn't call him out for it. She pivoted harshly on her heel and returned to the table. The table's surface was wood, but on it was a projected map. It could be maneuvered by the swipe of a hand to show various locations. The remaining cities and compounds under our guard were labeled, as were the newly formed wastelands bordered by corrupt forests where people entered but never left. Currently, the map focused on one of the larger human compounds. The compound was called Dakota. After the war started, state boundaries no longer mattered. No government existed anywhere on the planet, at least not any functioning ones. The 4 generals here focused only on the North American continent. There used to be many more dedicated to each area of the globe, but now they were down to only a few, scattered here and there. And the High General Hadariel oversaw us all. "If there are no other questions, I suggest you both make haste," Moriel said with a stern look. "Be careful out there. The reports coming in of late have not been good." His gaze lingered on me. I stilled, almost opening my mouth to ask him what else was going on. A subtle shake of his head made me stop. "Go, commanders." Nathaniel and I bowed, then backed our way out of the grand hall. The doors shut silently, and I was left staring at them. Specifically, at the gold-sculpted designs of an angel smiting a demon. Something about it rubbed me the wrong way today. There was no love lost between our two races, but part of me wondered some days if we were fighting against the right enemy. They started this war, but my gut told me even hell wasn't able to control the evil it created and unleashed upon the surface. I turned my back on the image and stormed away to find my team. "I still think I should come with you," Nathaniel insisted. "You have your orders. If you disobey them, Lavina will not be happy." "And you think I care? We should take our teams to carry out both missions." "You heard Moriel. The reports were bad." "The reports are always bad these days," I reminded him, reflecting on how Hadariel had appeared. Was he ill? The presence of so much evil was having an effect on our holy light. He appeared dim in a strange way, as if he wasn't all there. Do not get yourself into trouble, I added. I wouldn't share my worries with him, not yet. He placed his hand on my arm, stopping me. Lela, we have lost so many lately. I don't want to come back and hear that your team has gone down, too. I patted his hand, then removed it. I'll be fine. Worry about yourself. Hard to do that when the rift you're headed toward has been open for nearly 3 years. It's going to be powerful. What if you can't seal it? Then I'll have my team retreat and report to General Moriel. What's got you so on edge today, huh? I'll be fine. I always am. I tried to reassure myself more than him. I grabbed his shoulders when he still seemed uncertain. Nathaniel, this is our duty as commanders. As angelic beings. To stand against the darkness and save the innocent. There's good left in this world, and if I go down fighting to protect it, then the cost is worth it. He scowled at me, but I walked away, not letting him argue any longer. If I did, I'd give in, and we'd both end up facing Lavina's wrath. I veered left down the next hall, and climbed the stairs leading to the commander's quarters. I had one last item to fetch from my room, and then I'd be ready to go. I pushed open the simple wooden door, and entered my room. A cot perched along one wall, the covers pulled up. There was a nightstand beside it, bearing nothing except the dagger I always slept with close to my side. The dresser had a mirror hanging over it, trimmed in silver. Directly across from the door was a stained glass window, depicting a sun setting over the water. It was a beautiful image, one I looked at often when I meditated. There was no time for meditation now, to clear my head. I might have made it sound like I wasn't worried about going to the rift, but I was. Rifts were becoming harder to seal, what with the depletion of angels and holy light. Though we were strong, the evil pouring forth was quickly overtaking our light. The commander whose position I'd taken had left an item with me. A small silver and blue medallion. There was nothing special about it, except my silly superstition that it brought me luck on the battlefield. I had it with me at all times when I left the heavens. I picked it up off the dresser and lowered it over my head. It rested beneath the chainmail chestpiece I wore over my dark leather armor. As I tucked it out of sight, my eyes flicked up to catch my reflection. My dark hair, with an occasional blue highlight, was pulled back in 5 braids that merged into one bun at the back of my head to keep it out of the way. I tilted my head to the right, and the faint heavenly light that lit all the rooms in our residence caught the silver outlining my dark irises. With all my chainmail and leather gear on, the scars I gained from previous battles were hidden from view. The newer bruises and cuts I endured during my latest outing were already fading from my neck and hands. Perhaps today you won't come home with any new wounds, I whispered, then nodded to my reflection, turned on my heel and headed out the door. My team was gathered and waiting for me in the courtyard. Just beyond the gate was the portal that would take us to the surface. We directed it by thinking of our destined location. I said nothing to the 6 angels accompanying me. They were accustomed to my command, and knew I didn't waste time with long drawn-out speeches about victory and whatnot. That was Nathaniel's bit. Mine was to get there, get the job done, and bring home as many angels as I could. As we approached the gate, I rolled my shoulders, and my white and silver feathered wings sprouted from my back in a burst of holy light. They fluttered as I steadied my breathing and shook out my hands. The blue and violet portal swirled lazily as I approached, my team flanking me. The 2 angels guarding it, wearing head-to-toe silver heavy armor, motioned us through. I drew my short swords and charged into the portal. Light swirled around me as I pumped my wings, guiding my descent. I saw the rift in my mind's eye, and as I came out the other end of the portal, I headed for the surface in a flash of white light. I landed gracefully, holy light surrounding me and the angels who landed right behind me. As I straightened, the light faded, and my wings shifted into my back, disappearing. Quietly now, I told my team. This one's old compared to the others. We'd landed just inside a line of dead trees. I could smell the rift even from this distance. Sulfur and rotting meat permeated the air. After all these years, I had yet to grow accustomed to how potent it was. I glanced over my shoulder, ensuring my team was ready. Then we steadily made our way out of the trees toward the rift. Each rift resembled a crack in the earth. The ground around them was ruptured and turned over, as though a giant had burst upward from the depths of hell. Every day a rift remained unsealed, it grew wider. Since this one had been left to fester for so many years, it stretched nearly 50 yards across. Sharp, jagged rocks stuck out of the ground around the edges. It was the longest one I'd seen yet. A mile roughly. "Commander," Thomas, one of my regular soldiers, said quietly, "shall we begin?" I gave a quick nod. "Secure the perimeter first." "Yes, Commander." He spread his wings and flew up and over the rift, landing on the far side. The rest of my angels spread out, heads on swivels as they took in the surroundings. I sensed no evil around us, except what came out of the rift, of course. My skin crawled. I fidgeted with my swords, but I was here to do a job and get my team home safely. Sealing this rift would take time. I hadn't planned on being down here for so long. The rift was in the middle of a field, with a few random groves of trees scattered about in the distance. My enhanced vision let me see a 2-lane blacktop road to the north, and beyond it the remains of a farmhouse and barn. I leaned my head back, picturing what this farm must have looked like before the war hit the surface. The sky would have been a gorgeous blue, not the ashen gray we now saw day after day. I stuck both swords point first into the ground and rubbed my hands together. To seal a rift, a commander and the angels with him or her had to call on their holy light, use it to mend the rift and seal it for good. We would ward it the moment the rift sealed over, and it would never open again. I'd lost count of how many I'd sealed. Didn't seem to matter. We sealed one and 2 more appeared. Containing the evils of hell had become an impossible task. When I became a commander, I received a boost in holy light. I should have enough strength for this. But the longer I stood by this rift, though, the more I wondered if Nathaniel had been right. This was a fool's mission. If I had been able to get a full night's rest, I might have taken the time and energy to argue against Lavina. She was wearing me out on purpose. To make me more compliant. I'd have to change that soon. I peered over the edge of the jagged rocks, but the dense, acrid black smoke was too thick to see what lay beneath. "Commander, the perimeter is secure," Thomas called from across the rift. "Then let's begin," I announced. I just lifted my head to give the order when Thomas's eyes grew wide, focused on something behind me. "Commander Lela." I whirled around, grabbing my short swords at the same time. My blades caught the long sword that had been ready to relieve me of my head. The 6.5-foot tall demon with curling horns on the sides of his head snarled in my face. He pushed against my swords. My boots slid back until I was able to brace myself and stop him. Shouts sounded around the rift as more demons charged out of the trees. Where had they come from? "Ambush," I shouted, then pushed the demon back with my blades. He came at me again, but I was much smaller and used it to my advantage. I easily bent backward. His sword swiped inches above my body. It threw him off balance, and I lunged forward, jabbing him in both thighs with the points of my swords. He bellowed as I tore them free. His next attack was wild, driven by pain. I darted to the left, then back to the right, his blade narrowly missing me each time. I swung my swords, whispering a prayer under my breath. My swords flared bright white for a moment as they became imbued with holy light. A scream distracted me. No, Mariana. It came from one of my angels. Mariana, another my angels, was lifted off her feet by the demon towering over her. He gripped his long sword, the blade jutting through Mariana's chest. Blood dripped from the wound, staining her silver armor. More red spilled from her lips as her eyes fluttered. I had to get to her. Had to try and heal her. A fist crashed into the side of my head. I sprawled across the ground, nearly flying over the jagged rocks and into the rift. I rolled over, and just got my blades up in time to stop the sword from slicing into my skull. The demon leaned forward with all his weight, leering at me. "Time to join the others," he growled, eyes flaring red with his inner hellfire. He glanced to his right, and my gaze followed. Mariana's body crumpled on the ground. The demon pulled out the blade, then stabbed her through the heart. The light went out of her eyes. Not too far from her, I saw another of my team was dead. "You'll never win this war," Thomas shouted. I searched for him through the haze of smoke pouring out of the rift. He was on his knees. A demon stood in front of him, ready to execute him. I'd lost too many today. I couldn't lose him too. Shouting with rage, holy light flooded my body and blasted from my blades. It burned the demon before me as he was thrown away. I sprinted for Thomas, readying a dagger to kill the demon holding the blade to his neck. I released it, but it was too late. Thomas gave a defiant smile, then his head was cleaved from his body. My dagger thudded home in the demon's chest, and he hit the ground a second after Thomas's head. I slid toward Thomas's body as it fell over into my arms, headless. He was dead. They were all dead, and their blood was on my hands. I was their commander, and I failed to save them. I never should have come here with so few soldiers. How had the demons known we would be here, and why hadn't I sensed them? A dark voice in the back of my mind said that somehow this was Lavina's doing. Was she so desperate to get rid of me, she set me up? "Are you ready to die, angel filth?" I imagined my death many times over. It was hard not to, when we were fighting against impossible odds. There was no more time to wonder how this fight might have turned out if Nathaniel had joined me. He could be dead too, along with all the others. It was good he wasn't here. Following orders saved his life. Unless there were more demons waiting to ambush him and his team. I prayed not. Gently, I laid Thomas's body on the ground and stood. My short swords had been kicked away from me as I mourned my dead comrades. A strange calmness filled me in the face of my death. These demons might kill me, but I wasn't going down easily. I leveled them a fierce gaze, smiling when several hesitated to move closer. My fingers twitched as I let out a slow, steady breath. "Kill her," one of the demons shouted. The others glanced at each other, then surrounded me. I unsheathed 2 daggers and launched them with a shout. Both hit their marks, and the demons collapsed with daggers protruding from their skulls. I grabbed the next 2 blades from their sheaths against my ribs, and ran right into the circle of enemies surrounding me. I let my rage drive me, holy light filling me and igniting my blades. I caught a punch to the center of my back, but didn't go down. I spun around, using counterbalance to slam into another demon. We crashed to the ground together. I buried both daggers in his neck. As he choked on his own blood, I tore them free and rolled beneath the blade of another one. They kept coming, but I didn't stop to count their numbers or see how many I'd already killed. I would stay alive as long as I could, and water the ground with their blood. They'd remember this day as long as they lived. I sucked in a deep breath, shouted a battle cry, and threw myself right into the waiting arms of the next demons in line.
Chapter 2. Mech. Carefully, I shut the lid on the onyx box, locking it in place. The captured souls within would be returned to the depths of hell, where they belonged. Each day, I tracked down a good amount, but today's haul was better than normal. I'd caught several off guard as they prepared to attack a traveling convoy of humans. The trap I designed worked far better than the one I usually relied on. It blasted the wraith-like bodies to pieces, leaving the souls stuck in a web of intense warding. They'd been easy enough to snatch up, and the humans had been able to continue down the road safely. Thankfully, they were on the side of the demons, so I didn't have to go through the usual argument of whether I was one of the good guys. Good day, I thought, as I tucked the box in my leather satchel and slung it across my body. Time to head home. I had been away from hell for 3 days, tracking down wayward souls. This particular bunch had been harder than usual. Their souls were older and had burst out of the rifts in the forms of wraiths. I'd avoided any major injuries for once. Absently, I rubbed my neck. The old scars gave a twinge now and again. Damned angels and their damned war. If it wasn't for them, I'd be enjoying my life in one of the 9 realms of hell, having beers every night with my friends, finding a new hot demoness to flirt with. But no, I was stuck chasing down souls and fighting off angelic bastards with a holier-than-thou complex. I shook out my messy black hair, feeling it part around my 2 sets of small horns. The ashen sky made it hard to tell what time of day it was. I figured afternoon at the latest. I should head back to hell and return the souls, but since I was on the surface, I figured I'd check in at the nearest human outpost, named Hellfire. A nice tribute from the humans there who supported our side. It was several miles to the south of my current location. I stood in what once used to be a town, but had been overrun by damned souls and other abominations that escaped hell's prisons. The shops that lined the street were decayed and falling apart. Several rotting bodies hung around. No one had come back to bury the dead. Back when the war first started, I took the time to see them all to a grave. Now it was just too much. Made me sick. I lifted my lip in disgust and walked down the middle of the road. The wind kicked up dust from the barren wasteland surrounding the town. Once upon a time, it had been farmland. No longer. I was at the edge of town, ready to shift toward the south, when a sudden gust of burning hot wind blew across my neck. Demons were near. They were fighting. I sniffed the air, picking up the strong smell of my kin. And a rift. I definitely picked up the scent of a rift. What were they doing by one of those foul atrocities? I started at a jog, and then full out ran when the sounds of the battle reached my ears, my sensitive hearing able to pick up the clanging of blades and shouts of dying soldiers. As I crashed through a grove of dead and decaying trees, a different battle cry overshadowed the snarling of demons. I hung back in the shadows to catch my breath and take in the scene. Bodies littered the ground, angelic and demon. I recognized several of the demons, but it was Kexen who caught my gaze. He was an elite soldier like me, and led his own troop. If he was here, the situation was well handled. Judging from the single angel who remained alive, he was going to have no troubles finishing her off. Her dark hair with hints of blue light flew wildly around her face as she took a hit that sent her to her knees. I waited for her to falter, but the angel swiped out the legs of the demon about to finish her off, then stabbed him between the shoulder blades. She kicked his body aside, and as the demons closed ranks around her, Kexen at the lead. The angel's eyes flared brilliant white. It blinded even me, and when I could see clearly again, a double-headed battle axe made completely of blue and white holy light was in her hands. Kexen scoffed. If you would simply give up, your death would be quick. The angel's eyes narrowed as she hefted the axe and made ready to attack. Fine, I'll be certain to drag it out as long as I can. Make you beg for the end. Never, the angel shouted, then lunged to her right. She caught the demons there off guard, the axe setting them alight with brilliant blue flames as it embedded in their chests. The demons fell back, screaming as they tried to douse the flames. The angel was on the warpath. My feet were frozen as my eyes watched her every move, transfixed by how she attacked. Graceful yet ferocious at the same time. I'd never seen an angel fight like that. Ever. When she charged for Kexen, I expected him to take her down, but in 3 moves she had him on the ground, ready to end his life. Instinct kicking in, I grabbed a dagger from my lower back and threw it as I burst from the trees, dropping the satchel as I went. The blade knocked into her axe, and the angel stumbled away from Kexen. Her head whipped in my direction, and those dark blue eyes pierced my very soul. There was a half a second for me to admire how damn beautiful she was in her anger. Then I reminded myself I was there to kill her. I didn't slow down, and as she swung the axe, I came in low and tackled her to the ground. Her knee buried itself in my thigh. I growled but didn't let her go. The axe shimmered then disappeared as I bashed her head into the ground. Filthy mongrel, she snapped and headbutted me. I reared back, and then somehow I ended up on my back with her stomping on my abs. I gasped and grabbed for her ankle as she made to turn. I brought her down a second time. She scrambled to get away, kicking at my face. I caught a boot to the cheek, but didn't let up. She flipped herself over, and then we were both on our feet exchanging blows. She moved damned fast, clocking me twice until I was able to block her and hit her right back. She took the hits with barely a grunt of pain. Then she jumped and kicked me in the face. I stumbled back, waiting for her to take advantage, but she was taking off the other direction. I sprinted after her, grabbed her by the arm, and pulled. The leather armor gave way at her shoulder, revealing bare skin marked by a brand. The spread angel wings mark on her upper shoulder designated her as not just a simple angel, but as a damned commander. She wrenched her hand out of my grasp, but I couldn't let her get away. "She's a commander," I shouted. Kexen rushed toward us. The angel slipped out of my grasp and bolted, running smack into him. This time he was ready for her, and bashed her in the face with the hilt of his sword. She wavered, and when she didn't go down, he struck her a second time. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she slumped to the ground. I nudged her with my boot, but she didn't get back up. "My lord," Kexen said, bowing. Perfect timing, as always. I waved him off and motioned to the unconscious angel. "Looks like you're having a good day." Kexen barked a laugh. "Hardly. We were sent here to ambush whatever angel patrol might show up. The captains received a rumor one would show itself today. We were almost ready to leave when she showed up with the others." He rolled his shoulders, then let out a low whistle. "I haven't had a fight like this in years. She killed 7 of my best fighters. Would have killed us all, perhaps." "Are you saying you're not as good as you used to be?" I teased, even I, as I glanced around at the dead, consisting of angels and demons alike. So much death and blood. I was sick of it. Sick of setting pyres for friends and family. Why couldn't they just decide to have peace talks? To end it. I remembered all too well what happened the last time we made an attempt at peace. It hadn't ended well for either side. Long before the war started, angels and demons understood how important it was to keep the balance of light and dark in check. We were stronger when we worked together. The fighting against the natural order of our races was throwing all of us out of whack. Our strength would continue to wane the longer we were at odds. After today, I might be saying just that. Kexen winced as he rolled his shoulder again. "Shall I summon one of the lords?" "You better. We haven't had a commander in our grasp for a long while. She could have some good intel." I walked around her slowly, taking in her dirty armor and the blood covering her hands and face. She bore no other markings, but a medallion rested on the ground by her face, the chain around her neck. I picked it up, smoothing my thumb over the surface. There was no power to it, and wondered why she wore the trinket. I let it drop, then hoisted her body upright. One of the demons brought a rope and bound her hands behind her back. I patted her down for any more weapons, but found none. I let her fall back to the ground, lying on her side. Kexen's eyes were shut, and a shimmer surrounded him, alerting me that he was in contact with someone down below. I should have told him which lord not to tell, but it was too late now. I paced around the angel's body, keeping an eye on her in case she suddenly came to and attempted to flee. When Kexen's eyes opened, he told me a lord would be here shortly. "Good. Were you here to seal the rift as well?" "We were, but there's not enough of us now." Kexen walked with me to the ledge. "We can't keep taking hits like this," he said, his voice quiet. "Our numbers are down, and the damned simply keep coming. We're not collecting their souls fast enough." I remembered I had a box of captured souls with me, and ordered another demon to retrieve the bag from the trees. "I snagged 6 today, but you're right. It'll never be enough. There are too many souls, and too few of us." As I turned back around, I glowered at the angel. "They brought this plague upon the earth, and have the gall to call us the monsters. The defilers. There are rumors the lords are planning an outright attack against the heavens." "Only rumors. An attack of that magnitude would take a force greater than what we can muster," I told Kexen. "Besides, when was the last time all 9 lords were in agreement on any plan of action?" "Good point. Still, it gives hope to the troops." Hope. That was one feeling I hadn't had in a long while. Hard to let myself believe this war could end peacefully, without both sides obliterating the other, and destroying what was left of humankind. The demon who brought over my bag set it at my feet. I checked to ensure it was still sealed. If the souls had escaped while I dealt with this commander angel, I'd be taking my anger out on her. I handed off the satchel to another demon to guard. The angel stirred. She grunted as her eyes fluttered open. She sat up, tugging on her hands. I crossed my arms and smirked. You should stop before you hurt yourself. She stilled, and her eyes landed on me filled with defiance. She spat at my feet. The demons shifted and growled, but if she was scared, she didn't show it. I had to give her credit for being so fearless. Stupid too, definitely. She should have cut and run, instead of trying to fight the entire troop. I arched a brow at her insult. Who are you? Why would I tell you? She glanced around, as if calculating her chances of escaping. I grabbed my dagger and crouched in front of her. You try it, and you'll regret it. I'm sorry, is that supposed to frighten me? She leaned in closer, until our faces were hardly an inch apart. I nearly killed every demon here. You think you and your tiny knife are going to make me talk? Nearly, I pointed out. You nearly killed the demons here. Not all. Untie my hands and let's see who's still standing, she challenged. If you want to live, your best option is to answer my questions, I said, ignoring her request. A lord is on his way here. He won't be as kind as I. You want pain or you want to cooperate? I pressed the tip of the dagger to her neck. There wasn't even a flicker of fear in those eyes. The silver surrounding her irises was fascinating to watch, but then she blinked and sat back. Nothing. What do you think? Fine, have it your way. I stood and paced a few steps away. The angel continued to twist her wrists and tug on the rope. I turned to Kexen. How long do we have to wait? He shrugged. Hopefully not long. She's just one angel, Mech. I think we can handle her. I raised my brow at his words. We can handle her now that she's bound. She's not going anywhere. The angel started laughing. I glared. Something amusing. Mech? Is that really your name? I ground my teeth and sneered. Tonamech is my full name. She laughed louder, but I could tell it was fake. If she believed she could get inside my head, she was going to be horribly disappointed. That makes it so much better. You want to compare names? How about you tell me yours? Angelic names are always so sickening. Too many syllables, as if you all get bored up there and just throw random sounds together. Too heavenly, as if you all truly believe you're above the rest of us. We are better than you. Her words were filled with so much venom it had me growling. You're to blame for the state of the world, for the rifts, all of it. Your kind did this. Demons. We were created to protect humans, and if ever there was any doubt that you and your kind are evil, those doubts have long been erased. That's all you are. An evil upon this earth that needs to be purged. Kexen stepped toward her, but I threw out my arm, blocking him. Mech, he muttered. I'll handle this. Handle what? She scoffed. I'm right, and you know I'm right. You might have killed my brothers and sisters today, but more will come. They always will. We won't give up this fight. I had her shoulders in my grasp in a blink and hauled her off the ground. I shook her as she shouted at me to let her go. How dare you blame this on us? I snarled in her face. We had nothing to do with this war. And we did? It started in hell. You and your kind brought it to the surface. I backhanded her as my anger erupted. I have lost countless friends and family to a war you and your people started. She worked her jaw, turning back to face me. Perhaps you should have a conversation with your generals, ask them what really started the war. Angels are not without sin. You are not without sin. Your soul is far more stained than the souls I have to capture every damn day, because you caused them to escape their prisons. Us. How would we have done that? Why would we? She argued, her voice barely above a whisper. We did not cause hell to erupt into chaos. We didn't unleash these horrors upon the innocent. Didn't you? I challenged. You might be a commander, but you're a fool. A damn blind fool. Her lips curled into a mocking grin. Not as blind as you. I wasn't sure what she meant until I spotted the subtle glow behind her. The rope burned away, and her hands pressed against my chest filled with holy light. It should have blasted me away from her, but at the last second, I crushed her to my chest and drove us to the ground. I grunted as the light burned my chest, but she was trapped in my arms. I rolled us over, pinning her to the dirt with my weight, captured her wrists and slammed them down beside her head. She kicked and screamed furiously, but she'd used up the light. Stop, I growled loudly in her face and she stilled. She stared up at me, and the rest of the world faded away to the background. The depth of emotion swirling in her eyes reached out and surrounded me. Her lips parted and her brow furrowed. I'd been face to face with plenty of angels in my time, but none of them drew me in as she did. It was like I knew her somehow, and she knew me. I saw the recognition in her face, followed immediately by confusion. This angel was not like the others. She might spew the same bullshit about our causing the war and angels being the righteous warriors, but there was a hint of rebelliousness on her face. Uncertainty, followed by an anger not directed at me, was the last emotion to surface when we were interrupted. Mech, Kexen said behind me. He's coming. The moment was shattered. The angel blinked rapidly, then her face screwed up in hatred. Don't do anything stupid, I warned, not sure why I didn't want to see her hurt anymore. Go back to hell. Light pulsed at her hands, and as I yelled for her to stop, I was thrown back with a burst of holy light coming from her entire being. Wings expanded from her back, framing her body. The silhouette had my jaw dropping in awe, unable to not see the beauty before me. The demons yelled, charging toward her. Her wings fluttered, creating a wind that blew them all back. As she made to take to the skies, I grabbed my dagger and threw it. The blade pierced her side. She faltered, hitting the ground. I lunged for her, but she was back in the sky, one hand clutched her injured side. I ran after her, waiting for the wound to take its toll, but she pumped her wings harder and disappeared into the clouds. Damn it! Even as I cursed her getting away, guilt rose up out of nowhere. Why should I feel guilty for wounding her? She killed plenty of our kind today, and who knows how many before that. She was a commander, a leader in the army of angels. I should be celebrating and praying the wound would end her life. Shoving the guilt aside, I hurried back to the others as a fiery portal stretched to its full size. 4 demons stepped through, their black armor designating them as bodyguards. When the demon lord stepped out next, I had to fight the urge to curse some more. Lord Korath, I said as I crossed my arm over my chest and bowed. No need for that, Tonamech. Where's the angel commander? Korath stood a head taller than me, with matching horns, skin tone, and tribal tattoos covering his arms and neck. They matched because he was my father. I'm afraid she's no longer in our custody, I informed him. Regrettably, she has slipped away, but not before being wounded. Korath clasped his hands behind his back. I see. Apologies for bringing you here. No, I needed to come anyway. It would appear Kexen no longer has enough demons to seal this rift. I shall see your mission to its completion, Captain, he said to Kexen. Kexen bowed. Yes, my lord. As for you, my son, Korath said, turning to me. You accomplished your mission. I did. 6 souls captured and ready to return to their place in hell. Hand them off to someone else. I want you to find this angel commander and bring her to me. Alive, Korath ordered. If she has any information on the generals and their plans, we need to know. He was concerned. He might not look it to the other demons, but I knew my father well. There was a slight twitch to his eye, letting me know he was worried about something. I tapped his arm and gently pulled him away. Is there something I need to know? He breathed out heavily through his nose. Not at the moment. Father, I said quietly. When I know more, I will tell you, but until then your duty is to find this angel. Understand? If she has any intel regarding Hadariel, we need it urgently. The Lords aren't planning an assault, are they? We are quickly running out of options. We're looking at all possibilities. Father, attacking the heavens will result in our death. You know this, all of you do. He nodded. Desperate times, I'm afraid. Hell is growing more unstable by the day. We're collecting souls and sealing rifts, but it's not enough. Before long, we'll lose control down there. We'll lose what gives us strength and dominion over the damned. What do you think will happen then? The angels have suffered losses as great as ours. They won't be able to hold back the coming storm. Have you tried asking for peace? A treaty of some kind? Koreth's eyes narrowed. Peace. Do you think there's a peaceful resolution to what that bastard started? He brought this darkness upon the world. There will be no peace, not as long as he lives. He's corrupted himself, corrupted the very heavens themselves, and corrupted the very angels he's meant to guide. My father scoffed. There will be blood and death until one side falters. I can only pray it's not ours. We can't keep fighting, I argued, knowing I was pushing my luck with him as soon as he scowled at me. Right, not my business. No, it's not. Not yet, anyway. He stormed toward the edge of the rift. As he called out commands to the demons left alive, I walked to the demon holding the satchel filled with souls. Return them to the prisons, I instructed. Do not stop, and do not open that box until you are within the warding, understand? My father bowed, then turned and made for the fiery portal that remained open from when Koreth arrived. I waited until he disappeared into the flames, then glanced in the direction the angel had flown. There was a human city to the west called Dakota. They did not take kindly to demons there. They were on the side of the angels and saw us as evil spawn. You want to take any demons with you? Kexen asked as he approached. Nope. I'll be just fine on my own. That angel packed a punch. Watch yourself around her. I clapped him on the shoulder. I'll be seeing you soon enough back in hell. I'll have a screaming prisoner in tow. Not a chance she's getting away from me twice. I gave my father one more concerned look, but he was already busy focusing his energies on sealing the rift. I'll keep an eye on him until we return below, Kexen assured me. Thank you. I ensured my daggers were sheathed at my hips, then trudged the long way around the rift to the other side. The trees were dense in this grove. Sticks and leaves crunched loudly underfoot. I wasn't worried about being quiet, not yet. If the angel reached the city, she'd go to one of their numerous safe houses. If my luck was really shitty today, she'd already made it to the heavens. Her wound appeared to be taking its toll on her, so I doubted she would have had the strength to create a portal and return. I'd find her in the city, knock her unconscious, then drag her down to hell to be questioned. Once she told us everything she knew, we'd lock her away or execute her. That was the way it was during this time of war. Whatever weird pull I thought I had toward her would have to simply disappear. There was no room for mercy, not where the angels were concerned. I'd get what I needed from her, and that was it. End of story. As I reached the other end of the grove, haphazardly built walls of wood and metal stretched into the air. Behind it were several taller buildings, apartments, one or two offices that no longer served as a place of work. She was in there somewhere. I made to take a step toward the city, but hesitated. I reflected on the moment our eyes met. My gut practically screamed at me that I knew her, or was meant to meet her today. One way or another, she was far more important than just someone with intel on the enemy. Don't be an idiot, I snapped to myself. Doesn't matter what you felt. It couldn't matter. I couldn't let it. I steeled my nerves and strode toward the city. Though I'd have to be careful no one spotted my horns, I'd find a way to the angel without being seen. That's what I was good at. Get in, get out, and none of these brainwashed humans would ever know.
Chapter 3. Lela. Blood seeped through my fingers where I held my wound and that damned demon's dagger. I hit the ground. Hard. My wings disappeared, and I staggered forward, the dagger embedded in my side. I didn't want to pull it out until I reached the safe house. Gritting my teeth, I left the grove of dead trees and stepped toward the gated entrance to the human compound. Men were posted in gatehouses on either side. I didn't have to look to know they had guns aimed at me. "Halt!" one of them shouted. I did as he asked, cringing as the dagger shifted in my side each time I breathed. "Seeking a safe house," I told him. "Checker," the same voice ordered. I recognized it, but didn't blame the humans for being cautious. A door opened to the right of the gate, and 3 armed people surrounded me, guns trained on my head. I would have held my hands up, but was too weak to do so. I'd used too much holy light in that damned fight, and in my escape. There was not enough to heal my wound or even stop the bleeding. A woman slung her rifle over her shoulder, then approached me. She ran her fingers over my head, looking for horns. My wings would have been enough proof for them, but there was no way was I getting them to reappear. When the woman checked my right shoulder where the brand was, she nodded. "She's safe. Open the gate, get her inside quick. We've had reports of demons nearby." "You think?" I muttered without thinking. The woman glanced toward my wound. "Don't ask unless you really want to know," I warned as I walked past her. "Demons?" "Yes. I suggest you keep your eyes open. They might be coming this way." She nodded, and the gate slammed shut with a metallic clang behind me. I blew out a harsh breath, taking in the city's streets. They were filled with humans. Most carried a gun or a sword. Others walked quickly, not wanting to be out in the open for long. They appeared beaten down, tired. If only they knew how long this war had been raging on out of sight, then they'd be on the brink of giving up. As it was, the humans had taken massive hits because of the fighting between angels and demons. Guilt ate at me, until that familiar voice from earlier called out. "Commander Lela, it's been months since we've seen you." "Been keeping busy." The man, a bit taller than me, broad-shouldered with tan skin, held out his hand. I went to take it out of habit, then cringed as the dagger shifted in my side again. He nodded. "I can see that. How many did you kill today?" "Not enough." Brian took my arm and helped me walk. "Come on. I'll get you to the safe house. You won't be the only angel there, I'm afraid." Never am these days. I was too weak from the attack to try and make it there myself. I'd need Brian's help. Brian was one of the captains in this city. He, along with several others, ensured the humans were safe, fed, and had what they needed to survive. It wasn't easy. For the humans, growing food was nearly impossible unless they had access to greenhouses that could keep out the harsh elements of this corrupt world. This city was lucky enough to have 2 such greenhouses. Through the dilapidated and mismatched buildings, the glass roofs reflected the hazy sunlight peering between the dark clouds of late afternoon. When the government fell, and the rifts erupted open, Brian was one of the first to find any humans willing to fight and form them into a unit. He'd been keeping Dakota safe the best he could. He was a damned fine shot with a rifle, and knew how to handle a sword. That was mostly thanks to angels like me. Before I became a commander, Nathaniel and I, accompanied by other angels, came to the surface to help teach the mortals how to fight without guns. Mostly because they might not always have the materials to make bullets. Being adept at hand-to-hand helped keep them safer from the demons and evil pouring out of the rifts. "Where's the rest of your team?" he asked as we turned a corner of what used to be a major intersection, now was overgrown with vines and weeds. People walked across the 4-lane road, no longer worried about cars driving down it. "Not here," I uttered through clenched teeth. The dagger shifted in my side again, and I had to stop for a second and catch my breath. Brian waited with me, glancing at those around us. "I know you're in pain, but if you can smile, it'll help keep their morale up." I screwed my face up the best I could into a forced smile, and the people who had started to look panicked now nodded and waved, then carried on. We turned another block, and my smile turned into a grimace. The structures on either side of us were missing windows and doors. Some were covered with tattered curtains. Most were left open to the elements. The buildings that had once been pristine stone and brick were now repaired and built with whatever materials they could spare. Plywood, some sheets of corrugated metal. They were attached with massive bolts or screws, nails, and in some places heavy-duty duct tape. I didn't have to glance up to know we were being watched by shooters on the rooftops. They were scattered throughout the city, keeping an eye on the skies and the outer perimeter. We turned another corner and passed through a set of glowing wards that were invisible to Brian's eyes. I of course could see the ancient runic symbols, burning strong as they covered the yards outside of the safe house and the walls of the structure itself. An old clinic had been converted into a place where angels could come and heal after a fight. Naturally, humans were welcome there as well, especially those injured by the touch of evil. Human medicine wasn't much good against evil. Brian opened the door and pulled me inside. "Commander Lela," a voice exclaimed. "What did you get yourself into now?" Figures, it'd be Harriet. The usual. Pissed off a group of demons. Brian and Harriet helped me onto an exam table, and I fell back, grateful to be off my feet. With pixie-cut silver hair, Harriet was one of our most gifted healers. The people of Dakota were lucky to have her. She placed my right arm over my head, ignoring my pained groans, and prodded the flesh around the dagger. "Perhaps you should take a break." She suggested. "This is the 5th time in 2 weeks I've had to heal you. I go where my orders send me. Not like I have a choice." Brian barked a laugh. "We all know that's not true. Don't tell me you're going soft." "The situation is getting complicated," I whispered. I always tried not to get him drawn into the affairs of angels, but it was nice having someone to speak to outside of the heavens. Someone who I knew wasn't reporting to Lavina behind my back. Harriet clicked her tongue, annoyed. "Hold still." Brian grabbed her shoulders. "Ready?" "When am I ever? Damn it, Harriet," I shouted as she tugged the dagger free, then pressed her hands to the wound, which was oozing blood quickly now without the blade impeding it. Brian patted my shoulders, smirking down at me. I glared at him. "I'll remember this moment, the day she has to save you." He shrugged and his smirk subsided. He glanced around the clinic. There were 2 other angels on the far side of the room, sleeping, and a couple of humans keeping the place clean and organized. Brian gave me his full attention. Dark eyes narrowed beneath drawn dark brows. "You want to tell me what happened now? Do we need to be ready for an attack?" Harriet glanced my way, her glowing hands pressing in harder against my wound. I wanted to tell them good news, but there wasn't any to give. I never lied either. There was no point. "I don't know," I told him honestly. "I was charged with sealing the rift a few miles east of here." Brian's eyes narrowed. "That one's old and massive. How were you supposed to seal it?" "As I've sealed the others. Except, my team wasn't big enough. We were going to try anyway, but we were ambushed." "Something from the rift?" "No," I assured Brian, wanting to ease some of his worries, not that the truth was much more comforting. "Demons. An entire troop of them." Harriet's hands ceased glowing. "The wound is sealed, but you need to rest." She glanced to the door, then back to me. "The rest of your team?" "Dead," I whispered. "Every one of them is dead." "Did you take out the demons who did it?" "Most of them," I told Brian. "Killed 10, maybe a few more. I lost count. Then a new demon showed up, and I trailed off, not sure what really happened out there. They were summoning a demon lord. They discovered I was a commander. I barely escaped. I need to get back to the heavens and report in." I sat up and threw my legs over the side, but Harriet and Brian both shoved me right back. "You are in no condition to travel through a portal right now," Harriet scolded. "Rest, Lela." Let your holy light replenish. Then you can run off and try to get yourself killed again. I was used to this motherly tone of voice with Harriet. Most angels who ended up under her care were. She was amongst the oldest of our number, and cared for us all like we were her children. She was not a fighter, and hated being near so much violence. I squeezed her hand and gave in. I'll stay and rest, but not too long. There's much I have to report. Something else happened out there that you're not telling us about. I almost said yes as she stared at me, but instead I shut my eyes and folded my hands over my stomach. Resting, Harriet. Doing what you told me to do. She moved away from the table. Brian patted my shoulder again. You sure there's nothing headed our way? I opened a squinted eye at him and covered his hand with mine. I wish I could say you would never have to deal with evil again, but there were numerous demons at the rift. Plus a demon lord. I can't say what might happen in the next few hours. Keep your eyes open. Always do. His lips thinned and he lingered. What? What about the other situation? He asked quietly. You know. Up there? His eyes aimed toward the ceiling as he said it. He's back, I replied, keeping my eyes fixed on Harriet. Any idea where he was? No, they're not saying, but something's wrong. Muriel was trying to tell me something, without actually saying it. And Lavina seems more intent than usual to drive me to exhaustion. Or an early grave. Maybe you should stay down here a while longer. Can't. She'll send someone after me. I offered a small smile. Don't worry about me. Take care of these people. The reports coming in of late are strange. The evil seems to be changing how it attacks. I don't want you caught off guard. Thanks for the heads up, but you are one of my people too, Lela. His words meant a lot to me. He made me promise if I needed anything to find him, then he turned around and left my side. Once he was gone, I took a quick look around the clinic. The blinds were shut, and the only light came from candles lit here and there, giving the room a soft glow. They were infused with incense to help promote healing. The two angels on the far side of the clinic had bruised faces, and their hands were scorched. I'd seen plenty of wounds like that over the years. They'd been attacked by more than just demons. Probably attacked by abominations. Abominations which came from the rifts, bent on the destruction of anything good in this world. A single touch of their skin burned a person or an angel, stole whatever light was inside them. Those angels would be forced to slumber for weeks, perhaps longer, depending on how long they were in contact with the damned beast. The stab wound at my side now seemed like a minor nuisance. I needed to return to General Morial, but I could sense Harriet's eyes on me, as if waiting for me to try and leave. I settled back and attempted to rest. All that happened was my mind started racing as I replayed the afternoon over in my head. Hearing Thomas shout a warning right as the demons attacked. Watching him being slain as the bastards closed in around me. I would have killed their captain, had his head removed from his body, if it hadn't been for that demon who showed up a bit late to the fight. Tonamech. The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. He was stronger than the other demons who'd been there. He was my match in skills too. No demon had managed to pin me like that in years. It wasn't just his fighting that made me reach for the healed wound at my side, remembering my escape. It was what he said. Blaming the angels for the war. It wasn't true. It couldn't be. We all knew the story of what transpired. The demon lords sought to rule the heavens and attempted to increase their power in the depths of hell. Evil was allowed to burst free of its chains. It roamed at the will of the demons and reached the surface, claiming lives. Angels had nothing to do with the realms of hell or the damned. Such rumors had circulated since the start of the war, of course, but there was no truth to them. I wouldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Demons were the ones who became greedy. They were the ones who brought this apocalypse to life. And yet that demon, there'd been such conviction in his words. And that moment when we were face to face, his emerald green eyes didn't hold a hint of deception. There'd been something else. Something deeper. Something fiercer. Like I could reach out and touch those emotions. Tonamech had sensed something too. The way his brow wrinkled, and he studied my face almost as if he was memorizing every detail. Or like he knew me somehow. That familiarity didn't sit well in my gut. I tried to tell myself he was like all the other demons I'd fought, but that was a lie. His shoulders were wide. His arms strong. The tribal tattoos marking his neck and face made him intimidating. The markings on his cheeks enhanced his firm and sadly handsome features. His high cheekbones made me almost want to reach up and touch them. It was a strange impulse. One an angel should not have for a demon. Didn't matter. I'd never see him again. I'd heal, make my way back to the heavens, and return to the rift with another team, a much larger one. With any luck, Morial would grant me the authority to return with an entire attack team. Maybe he'd even tell me what he'd been wanted to say when Lavina and Hadariel were in the room. Words he clearly didn't want them to hear. And if that demon showed his face again, I'd kill him just as I did his brethren. His lies and strangely attractive features could burn with him.
Chapter 4. Mech. Getting into Dakota was far easier than I anticipated. I'd been ready to sneak my way through the front gate when another batch of humans arrived on the road, interrupting my plans. I was tempted to try and enter with them, but these humans were checking for horns. Halfway to the front gate and scrambling to come up with a plan, I spotted a side entrance that appeared unguarded. Picking the lock had been easy, and when I entered the city, I found no one guarding the door. Failure on the humans' part. I debated alerting them to the hole in their security, but I was here for a job. Besides, this city harbored angels. I owed them nothing. Ensuring my hood was in place, I strode through the rundown street leading away from the door, searching for the safe house. There was one in every city that proclaimed angels were the righteous warriors in this war. Getting inside the safe house would be far more difficult than sneaking into the city. Most were heavily warded against demons. I'd worry about that once I found it. "Hey," a man shouted, and I kept walking. "You. Stop." I did as he said and slowly turned. He had a rifle slung over his shoulder and had been making his way back to the door I snuck through. Obviously, it was a guarded entrance. I was just damn lucky today. "Yeah. How'd you get in here?" He shot a glare toward the door, then the rifle was in his hands and aimed at me. "Hands, let me see them and throw back your hood." "Come on, man, I didn't do anything wrong. Been here the whole time." The man's steady grip on the rifle said he didn't believe me. He stalked closer, and when he was within reach, I grabbed the rifle by the barrel and headbutted him. His eyes rolled back and he slumped to the ground unconscious. I quickly dragged his body back to the door. "Sorry," I told him. "You're going to have one hell of a headache when you wake up." Figuring it might help me blend in, I took the rifle and slung it over my shoulder. I walked down the narrow street and was dumped onto what had once been a major thoroughfare. People talked and laughed, going about their days without a care in the world. That was the act they put on. Looking closer, I spotted fear in their eyes and in their twitching hands. Smelling the air gave me the same results. They might have a guard on every rooftop and more along the walls, but these humans felt anything but safe. If only we could end the war and stop all this suffering. I swallowed my angry growl at how these idiots put their faith in the wrong beings. One day they'd learn the truth, but we wouldn't be there to save them. I picked a random direction and walked down 3 blocks, then chose another. Holy light hummed nearby, pressing in on me. I gritted my teeth and walked toward it. The safe house had to be nearby. A group of kids darted out of a doorway, right in front of me. They squealed with laughter, taking off around another corner. I smiled at their joy and innocence. Even in this wasteland of a world, children could still manage to laugh. I followed them, sensing the holy light becoming closer and stronger with each step I took. When the wards they'd put in place made it hard to keep walking, I stopped and rested against a wall of metal and plywood. The moment I was within sight of the warding, it'd go off and alert that there was a demon present. We'd come up with a way to cut through wards, since the damned winged bastards warded everything they could to try and keep us in line. I checked my pockets for the simple token, a coin forged in the fires of heaven. How we got them, well, that was a long story involving myself, Kexen, and some very ticked-off angels. Point was, we had them, and they were the only thing that deactivated the warding long enough for us to get through it. My fingers had just brushed against the metal object in my pocket when a child's scream cut through the air. It was quickly followed by more. A siren went off in the city, and without even thinking, I took off at a sprint toward the kids, pulling the rifle off my shoulder as I ran. I slid on the loose asphalt as I rounded a corner. The warding that usually glowed blue had turned a violent red. The kids were in front of a building with a sign over its doors, designating it a clinic. It wasn't the warding that had me cursing and leveling the rifle, ready to fire. It was the abomination heading toward the kids. Of everything the rift spit out from the depths of hell, these were the worst. They were drawn to sources of pure light. Angels were their usual victims, but any humans with enough light in them to feed off were next on the list. Sadly, that included kids. Over 9 feet tall and built of solid muscle, their hides were thick and covered in coarse black hair. They had horns that randomly jutted from their skulls. Their massive hands ended in blood-red talons which drained the light from their victims. If that wasn't bad enough, anyone who touched their skin was burned by the evil oozing from their pores. "Hey asshole," I shouted. The abomination turned to me as I aimed the rifle and fired into its shoulder. The bullet didn't even penetrate, but it did pull the creature's focus off the kids. I waved for them to get out of there, but another loud bellow had me turning toward the right. A second abomination cut off the kids' escape. They spun around, ready to head back to the left, but a third appeared. The sight of more than one hunting together confused me. They normally hunted alone. This was new behavior, and if abominations were suddenly hunting in packs, we were going to start having some serious problems. Taking down one was hard enough, but killing 3. The abomination I shot grunted to the one on the right. It was a bit smaller, and as I watched, dumbfounded, it appeared to take orders from the first. As it moved toward the clinic door, I hung my head in aggravation, working out a plan. It was going after the angel. I was sure of it. I needed her alive. She was a commander, and could give us a leg up on the general's plans, especially if the demon lords were determined to go through with their ridiculous idea of attacking the heavens. The other 2 abominations paid no attention to me, closing in on the kids. Shit. I aimed the rifle again, and shot the abomination directly in front of me. I emptied the gun, then charged the beast. 2 of the bullets managed to lodge in its back, but if they bothered him, the abomination didn't show it. I slid between its trunk-like legs and righted myself between it and the kids. The kids gasped. I glanced back to find them staring at me with wide eyes. The hood had fallen back, revealing my markings and horns. I waited for them to scream and run for cover, but instead a few of them grinned. "Stay behind me," I ordered. "Do exactly as I say, all right." The kids bobbed their heads and huddled together, the older ones shoving the younger ones behind them. This was not going to be a pretty fight. Where the hell were the rest of the guards in this city? The siren continued to wail, setting my teeth on edge. To my left, the abomination was nearly at the clinic door. I couldn't make a move against it without leaving the kids unprotected. The abomination in front of me raised its hand, ready to smack me down. I drew my dagger and stabbed upward at the same time. The blade barely penetrated the skin of its palm, but it was enough to make the creature stagger back. The second one moved in, making a grab for the kids. I lunged for it, driving my fist into its gut. All that did was jar my wrist and expose me to the evil it was made of. Demons were more resilient to the effects, but if I came in contact with too much, it'd eventually take me down. The third bastard hit the door of the clinic, but the warding shoved it back. It wouldn't hold for long. I had to get in there and save the angel's ass. The two abominations came toward me and the kids. I unsheathed a second dagger and shut my eyes. The tattoos on my body warmed, and when I opened my eyes, my daggers were wreathed in hellfire. "Whoa," one of the kids behind me whispered. There wasn't time to turn around and find the amazement that was hopefully on their faces. That instead of fear. The abominations crept closer again. Gripping both daggers in hand, I yelled at the kids to get back as far as they could, then attacked. My blade soared through the air, fire leaving trails as I moved. I ducked and dodged sharp talons, not about to be run through by one of these creatures. I leaped out of the way of the first one's swiping arm and clambered onto its back. With a yell, I drove both daggers into the back of its neck, severing its spinal cord. The abomination went limp beneath me. As it crashed to the ground, I rolled off it and right into the arms of the other one. It held me close, roaring in my face as the evil taint on its skin sank into my body. I headbutted it, but that hurt me more. Shaking the stars from my eyes, I cleared my head long enough to be thrown over the kids and through the window of a building. The glass shattered around me as I finally came to a stop, slamming into a concrete pillar that knocked the air from my lungs. From outside came more yelling and the sound of gunshots, but they were far away. Across the city, maybe. How many of these creatures had gotten in? Where had they even come from? I only had a moment to worry about Korath and Kexen at the rift when the kids screamed. Knocking the glass from my hair, I gripped my daggers firmly and climbed out of the window. The abomination was closing in on the kids, talons ready to slash them to ribbons and steal their light. Their innocence. Growling like the son of a demon lord I was, I drew on all the hellfire within me and lunged at the beast's back. I stabbed and slashed, forcing myself between it and the kids. The third one continually bashed the door of the clinic. The wards were growing fainter with each heavy hit. Any second, he'd be through that door, and my one chance at gaining some actual answers would be dead. A fist bashed into the side of my head, and I snarled, the fire on my daggers growing in height and the heat intensifying. I'd lost enough today. I wasn't going to lose these kids or that damned angel.
Chapter 5. Lela. At first, I thought I was dreaming. That I'd been more exhausted than I originally believed when Harriet demanded I stay and rest. Another bang had me opening my eyes and sensing an evil presence outside the clinic. A siren wailed. I lunged to my feet, reaching for my weapons. Except all my weapons had been left at the rift. "Harriet," I called as I staggered forward a couple of steps, getting my bearings. "What is it?" "I don't know." There were screaming and gunshots. "Sounds like something's trying to break in." Another crash made the heavy metal door rattle in its hinges. Harriet cringed. "The wards are failing." The two wounded angels remained passed out in their beds. The humans huddled together, eyes widening as they screamed with each new hit at the door. There was no way to see what was out there unless I went out that door. I was not going to let some evil monstrosity kill those here, or anyone else in the compound if I could help it. From the commotion, there was a full-blown attack outside. I needed to get out there. Harriet hung her head as I turned back to her, knowing she saw the resolve in my eyes. "Be careful, Lela. You're not fully recharged." "Don't have a choice." I offered her a smile. "If I fall, you get them out of here." She squeezed my hand, giving me strength, then moved back to defend the humans and the two fallen angels. I moved for the door, flinching when a hefty strike nearly bent the metal door in half. I braced my feet and lowered my head, waiting. I had to time it right if I was going to take down the monster on the other side of the door. I was ready to summon my battle axe to my hands. The second the door took another hit, I charged forward with a blur of holy light. My explosion of strength took the door right off the hinges and slammed it into the abomination. I could just make out flailing on the other side. The beast hit the ground, and I landed on top of the door, still on the abomination, shoving it into the asphalt. Its hands bearing long, sharp talons reached around the door, aiming for my legs. I brought the glowing axe down and relieved it of one hand. Black blood spurted from the wound, coating my boots and pants. How had an abomination gotten inside the city walls? A child's scream drew my attention. The sight of a second abomination brought a frown. Then I saw there was a third dead on the ground, not too far away. Since when did they travel in packs? Gunshots resounded to the south, followed by more panic screaming. How many were here? A second scream had me peering around the abomination. A sight even stranger than multiple solitary monsters, obviously hunting with a new pack mentality. Tonamech. The demon who'd stabbed me in the side stood between the children and the abomination. His face was bloodied, as were his hands. The hellfire on his daggers waned as he continued his assault. He was defending innocent children against an abomination from hell. Thrown off by the odd scene, I didn't notice the abomination beneath me until after it had grabbed the edges of the door and thrown it off. I went flying with it, hitting the ground and rolling right back to my feet. I raised my axe to relieve it of its other hand as it lumbered toward me, until the sound of metal clanking behind me caught my attention. I don't even have a chance to turn toward the sound. A growl filled my ears, and suddenly I was tackled and knocked off my feet. A breath later, a massive hammer crashed into the asphalt where I'd just been standing. A fourth abomination had joined the fight. It hefted the hammer onto its shoulder as I pushed off the ground. Only it wasn't ground. It was a firm, solid chest. "How about you not get yourself killed?" an angry voice snapped as I was hauled to my feet. I glowered at the demon, wondering why he just bothered saving my life. "What are you doing here? What do you think?" "I don't know." I scowled at the two abominations moving in on us. The kids scampered away, throwing the demon grins as they took off. "Why are you defending humans?" I asked him. "They're kids," he muttered as if that was the only answer I needed. "Right. And?" The abominations moved in closer. I raised my axe, readying for another attack. My energy was already fading, and the holy light wouldn't last forever in my condition. "Why are they attacking you?" "Because that's what they do. They attack anything that moves, anything with light." His eyes never wavered from the abominations. We ended up being back to back as they circled us. This was not how I imagined the rest of my day in Dakota going. Not even close. I fought back to back with a demon against abominations from hell. I would have been turning my axe on him, until the abominations came at us and we had to defend ourselves. I spent years training with angels on my teams and the other commanders. Years of learning each other's moves and becoming a single fighting unit. It was the only way to kill such evil beings. Attack as one or else you'd end up dead. I waited to find myself at odds with this Tonamech, but after the first two moves it was like we were dancing. I shifted forward, and he moved back to protect my weak side. He lunged forward, pressing the advantage, and I was right there to assist him, enhancing his attack with my holy light. We spun and whirled around each other, without having to stop to get our bearings. Never in all my years of being a soldier have I fought so seamlessly with another being. And yet I was doing just that with a demon. A demon who was meant to be my enemy. We brought down the abomination that was missing a hand within minutes. His body barely hit the ground when the one with the hammer swung it. Tonamech grabbed my shoulder and shoved me out of the way in time for the steel hammer to whistle by my head. He took the brunt of the hit and crashed into a nearby wall, striking it so hard his limbs were entangled in the crumbling bricks, unable to free himself as the abomination readied for another attack. A tiny voice in the back of my head said, to let the abomination finish Tonamech off. He was a demon, after all. One less of them running around would be good for my side. An even louder inner voice screamed at me to save him before it was too late. The abomination drew his arms back. I let out a battle cry, and launched myself into the air, wielding my axe. I brought it down with all the strength I had left, cleaving through the abomination's arms, then landed gracefully on my feet. The monster's arms thudded to the ground as it howled. My axe's holy light flickered, then went out as the beast turned toward me. Even without arms, the look in its eyes said it was ready to kill me or die trying. It could kill me if I wasn't careful. If it absorbed too much of my light, it would be able to regenerate its lost arms. I tripped over a stone and ended up on my backside, staring into the grotesque hair-covered face of the abomination. Its furious snarl was cut short and its face screwed up in pain. It shambled to the right, then fell over. Tonamech stood behind it, daggers returning to normal, drenched in the abomination's blood. "You all right?" Tonamech sheathed his blades. "Yeah, perfect." He held out a hand, and reluctantly I took it. I shouldn't have done it, but for some reason around him, my instincts were off. I reacted without thinking. He didn't let me go, and then I was spun around, his arm around my neck. "Seriously? I came here for you. And to get answers. You're going with me. To hell. That's not going to happen." I attempted to break free of his hold, but all that did was get me turned around until I faced him. My arms were pinned to my sides, and he stared down at me. I swallowed hard, my mind going blank. I'm not going to tell you anything." "Great. That sounded exactly as I planned." Tonamech's eye twitched. His arms tightened their hold. "You will cooperate. Or what? You'll torture me? Kill me?" The eye twitch became worse, and his arms loosened for a split second. Then he growled, and I was back in an iron grip I doubted I could break free of. "I will have answers." "And what about me?" He frowned. "What about you? Why are they attacking in packs? And why did they attack you? You're their master, right? Why are they coming after you?" "You really don't know the truth," he whispered, sounding like he pitied me. "You don't know anything about what's really going on with this war." "Of course I do. I know you and your kind are to blame." He threw his head back with a grunt. "Lies." "Says who?" "You. Why would I believe anything you have to say?" "Because unlike your generals or your precious leader, I speak the truth. If you don't learn to accept it, we're all going to die. There won't be any humans left to save," he warned, and the fierceness of his words gave me pause for a second time. "There won't be a world. Do you understand? Evil will take over until there's nothing left." As he spoke, I found myself growing lost in the deep timbre of his voice and the vibrant green of his eyes. I felt I knew this demon from a previous battle. But then again, in the manner he and I had just fought, I would have said we'd stood side by side during that battle, not against each other. Why did he seem so familiar? I should be trying to kill him. Instead, I was in his arms, imagining what it would be like to remain so longer. His eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head, as though curious about our current situation as well. When he raised his hand and his thumb brushed across my jaw, a burst of heat exploded within me. "You're bleeding," he murmured, holding up this thumb, now bearing my blood. "Happens in a fight." "You bleed," I replied, not even sure why I said anything. "You did stab me earlier today, remember?" His lips curled. "You gave me no choice." "Didn't I?" "You're a commander. We need whatever intel you might have and—" He shook his head. "Never mind, you're too stubborn to believe anything I say." I almost opened my mouth to agree with him, but stopped myself. I couldn't explain why I wanted to know more about his story of how the angels started the war, but that was the truth. Everything about this day had thrown me off. No, not just today. The last few weeks. With Hadariel missing, and Lavina seemingly on a mission to bring me down, I'd been feeling lost. There was more going on than I could see, and I didn't like it. Now this demon was here spouting that we were the cause of the war. How could I not hear him out, and at least try to understand why he was saying such things? The situation in the heavens had certainly changed, and not for the better. What if there was more to this war than we were told? I wasn't ready to admit the demon spoke the truth. I was, however, considering that there was some merit to his words. Why else would the abominations attack him? And why would a demon defend innocent humans? I need you to come with me. I need you to cooperate, he said again. Commander. I wondered if I should tell him my name when someone shouted it loud and clear for me. Lela. Let her go, you bastard, Brian shouted. Open fire. Tonamech cursed as a bullet grazed his shoulder. He growled at the humans charging toward us, rifles raised and ready to kill. We're not finished, Lela, he whispered. A fiery portal appeared to his right, and he stepped into it, disappearing in a puff of smoke. I brushed my fingers against the wound at my jaw, wondering what was happening to me. What had that demon done? Lela, are you all right? Brian asked as he reached my side. Yeah, fine. I followed his wide-eyed gaze to the 4 dead abominations. Are there others? Dead or run away, he replied. I've never seen them attack like that. They burst through a weak spot in the wall to the east. We'll have to repair it. How many dead? Brian sighed. 6. I squeezed his shoulder, giving him comfort. You did what you could, I said, glancing behind him. The same kids who Tonamech had protected appeared around the corner of the building. They were alive because of a demon, not because of me. What was going on in this world? Lela. You sure you're all right? Brian asked. Yeah, I need to get back and report in. You'll be okay here? If you need to go, then go. We'll manage, he assured me. I hugged him, lending him some strength and peace through my holy light. His body glowed briefly, then I stepped back and aimed my gaze skyward. I rolled my shoulders, and using the rest of the light I had, summoned my wings. They spread large and powerful, lifting me into the sky over Dakota and toward the heavens. I surveyed the damage once I was above the city. A few buildings had been demolished, and I easily spotted the section of wall the pack of abominations had charged through. It was bad enough I had to deliver news of my entire team being wiped out at the rift. Now I had to inform the generals and other commanders that the evil we struggled to keep at bay was growing stronger and adapting to our defenses and strategies. Tonamech said if I didn't accept the truth, there would be no more world left to fight over. The urgency I'd seen in his eyes made my wings pump harder. I strained to reach home to communicate my terrible news. Moriel was the only general I wanted to speak with. The ambush at the rift made me paranoid about what Lavina was willing to do to see me out of the way. Whether or not I would mention Tonamech was not a matter I'd sorted by the time I reached the portal in the sky that would take me back to the fortress in the heavens.
Chapter 6. Mech. The bullet wound on my arm stung, but I hardly noticed it as I stepped out of the fiery portal and into the realm of hell. Specifically, I was in my father's domain. The region here was flat and surrounded by a mountain range of red peaks. The cells for the damned were located several thousand feet below me, deep in the ground. The sky overhead held a reddish tinge. There was no night or day, not here. I wiped the blood from my wound, careful not to use the hand bearing the blood of one particular angel commander. Lela. Her name brought a smile to my face, but it didn't last long. I studied the blood on my thumb. I could use this to my advantage. My lord, a demon bodyguard said as he hustled over and bowed. You have returned alone? I ground my teeth but didn't take out my annoyance on the guard. Yes, I have. Where's Lord Korath? He is currently occupied with the other lords. Right then, tell him I've returned, and he can summon me when he wants my report if I haven't made it to the hall by then. I have work to do for now. I strode quickly away. This circular realm of my father's kingdom held our main structure at its very center. Spread out around it were stone quarters houses, the armory, dining halls, training yards, and the like. Those born in this realm of Olam were trained from birth to be the elite fighting force of hell. Each realm had to play its part in keeping the damned souls in check, to stop them from escaping and running amok on the surface. The mountains marked the boundary of Olam. Just on the other side were 3 more realms, all reached by means of portals or the elaborate mountain tunnels. Not every demon in hell had the power to use hellfire to travel by or even call on it to fight. It was one of many heated debates between the lords lately. How to allow all demons to have access to hellfire without disrupting the balance of our realm even more. Our fighting force was dwindling against the holy light. Asking those without hellfire to fight was as good as executing them. Then again, if the great High General Hadariel hadn't committed such an earth-shattering sin, we wouldn't be in this mess. Demons wouldn't be slaughtered every damn day on the surface. And I never would have met Lela. Her dark hair with blue highlights had come loose since our first encounter. She was a magnificent creature, beautiful, unlike anyone else I'd seen. I shouldn't let myself get distracted by her looks. It was hard though, when each time I shut my eyes, it was her face I saw. Those eyes of dark blue and with hints of silver nagged at me. When I'd been holding her, ready to bring her back to hell with me, the air changed between us. The idea of taking her captive, and of possibly seeing her executed, made me growl. Even now, I sensed an uneasiness in her, not because of me, but when I'd mentioned the truth. A part of her, however small, was already suspicious of her own kind. If we could get an angel on our side, especially a commander, there was a chance we could bring this war to an end quickly. There was much more I needed to tell her. I stared at the blood on my thumb again. "I'll be seeing you again soon," I whispered. "Very, very soon." I reached my quarters, located in one of the outer barracks for the elite fighting force. My rooms consisted of a small sitting area that boasted 2 winged black chairs, a hearth that was currently cold, and a few random tables. There was a desk and matching leather chair under the only window looking out over the training grounds. Through the door to my right were the bedroom and the bath. I went to the desk and very carefully wiped Lela's blood onto the smallest item I could find. One I could use as a beacon. The metal button from one of my royal jackets. I hadn't worn it since the start of the war. No point. The blood smeared across the silver button. I stared at it for a long moment. Who are you really? I wondered. The way she'd fought had been incredible. She moved with me like it was second nature. Kexen was the only demon who could match my moves so easily, and even we had our moments when we fell out of sync. She'd seemed as surprised as I was to find herself fighting back-to-back with a demon to take down a pack of abominations. That thought brought me back to my increased worries about the evil seeping out of the rifts. Not wanting to waste more time pondering Lela, I held my hands over the button and infused it with hellfire. The flames adhered to her blood and soaked into the button. It glowed red-hot, then returned to normal. There wasn't a trace of blood on it, but if I was on the surface the same time as Lela was, this would tell me. Simple magic, but effective. I was going to change out of my dirty clothes when a knock came at the door. "Come in." The door opened. Kexen walked in, but he wasn't alone. "Good you're back? We've had a bit of a mishap." "Mishap? That's what you're going to call this." I crossed my arms as Kexen stepped aside to reveal the partially rotted body of Bobby. He held his right arm with his left, since it had been completely torn off. His head was wobbly on his neck. I stifled a laugh as Kexen turned away, unable to hold back. "Yeah, you two just laugh it up," Bobby muttered angrily as he kicked the door shut or tried to. His right foot popped off and thudded to the floor. "Damn it. What did you do, man?" I asked as I went to grab him when he started to fall over. "I was doing my job, that's what. Then some freaking hellhound had to try and tear me apart. There were zombies there, too. Shitty situation. We managed to stop them all from rising. Only a couple escaped the cemetery. The demons are tracking them down to collect their souls." "How did you make it back here?" I set him in one of the wing chairs as Kexen didn't bother trying to stop laughing. I gave up too, taking Bobby's anger. Sorry, but this is the worst you've been in a long time. You can thank your father. He's the one that told me to watch over the graveyards in the area. You are dead. It's fitting. He glowered at me. I shrugged. Let me get some thread. Lots of thread. Bobby was a unique being, and he wasn't the only one in this situation. When the evil in the depths of hell broke free of their chains, they dragged all souls with them, whether they wanted to escape or not. His soul found itself trapped in a dead body, like so many others. But unlike the ones bent on killing and destruction, Bobby had only wanted to return to his cell. He and others like him came to my father and begged to be taken back. With the loss of so many demons, however, my father and the rest of the demon lords came up with a better use for the souls trapped in the bodies of the dead. They were to safeguard the graveyards and report any suspicious activity. They were also to send zombies back to their graves. Damned souls were continuously trying to find ways to remain on the surface. I lost count of how many cemeteries I'd come across with every grave empty, including the ones where the bodies were hardly skeletons. I'd met Bobby when all this first occurred. In life, he'd been a thief and got himself tangled up with some bad guys. Killed a couple of people, mostly by accident, and ended up in hell. Compared to other souls I was meant to guard, he was a decent guy. The body he inhabited had belonged to a beefy man. Half his face was rotted away, as was the skin on his forearms. His smile was always crooked because of it. Still, all things considered, he didn't look too shabby. Unless it was like today, when he was missing limbs. I found thread and needle, then started on Bobby's neck first. At least as a zombie, you can't feel pain or bleed out, I commented, as I held the bits of leathery flesh together and stitched them up. Bobby slid his hazy blue eyes toward me. Oh yeah. No, this is great. Almost having my head lopped off. What? It can't kill you. You're already dead. Thanks for that, Captain Obvious, he muttered as Kexen continued to laugh. You better hope I don't decide to leave something special in your bed for all your chortling. Kexen plopped down in the other chair. Can you blame me? Bobby opened his mouth, but his jaw must have come loose during the fight, and it hung limp. He grunted as I bit back a laugh. He smashed it up, the bones popping and grinding until it was back in place. Guess not. I finished on Bobby's neck and moved onto his detached arm. That took a bit of maneuvering between Bobby, Kexen, and myself, until I managed to stitch a good enough hold to keep the arm from twisting around on me. Since you're here, I'm going to assume you didn't catch the angel, Kexen asked. I stabbed harder than I should have at Bobby's arm. He arched his brow at me, but didn't call me out for it. Good thing he didn't feel pain. No, I didn't. She kicked your ass again. Actually, it wasn't her. I tracked her to Dakota and ran into a pack of abominations attempting to get to her first. Bobby's one good eye widened. The other one was already without a lid, and always appeared like that. Kexen's hands curled around the arms of the chair. I'm sorry, did you say pack? I continued to stitch Bobby's arm as I nodded. I gave them a brief rundown of the fight in Dakota. By the time I finished Bobby's arm and was on to reattaching his foot, I reached the point in the story where Lela was saved by the humans shooting at me. Neither had said anything the whole time I spoke. There, I said in the heavy silence filling the room. Back in one piece. Thanks, Bobby replied. Back you all right? Yeah, why? I set the needle and thread on my desk, eyeing the silver button. The urge to return to the surface and wait for Lela was strong. Maybe I should tell Kexen to give my report to Korath and be done with it. I wasn't in the mood to see the disappointment on my father's face for failing to capture the angel. Wouldn't be the first I'd failed to finish a mission he tasked me with. You seem distracted, Kexen said slowly. How? When I turned around, Kexen and Bobby were exchanging a concerned look. Care to share? Just the way you spoke about her, Bobby said, licking his dry lips then continuing. You seem impressed by her. I guess that's the right word. Yeah, we'll say impressed. I blinked twice. And she's the enemy, Kexen said, as if I needed reminding. I can't admire someone's fighting simply because she's the enemy. I challenged. I've never seen a demon move as she did. Ever. She faced those abominations down without flinching. She threw herself straight at them. They could have drained her of light, killed her, but she stepped in. She saved me, I finished quietly. She had saved me. I'd been so caught up with ensuring I had a way to track her, and how well we moved together, I forgot she risked her life to save mine. No angel had done that for a demon. My suspicions about her being the one to help us turn the tide of this war might very well be right. Doesn't matter, Kexan's harsh voice cut through my musings. She's the enemy, Mech. She's an angel. Whatever you think you saw or sensed from her, it's just an illusion. She needs to die like the rest of them. No, I argued quietly. You're wrong. If we're going to have a hope to contain the evil unleashed from our domain, we need their assistance. Demons can't hold back this storm alone. Not for much longer. You and I both know how few fighters we have left. Your father sealed another rift today. And I rested back on the desk, staring Kexen down. How many more opened today? How many more are out there that are just as old as that one, if not older? This war has ravaged the world because we've been fighting the evil and the angels. This two-front war is going to destroy us, and then what? We leave the angels to clean up the mess. They made it. I don't see why not. The souls of the damned are our charges. We're meant to guard them. We're a part of this war, until whatever end. I, for one, would like to ensure there's a world left. Wouldn't you? Kexen pushed out of his chair and stalked for the door. You're my friend, Mech, and my superior. I respect your words, but there will be no help from the angels. Not now, not ever. I know it's been hard these last few weeks, but what you're saying is delusional. Keep it to yourself, unless you want to be grounded by your father. Bobby. I'll catch up with you, the zombie said, not getting up from his chair. Kexen scowled at the back of Bobby's head, then left. The silence stretched on, growing heavier with every passing second. Bobby remained in his chair, watching me. After a while, I growled at him, and he gave me a crooked smile. There's something about this angel, huh? I flattened my hands on the desk as I focused on the button. Yes. You like her or something? What? No, she's a means to an end. I need the intel she has on the generals. And Bobby urged, shuffling to join me at the desk. Mech, you can tell me. I'm not a goody soldier boy who's going to go tell your father. I hung my head, my black hair falling over my forehead and into my eyes. I was ready to kill her, I told him. The first time I encountered her, I was ready to take her down and be done with it. Then I realized she was a commander, and I needed her alive for information. The first time I looked into her eyes, though, I sensed a connection to her. I can't explain it, but I felt it here. I pressed my hand to my chest. It was like she'd stolen the air from my lungs. And during the attack by the abominations, my eyes shut, remembering back to that moment. She covered my weak spots on instinct as I did the same for her. We attacked as a single unit, as if we'd been doing it for years. How was I supposed to ignore what I felt during that fight? Or what occurred afterward? If those humans hadn't fired on me, what would I have done? If I focused hard enough, I could almost feel her in my arms. I saw her lips part as I wiped the blood from her jaw, the way her eyes filled with confusion and curiosity all at once. She saved my life, I said again. Kexen might not approve, but there's something different about this angel. Then I suggest you get to her before any other demon does. Plan on it. Good, then my job is finished. I have to get back to the graveyard shift. He chuckled at the horrible joke and shuffled to the door. I suggest you get cleaned up, Before you give your report to Lord Korath, though. You stink of abominations. He winked, then exited my chambers. I plucked my shirt from my chest and breathed in deeply. That was a mistake. The stench of abomination was strong. I gagged. A shower and change of clothes, then I would find Korath. I should have waited until he summoned me, but I was anxious to return to the surface and find Lela. Bobby was right. If another demon found her first, she'd end up in a cell, tortured for information, then most likely executed. I washed the evil from my body, dried off, pulled back my hair, and dug around for fresh clothes. The black leather pants went on first, followed by my heavy boots. I grabbed a fresh black shirt, then pulled my black long leather jacket on over it. I didn't arm myself. There was no need to here in Olam. There were plenty of guards, all armed and ready for whatever angel was dumb enough to try and infiltrate our domain. It occurred rarely, and none had ever escaped. As I passed by the desk, I scooped up the silver button and slipped it into my pocket. Ready to face the demon lords, I left the barracks behind and strode for the main fortress. Guards posted at the main doors bowed as I passed. I walked down the stretch of stone corridor lit with overhead lanterns. Tapestries decorated the walls, all showing glorious battles from our past. Many featured the beginnings of hell and how the 9 realms were formed. More images of the 9 demon lords followed, as well as, regrettably, a very horrid painting of me with my father and mother. I paused at the painting as I did every time, and smiled sadly at the beautiful demon beside my father. "Glad you're not here to see this," I whispered to her image. Despite what the majority of humans believed, thanks to the influence of the angels, many demons were not fighters or vicious in nature. My mother had been a healer. The love between her and my father had been true, real enough to feel if you were in the same room with them. She was killed in the initial backfire when hell exploded. I had more reason than most to hate Hadario. He was the reason my mother died, along with so many other innocent demons. I touched my fingers to my lips, then placed them to the bottom of the gilded gold frame. After she died, Korath sought vengeance. He forgot about being a father, and I forgot about being a son. We were getting better, but it had taken nearly a decade for either of us to remotely recover from the loss of her. I continued down the corridor to a set of grand marble stairs. 4 guards stood at attention on the bottom step, and more were placed on different levels going up. A set of gold double doors perched at the top. They were shut, but when I approached, the guard to the side nodded and reached for the handle. "The lords are still discussing current affairs, but Lord Korath said you were to join them when you arrived." "Thank you." The guard opened the door, and I slipped inside silently. It shut soundlessly behind me. Demons filled the room. Commanders, captains, and generals lined the perimeter of the large, square room. There were no windows to give any light from the outside. Instead, large chandeliers comprised of 20 lanterns hung from the ceiling every few feet. More dangled off the walls. At the opposite end of the room was a raised platform bearing 9 iron thrones. One for each of the demon lords. Every realm had a room similar to this one for when they assembled. I sidled my way to the far right, listening to the lords argue. Whatever discussion I walked into had clearly been going on for a while. The jugs of wine on the round table in the center of the room were empty. Arnok's face was a deep shade of burgundy as he argued loudly with Gath. His face only changed color when he was extremely pissed. They sat across the large marble table from one another. Going around to the right from Arnok there was Muz, Thal, Gamal, Irith, Gath, Ilron, Zimuk, and lastly Korath. My father had his chin resting in his hand, eyes shut. He wasn't bored or sleeping. That was how he listened, not just to the demon lord's words but their movements. How they shifted in their leather chairs, or the subtle changes in tone as they spoke. Of all the demons here, he was one of the more level-headed. Each lord wore formal wear, ranging from crimson and black robes to tight-fitting dresses to full sets of armor. They were powerful beings, and gathered together, their energy was palpable. It pulsed around the room like a living, breathing organism. There was no question as to who ruled over the realms of hell. I walked in until I stood within my father's line of sight. Eventually, he'd sense my presence and open his eyes. I crossed my arms and rested against the wall behind me as the argument intensified. I wasn't completely sure what they were fighting about until Ilran stood and slammed her palms on the table. Her red-tinged skin glowed beneath the light of the lanterns, matching the fire in her eyes. "Enough, Arnak," Ilran snapped. "I have heard enough." Arnak clamped his lips shut and sulked in his seat. Several lords seemed pleased to finally have him silenced. Ilran had that effect on demons. She might be wearing a dress and 4-inch heels, but she was the best swordsman in hell, hands down. "We are running out of options," she continued, as my father finally opened his eyes to give her his full attention. "Either we strike them where it hurts, or we risk losing any chance we might have at winning this war." What were they talking of doing, I wondered. The demons around me murmured to each other, until Ilran held up her hand to silence them. "We only need a bit more intel, and then we can attack." "Attack and lose half our fighting force," Moose argued, shaking her head. "This plan of yours is folly. I won't stand behind it." Where Ilran was all fierceness and fight, Moose had a soft look about her. Her paler complexion and white gold hair set her apart from the rest. She was a healer, as my mother had been, and those under her care were more of a support for the rest of the demonic army. My people need a break. They need time to replenish their power to heal. Otherwise, we're useless. "We'll be fine." "No, you won't," Arnak shot back. "If we have no healers, our soldiers can die from their wounds. We need as much support as we can have if you plan on attacking the heavens directly." "That," Gamal spoke up as he tapped his fingers on the table, "and it has never been done before. We have no way of knowing if we can even breach their outer defenses. 1 or 2 demons have managed to get into the outer realms, yes, but to reach their main stronghold. It's a mystery what awaits us there. Which is why we need to wait until we have more intel," Arnak said, pounding his fist on the table. "Attacking without a plan is a death sentence to our troops. I will not have it." Ilran's face reddened more, but she resumed her seat. "Then what do you propose we do?" Korath chose then to shift his gaze to me. "We may have a way to get the information we need for an attack." Tonamech come forth. I wanted to give my report to Korath alone, but it appeared that was no longer an option. I stepped to the table and bowed. "My lords." "You were on the trail of an angel commander," Korath said, as the lords turned their attention to me. "Did you apprehend her?" "Unfortunately, there was a complication," I explained. His eyes narrowed. "There'd be a lecture coming my way later." "A complication?" Ilran asked, sounding confused. "For you, Tonamech?" "Yes, as surprising as it is, I'm afraid circumstances arose that prevented me from carrying out my duty. I was able to track the angel to Dakota, but once inside, I was unable to get to her. The city's defenses were penetrated by a pack of abominations. They were going after humans as well as the angel. I had to abandon my plan of going straight for her to stop them." "Yes, Lord Arnak?" I asked as he held up his hand to stop me. "Did you say a pack of abominations?" "I did." More murmurs rose around the room. I shifted on my feet. Korath's eyes narrowed even more on my face. I hated when he studied me like that, trying to figure out what I was thinking. I did not need him picking up on my reluctance to capture Lela and bring her here. I ensured my face was blank and waited for the lords to continue their questioning. "They've never hunted in packs before," Arnak whispered. "Are you certain that's what was happening?" "I am. One even seemed to be giving orders to attack specific targets. Another wielded a weapon. I managed to take those down. The humans took care of the rest, but in the midst of the chaos, the angel escaped." Korath straightened at my lie. "And nothing else transpired you need to tell us about?" "No, my lord. I had to retreat. The humans in Dakota are on the side of the angels. I was not welcome even after I saved their people. And this commander, you think she has the intel we need to carry out an attack against the heavens? Ilron asked, hopeful. I hesitated, then nodded. I believe she does, yes. If not, she may be able to lead us to others who do. No others have spotted a commander in the field, Ilron told the room. It's hard to distinguish them from the other angels. This commander, can you find her again? I can. I returned here with some of her blood. I've already used it to create a tracking beacon. When and if she returns to the surface, I'll be able to find her again. No, Korath said as he stood. No. What was he playing at now? He clasped his hands behind his back as he walked around the table and toward me. If the abominations are indeed evolving, I need you to figure out why. I am placing you in charge of a team to track any abominations you can find. Track them but do not kill them. If evil is finding a way to unite and form an army, we need to know. I know what this angel looks like, I said, trying not to sound disappointed. I'd be the best one to track her down. He stopped a foot away from me. You said you have a beacon, yes? I nodded. Then that will be enough to tell another demon which angel she is. Kexen, come forward. I clenched my jaw. I hadn't seen Kexen inside the room, but there he was, making his way through the demons to my father's side. He bowed low, giving me a sideways glance. My lord. You will be in charge of tracking this angel down and bringing her to us. Alive. Kexen bowed again. Yes, my lord. Tonamech, give him the beacon. The button was in my pants pocket. I began to reach for it, but at the last second, slipped my hand into my jacket pocket instead. Thankfully, there was a coin in there. I didn't want Kexen to find Lela, but he had to at least sense my magic on the coin. Swiftly, I infused it with my hellfire, then pulled it from my jacket. I handed it over, and he curled his fingers around the small item. You will leave immediately for the surface, Korath ordered. Take a small troop with you. If this is the same angel who nearly decimated your troop at the rift, I suggest you take more of our elite fighters. I do not want you returning to me with any more casualties. Understand? Kexen bowed low as guilt rose in me. Lela had killed quite a few of our number, but they'd been more than ready to kill her. This, sadly, was the price of war. Yes, my lord. I shall see it done. Korath dismissed him, and he left without another look to me. Now, once we have this commander in our grasp, we will get the answers we need to ensure success in an assault against the heavens. Generals? See, your troops are ready. We may not have time to prepare if the chance to attack arises suddenly. The generals bowed, then left one by one. I intended to go with them, but Korath placed his hand on my arm, signaling for me to wait. Once the demons had all left the room, except for the lords, Korath sighed. Tonamech, is there anything else you need to tell us? No, my lord. Nothing. You seem uncertain of the mission I've given you. No, not my mission. I might be the son of a demon lord, but if I spoke my mind too freely, I could still be punished for it. I spent enough nights on weapon cleaning duty to have learned my lesson. Mostly. I worry about this plan to attack the heavens. As do we all, Arnok agreed. Yes, but is more bloodshed really what we need right now? Ilron, amongst others, didn't seem pleased at my question. Please, Tonamech, speak your mind. I worked my jaw muscles as I tried to find the best way to do just that without angering them all. If evil is finding a way to create an army, I started slowly, to organize, and our numbers are dwindling, would it not be best to find a way to make peace with the angels? Stop fighting on two fronts. Ilron laughed harshly. The angels started this war, remember? They don't want peace. Yes, but over the years I've come to realize that the angels, at least not all of them, don't know the truth behind the day hell broke loose. They've been manipulated. Blinded by their leaders. Korath didn't move a muscle, but his gaze weighed heavily on me. Even if what you say is true, they have no reason to believe us. They have sworn to kill us all. Because they don't know any better. Whatever it is you're thinking of trying, son, forget your plans, Korath demanded. Any chance at peace, at making the angels see the truth, is long gone. This war will only end one way. Aren't you tired of death? I asked. The killing? We don't take pleasure in it, Gamal said as he rose and joined my father. But what choice do we have? I think we should try again, all the same. Avoid losing any more lives. We tried in the beginning, as you should know since you were there, Gamal reminded me. We approached the angel generals and their commanders. We told them the truth. And you know what they did? They attacked us. During a meeting that was meant to be peaceful, they attacked at Hadariel's orders. There is no changing their minds. He patted my shoulder. I understand your longing for a peaceful end, but that is no longer an option. None of them would listen to me, it seemed. So I nodded. Very well. I shall prepare to leave and track down these abominations. Report back to me when you return, Korath ordered. I hurried out of the room, down the stairs and outside. When I was back in my chambers, I dug the button from my pocket and held it in my palm. If the demon lords attacked the heavens, they would fail. Our numbers were too small. They were desperate. That's all a move like this would tell me and the rest of hell. The lords were desperate and were willing to risk everything to bring an end to this war. I had to stop them from making this mistake, which meant finding Lela before Kexen did. I gathered my daggers, ensuring I was well armed, then left the barracks. Even if I had to tie her to a damn chair to make her listen, I'd convince her of the truth. And if I could convince her, then she could convince others. Button in hand, I created a portal of hellfire on the outskirts of town, stepped through it, and returned to the surface to await the angel who was quickly getting under my skin.
Chapter 7. Lela. Getting through the portal outside the main fortress gates took the last of my energy. I collapsed to my knees, clutching my side. It hadn't been as fully healed as I'd thought. The adrenaline from the fight must have blocked me from feeling the pain. Or being so close to that demon with his piercing emerald eyes. Commander, an angel yelled, pulling me gently to my feet. We've been worried. I'm all right, I assured him, even as he continued to eye me nervously through the slits in his helm. Just fought off a pack of abominations, but I'll live. The angel froze. What did you say? There's no time. I need to speak with General Moriel. Where is he? He and the other generals have been in conference with Hadariel all day. No one is allowed in. Send a messenger anyway. They need to hear about the attack. The angel nodded, then shouted for another. He rushed over from his post and was told to alert the generals of my return. I attempted to walk on my own, but the flight out of Dakota had weakened me. Lying down and not moving for several days sounded like a dream. As soon as I delivered my news, I hoped for a few hours' respite at least. A voice in my head told me I was an idiot to think that would happen. There was no more rest for the commanders. Especially not me. Lavina would never allow it. The angel gave me his shoulder until we were inside the main doors. I assured him I could make it to the meeting hall from there, and wound my way very slowly through the fortress. Angels jogged by me down the corridors, a few sparing me glances. Most appeared too occupied with whatever orders they'd been given. I wondered what else might have happened while I was in Dakota, until I found myself outside the door to the hall. There were 6 guards posted outside them. The sight of so many gave me pause. Commander Lela, the one to my right announced as he reached for the handle, High General Hadariel and the other generals are expecting you. I waited for him to open the door, then stepped inside, expecting to see Moriel as well as Hadariel amongst those gathered. The moment I was inside, I sank to one knee. Stand, Commander Lela, Hadariel commanded, his tone not as sociable as it had been that morning. We hear you have news for us that could not wait. I straightened with effort, but bit my tongue on what I'd been about to report. Moriel was nowhere to be seen. Only Amriel and Lavina flanked Hadariel. Neither seemed happy about my interruption. The notion that Lavina was somehow behind the demon ambush rose within me again. Calling her out in front of Hadariel was a bad idea. I bit back my anger and focused on reporting only what they needed to hear. Out of habit, I clasped my hands behind my back, squared my shoulders, and went on with what I'd come here to say. We were ambushed at the rift, I started, paying close attention to Lavina's reaction. Demons took out my entire team. I barely managed to escape to Dakota. Wounded? Lavina scoffed. You let your entire team die? We were heavily outnumbered, I argued, remembering all too vividly how Thomas was killed. I took out as many of them as I could. They'd summoned a demon lord. I left before he could make an appearance. Harriet tended to my wounds. Hadariel glanced me over. I did the same to him in turn. His white cloak appeared even dingier than it had the last time we spoke. His complexion was paler too. You don't seem any worse for wear. I am mostly healed, thanks to Harriet's magic. Then the rift you were ordered to seal remains open? Amriel snapped, stepping forward. I glowered at him, and his brow shot up. Getting control of my emotions, I lowered my gaze hastily. Yes, as far as I know, the rift is open. Then you've come to report a failure. Lavina walked closer, eyeing me up and down as she circled me slowly. You have failed to carry out your orders. As I said, we were heavily outnumbered. That sounds like an excuse, Commander Lela. Perhaps we were too soon in promoting you. I stiffened. No, you were not. No? Then how this happened? You have never failed before. She had a point. Tonamech's name was on the tip of my tongue, but instead, for some reason, I heard myself relaying the fight to them in detail. Minus mention of him, naturally. I sensed their aggravation was growing with every word, until I came to the part about the abominations in Dakota. That gained their attention, but their reactions weren't what I expected. Are you certain that's what you saw? Amriel questioned. Why would I lie about seeing abominations hunting together? To try and make up for your failure. Lavina shook her head. Sir, you can't honestly believe what she's saying. The abominations lack the intelligence to hunt in a pack. If they were doing so, we would have had reports of such coming in from the other teams. There was a report already about hellhounds guarding a compound, I said, remembering what Nathaniel's orders had been. Is it that far outside the realm of possibility to think the abominations are doing the same? And just last week, there was a rumor of a massive zombie force heading across the southern wastelands that appeared to be led by a wraith. Lavina nailed me with a steely gaze. It is not for you to question such events, only to carry out the missions given to you, Commander. The idea of punching her in the face coursed through my mind, and my hands tensed. What was wrong with me? I never would have considered harming a general before. Now, I was ready to challenge her to a sparring match if she was going to call me a liar. I might argue with them over orders, but attacking a general was a dangerous idea. Hadariel hadn't said a word the entire time. I wasn't sure if that was a good or bad sign at this point. His eyes caught mine, and I became rooted to the spot. When he neared, Lavina quickly backed away with a bow. The first time I met High General Hadariel, I'd been in awe of the holy light filling him and giving off an aura of strength and hope. He was a being of pure goodness. Now I sensed a hollowness, as if he'd become a void sucking the light from the room. My breath caught harshly. I choked, unsure what he was doing to me. Or was that a residual effect from the abominations? I had come into contact with them. I hadn't thought it was long enough to do any real damage. Maybe I was wrong. Tell me, Lela, Hadariel said, his voice quiet but heavy with authority. Have you told all that occurred while you were in Dakota? Yes, sir. Lie. My face remained blank as he scrutinized it. The compulsion to blurt out what I'd experienced between Tonamech and myself was strong, but I swallowed back the words. The demon's accusations had been too intense to be complete lies. Why would he try to tell me such things anyway? To turn me to his side and trust him? It seemed a long shot if all he wanted was intel. He could have knocked me out when we were in Dakota and dragged me through the portal to hell. Except he hadn't. He went through alone. Then there was the strange connection we had. If I told Hadariel about it, he could use the information to strip me of my command, detain me, or possibly worse. He could deem me a traitor. I swallowed as an inkling of fear crept down my spine. Hadariel's brow wrinkled. You're thinking quite hard about something. Yes, sir, I admitted, then mentally kicked myself. Tell me. His face was only a few inches away as his eyes searched mine. Tell me what you're hiding, Lela. My skin crawled and there was pressure on my shoulders. Hadariel hadn't touched me, but his hands seemed to be there all the same. The sensation slid down my arms as I was sucked into those eyes, disappearing in their depths. The area where Hadariel stood stretched outward and surrounded me, as if to drag me into it, kicking and screaming. This was not the angel I remembered from before the war. Or even from a few months ago. I couldn't blink. My lips parted, ready to tell him all about my encounter with Tonamech, and the emotions that became twisted and confusing inside me when he was near. To relate all I had witnessed in Dakota. Just as the words formed, Tonamech's face burst to life in my mind and my eyes shut. His thumb brushed against my jaw again, and I heard him growl my name. No one could know about him until I had the truth, all of it. That meant I had to make it out of here with my command intact, track him down and understand what he was trying to tell me. Understand why when he could have dragged me to hell, he didn't. When I opened my eyes, I straightened. I'm hiding nothing, sir. I have told you all the events that took place since I left the heavens this morning. Even as I said the words, my strength waned, but I refused to show them how much it weakened me. I'd collapse once I was out of this room. Hadariel's lip lifted in a snarl that was unbefitting of an angel. He whipped around and stormed across the room to the map. His hand moved the terrain until the rift I'd been assigned to seal appeared at its center. The rift remains open. That is unacceptable, Commander Lela. Our current position in this war is too dire to accept failures. Yes, sir. I understand. Good, then you will understand that I am ordering you to take another team and this time see it sealed. You are not to return until it is complete. Ambushed by the enemy or not. The way Amriel and Lavina eyed me let me know that if I failed my mission, I might as well not come back at all. I shifted my gaze from them to Hadariel. I will see it done, sir. Good. Then get out of my sight, and do not return until you have better news. And what of the abominations, sir? The temperature in the room dropped. I shivered, my teeth chattering until the moment passed, and I was left wondering if it had all been in my head. They are not your concern. They are if they're attacking civilian cities and killing humans, sir. He slammed his palm against the table, the thud echoing off the stones. Enough, Commander Lela. Your orders are clear. See to the sealing of the rift and nothing else. The people of Dakota are not the only ones needing protection. No, but they are the main city under my charge. Each angel had a designated city to look out for. Dakota had always been mine. It was why most people there knew me on sight. And it was how I'd become so close to Brian. If the abominations are forming packs, other evil could be too. This war might be on the verge of taking a turn for the worst. Which is why you need to focus on sealing rifts, he snapped, but there was a darker undertone to his words. The holy light giving the room its glow dimmed. An image of black, leathery wings appeared behind Hadariel. I blinked and they were gone. I staggered back. Commander? Is something wrong? There was no worry in his question. Ah, no, sir, I just need rest and to finish healing. Had I hit my head? You can rest once the rift is sealed. Gear up, gather your team, and move out. Lavina, escort her from the hall. We have work to do. Lavina grabbed my arm and pulled me to the door. Wait. Where is General Moriel? Why? You have your orders, Hadariel muttered without looking away from the map. He'd zeroed in on a new location, but from this distance I couldn't make out any discerning details. No reason, sir, I mumbled. And Commander, I have heard of your insubordination of late. I suggest you stick to following orders. Do I make myself clear? I nodded, and let Lavina shove me out the door. Her eyes narrowed on my face, then she slammed the door shut with a loud thud. The guards pushed me back from the door, stopping me from pressing my ear against it to hear what they were talking about. Apologies, Commander, one of them said. No, it's fine. You have your orders, and apparently I have mine. I longed to head to my chambers and fall into bed, except I knew Lavina and Amriel had eyes all around the fortress. They would know if I disappeared into my room and didn't leave. Having one of them banging on my door was not how I wanted to spend the rest of my night. I had to get a change of clothes, then head to the armory and rearm myself. I reached my chambers and passed the mirror, blowing out a tired breath at the sight of the fresh bruises and scrapes on my cheeks and jaw. The abominations did a number on my face. I rested on the dresser, shutting my eyes. I swayed on my feet, and then I was on the floor, my back to the nearest wall. My head swam, and I held it in my hands, willing the dizziness to stop. All my concerns about something being odd with Hadariel rushed through my mind. Had it been real, what I'd seen? Or was it all inside my head? Too much had happened in the span of 24 hours, with no chance to process any of it. Exhaustion won out, and I dozed on the floor. I floated in soft white light for a while as I rested and healed. The light shifted and changed around me, taking form. A figure appeared, tall and muscular. There was no face, no real detail, but I knew it was Tonamech. His hand found mine, and then I was back in his arms. The moment he held me close, his face came into vivid detail, as did the area around us. We were in a glade. The grass was green and soft beneath my bare feet. Neither of us wore armor. In normal clothes, as if we weren't soldiers in a war. Nearby there was a bubbling brook with a stone bridge. Trees filled with life surrounded us, their branches swaying in a warm summer breeze. Birds sang and bright sunshine freckled Tonamech's cheeks. I soaked in the warmth. I haven't seen green like this since before the backfire. His arms remained around me as they had in Dakota. I waited for the familiar haziness to settle over me, signifying this was a dream, only it never came. Tonamech's arms were warm and firm. Those green eyes changed, becoming calculating, then suspicious the longer the silence stretched between us. Are you really here? He shrugged. I was going to ask you the same thing. What is this? Wait. So you are here? Yeah, but I thought this was my dream. Is it yours? I pulled back from him, though his arms held me as if he was reluctant to release me. I'm asleep in my chambers. Whatever this is, it's your doing. What did you do? He scoffed. Why is it automatically the demon's fault? This is clearly some form of evil. He spread his arms wide as he walked in a circle. Right, because bright sunshine and the world being green again is evil. He shook his hands as he said it, his tone sarcastic. Maybe you should learn to lighten up there. You know, I thought you were different. Maybe I was wrong in wasting my time trying to convince you of the truth. I crossed my arms. Maybe you were. He growled, and as he paced closer, I couldn't look away from those emerald eyes. Are you always this damn stubborn? Never been a problem before. He grunted, but his lips twitched in a smile. While we're here, perhaps we can finish our conversation. Or we can't. Since this might not even be real. I'd heard of being able to communicate through dreams, but it was old magic. As far as I knew, no angels had the ability to use it. Which meant it had to come from Tonamech. How were we able to connect like this? I shoved him. You bastard. You stole my blood. Didn't steal. You saw me take it. His lips curled into a smirk as I shoved him again. I had to be able to find you again. Like this. He shook his head, glancing around again. No, this is unexpected. You think? A loud knocking sounded inside my head. I winced. Someone called my name, but Tonamech didn't seem able to hear it. The knocking grew louder and the glade, as well as Tonamech, shimmered in and out of view. Lela. Sorry, think I have to cut this conversation short. Again. He grabbed for my hand, but instead it passed right through me. I'll find you, Lela, he promised me as the glade swirled, then disappeared. Count on that. Then he was gone. I came to on the floor of my chambers. My head throbbed and the knocking didn't help. Nathaniel's voice was on the other side of the door. With a grunt, I used the dresser to pull myself upright and stumbled to the door. Lela, you look awful, he uttered as I let him in. Thanks for that. I take it if you're back, your mission was successful? Yes, but word is you're the only one who survived yours. What went wrong? A lot, I whispered, rubbing my head. A dream. It had to be a dream, what I just saw. Tonamech might have taken some of my blood, but there was no way he was able to get enough to have that strong of a connection. It was a dream and nothing more. I was beyond tired, aggravated, stressed. That's all it was. I told Nathaniel to wait outside while I changed into fresh clothes. The entire time, Tonamech's face hovered in the back of my mind. I'll be waiting for you, I whispered to my reflection, thinking of Tonamech. And then I'll get some damned answers. Nathaniel stood just outside the door. He started to speak, but I subtly shook my head and motioned for him to follow me to the armory. As soon as he was inside, I shut the door almost the way, wanting to give us a bit of privacy. Lela, what's going on? You should be resting. I can't. I have my orders, and this time there's no wiggle room to get out of them. I gave him the shortest version of what occurred at the rift as I could, my eyes constantly darting to the cracked open door. When I reached the part about the abominations attacking Dakota, Nathaniel's eyes widened. How are you not dead? I had unexpected help. His frown deepened. A demon. What? He exclaimed, and I shushed him. Are you insane? Why are you working with the demon? Why didn't you kill him? Trust me. I tried. We both did. To kill each other, I mean. The doorway remained clear, but all the same, I dragged him deeper into the armory. He saved my life, Nathaniel. He protected innocent humans. And kids. Why would he do that if he wasn't, I don't know, one of the good guys? My friend merely blinked at me like I was losing it. For all I knew, I might be. The abominations went after him too. They would have killed him. Why would they attack him? He's part of what they are. I don't know, but what he told me. I need to speak with him again, I said, not even realizing until that moment that's what I intended to do as soon as I left the heavens. One way or another, I'd track down Tonamech and get the truth from him. He said angels started the war. That we're the reason for this mess. I shot a nervous glance toward the door. That our generals are keeping the truth from us. Haven't you noticed something seems a bit off lately? You mean Lavina, like hating you more than normal? It's not just her. It's Hadariel. He's changed. Please tell me you sense it too, and that I'm not losing my mind. Nathaniel turned his back to me, pacing across the armory. He'd been my friend for so many years. We'd always trusted each other, but here I was, practically telling him that everything we believed in and fought for might be wrong. You're going to believe a demon over our leaders? Nathaniel asked as he turned back. I don't know what to believe. Tensions are high, their behaviors have changed of late. And when I was with Hadariel, I sensed a void within him. As if the holy light was being drained away. You've been through a lot. Perhaps that's all it is. Exhaustion, the fighting, the loss of your whole team. I don't think you should worry about what a demon tells you. Even if what he's saying is the truth. He saved humans. He fought the evil with me. And the way we moved together, I shook my head, unable to think of how to describe it. It was unbelievable. I can't just ignore it. You have to. Please, Nathaniel begged, grabbing my shoulders. Rebelling against orders that might get more angels killed is one thing, but this? Lela, if the generals hear you talking about speaking with a demon, listening to his words, they'll think you've gone mad. They'll take away your command. They won't because I'm too damned useful, I told myself as my face scrunched up in disgust. They need me to be a good little soldier and keep sealing rifts. At least until I die out there. I know that's what they're hoping for now. Lela, he started. I walked to the far wall where the swords hung and picked 2 new ones out. He followed me, standing nearby, watching. You've changed. I hadn't wanted to admit it, but you have. It was true. I'd always had a sense of duty and following orders, but these past few months there'd been a shift in the heavens. After hearing Tonamech's words, I questioned everything I thought I knew about my world. No demon should be able to get to me this easily, but I couldn't get his accusations out of my mind. The hatred that burned within him had turned to pity when he'd spoken to me. It was as if he felt sorry for me. If he hadn't fought with me against those abominations, there'd be many more human casualties in Dakota, I told Nathaniel somberly. I might be among them. He claims to want a way to fight the evil together. To have peace between demons and angels. And if it's a trap to lure you in? I sheathed 2 swords at my back, then reached for 2 daggers to place in my boots. Then I'll kill him and be done with it. I have orders to carry out. I hope to see you soon, my friend. He held onto the arm I offered, then pulled me into a hug. Be careful, Lela. We parted, and I left Nathaniel standing in the armory. I shouldn't have told him anything, but the words had come out too fast for me to stop them. My worries were my own. That's how it would have to be from now on. Until I had every last shred of truth, I would keep Nathaniel out of this mess. He'd gotten himself in trouble enough times because of my actions so far. I didn't want to bring him to the point he'd get his command stripped away, or worse. I longed to return to Dakota and take up guard there, but if word reached the generals that the rift remained open, they would send others to track me down. The punishment would be far more severe than getting yelled at by Hadariel. As I turned the corner outside the armory, I spotted the tail of a general's cloak hurrying away. Picking up the pace, I reached the corner and peered around it in time to see Lavina meeting with Amriel. Neither looked pleased. Had she been listening to me and Nathaniel? They nodded and headed for the hall. I turned the opposite direction and raced for the courtyard. I had to leave before they trapped me here, and did strip me of my command for what I'd said. A team had already been gathered for me, most likely courtesy of Hadariel himself. They stood at attention when I approached, luckily more than 6 for this mission. As long as we weren't ambushed, we could complete our mission. Then I would be free to find Tonamech. Commander Lela. An angel rushed toward me, wearing the armor of a scout. He held an envelope out to me as he approached. Who's this from? The angel said nothing. I scowled but took the missive. Then he ran off. I opened it, and the moment I saw the coded message, I looked around for signs of General Moriel. He had a different code for all the commanders under his charge. It only took me a few seconds to translate the message. Then I called a blue flame of holy light to my hand and burnt the missive. Commander Lela. Is everything all right? Hannah, one of my team, asked. Yes. Everything is fine. Head to the portal and make for the rift, I ordered. As I watched my team leave the courtyard gates, Moriel's coded message played through my mind. Suspect High General is compromised. Investigating his last whereabouts. Whatever happens next, protect the humans and follow your instincts wherever they might lead. This war is about to become far worse than ever imagined. The hellhounds, the abominations, the zombies, I thought these creatures forming some sort of fighting force would be the worst of our problems. Not anymore. Now everything Tonamech told me seemed to have even more weight to it. I was the last to reach the portal. I hesitated to step through. Time passed differently in the heavens. It would be nearly nightfall again on the surface. A whole day had passed. How I was going to make it through another night was beyond me. I wasn't sure how, but something told me I wasn't going to be coming back here for quite some time, if at all. And if I did, I wouldn't be the same angel.
Chapter 8. Mech. Several hours had passed, and still, the button remained dull and lifeless in the palm of my hand. I shoved it back in my pocket and ordered another pint. Tim the barkeep, a human and old friend, one long since the world went to shit, brought me one. He was bald with wrinkles around his eyes, and his beard had gone gray over the years. This outpost was called Hellfire. It was another safe compound of sorts. One created by humans. Unlike the city of Dakota, Hellfire citizens were on the side of the demons. My kind was welcome here, and we did our best to keep the inhabitants safe. "Look like you've got trouble on your mind," Tim said as he set the beer down. "Just the usual." "No, I know what the usual looks like. This isn't it. Anything you can talk about?" "Sadly, no." He scoffed. "Bet it's about a woman. Human or demon?" I sipped my beer, not saying a damned word. His brow shot up. He whistled. "Aha. That would be an issue." "What would be?" I studied his face, not sure how a mere mortal could always pick up on the slightest hints. He glanced around, fluttering his hands like wings. I stiffened, and he rapped his knuckles on the bar. "Secret's safe with me, but think you might be setting yourself up for a world of hurt. It's not what you think. You might be a demon, Mech, but I've been around a lot longer. I know what that look means," he said as he pointed to my face. I should have argued with him, but anything I said probably would have made it worse. I'd been hanging out here for a while, and at some point, dozed off in my usual corner booth. The day had been long. The night seemed never-ending. I'd had the button in my fingers when I drifted off. I'd opened my eyes to find myself standing in a glade with Lela. She'd been so solid in my arms. Had I really made it possible for us to find each other as we slept? "Now the look's just getting worse," Tim said, interrupting my musings. "It's nothing. Big fat lie. It was definitely something. And it was growing into something dangerous and confusing that was going to land me in a world of hurt if I wasn't careful. You keep telling yourself that, but you're going to land in trouble soon enough." "Is he now?" A voice behind me growled, and I hung my head. "Pint if you please, Tim." Tim nodded, winked at me, then tottered away to get Kexon a pint as he sat down beside me. "You're supposed to be searching for that angel," I commented dryly. "And you're supposed to be looking for abominations. Seems we're both not following our orders perfectly today." He tossed the coin I'd given him to track Lela on the counter. "You sure you infused it correctly? Hasn't even given me a bleb. She might not return to the surface. Her wounds could take a while to heal." "Yes, and this trouble Tim mentioned?" he asked as Tim set down the pint of beer, then walked away again to give us some privacy. "You up to something I should know about?" "Nothing at all." "Mech, please tell me it's not about this angel." "It's not. I just needed a break before I went diving into the deep end of evil chaos roaming the world. Facing down that many abominations yesterday put me on edge. I drained my beer and hefted several bags of supplies onto the bar as payment. There was no such thing as money, not in this world. Tim. Fresh medicines and herbs for you." "Thanks, Mech. I'll make sure they get to the clinic." I nodded, then patted Kexon on the shoulder. "Good luck finding the angel. Make sure she doesn't see you coming." "I can handle her." "Didn't yesterday," I reminded him, and he grunted. "I'll see you back home later." "Mech, you'd tell me if you were planning to do something stupid, right?" I paused at the doorway. Usually, I confided everything to Kexen, but the way he'd reacted in my chambers about having the angel help us pulled me up short. If I told him what I was up to, he'd try to stop me or report straight to Korath. Until I was able to have a full conversation with Lela, I needed him to stay out of my business and away from her. If it turned out I was wrong, I wanted to be the only one to witness my idiocy. "I'm not up to anything," I said as convincingly as I could. He seemed to buy it and returned to his beer. Tim caught my eye and shook his head subtly. He was right, but I'd be damned if I'd admit it aloud. Button in hand, I left the bar and walked through the outpost. It was smaller than Dakota. The buildings here were mostly of wood. There weren't walls, but there was a watchtower every 20 yards. 4 humans were stationed in them to keep watch on the surroundings. Between them were 2 rows of razor wire, with only one entrance in or out. The humans here didn't run in fear of me. Instead, they called out to me and waved. Several demons were posted at this outpost, as well as at many others across the globe. Their job was to protect the humans, as it had always been, as well as to ensure the warding around the outposts remained infused with hellfire. It helped cut back on the evil constantly trying to find its way in. The razor wire was also infused with our power, slashing most evil to ribbons. Sadly, it only slowed wraiths down, but it served to stop the undead and did hefty damage against the abominations. If they were tangled in it long enough, it'd kill them. I figured I'd hang around and see what I could help with when the button in my hand began to glow. It was faint at first, just a tinge of blue. Then it burst to life, and my palm warmed. "Found you," I whispered, then hurried for the gate. The humans let me out, and then I was sprinting, using my demon speed to reach Lela before she had a chance to take off for the heavens again. I made good time across the dried-out wastelands that had once been vibrant fields of crops, wildflowers, and grasses. Then I ducked into the decrepit forest filled with rot and decay. Over the years, I'd grown used to the stench of death. Now, as I raced toward my target, I hardly smelled it at all. I held the button in front of me, shifting my trajectory every so often. I realized where I was headed. Back to the rift where I first met her. Why was she there? The rift had been sealed by Korath. But as the edge of the trees came into view and I slowed, I cursed, coming to a short stop to remain within the shadows of the trees. The rift Kexen said was sealed had reopened. It shouldn't have happened, not after being sealed by a demon lord, but the evidence was right in front of me. The abominations hunting in packs was apparently not the only proof the evil that had been kept at bay in hell for so long was growing and changing. If it succeeded in amassing an army, we were screwed. Lela and the angels with her were engaged in a heated battle with 2 abominations, several hellhounds, and shambling zombies. I almost charged out there to help them, but stopped myself. Their numbers should be enough to win the fight easily enough. That, and once I found Lela's dark head of hair, I became transfixed by her movements. It was impossible to tear my gaze away as she cleaved a zombie in 2, then threw her dagger into the head of another who'd been creeping up behind her. The abominations didn't seem to be working together, as the ones in Dakota had. The angels surrounded them and took them down quickly. The hellhounds charged for Lela, but she sheathed her short swords at her back and shut her eyes. I leaned forward with a growl, digging my nails into the nearest tree trunk to stop myself from rushing out there to save her. When her eyes opened, they were filled with holy light. A double-headed battle axe appeared in her hands. She swung it in a wide arc, taking down 3 of the 4 hounds in one hit. As she finished off the last one, I nodded in approval. She was one hell of a fighter. No wonder you like her. I jumped at the sound of Bobby's voice in my right ear. "How did you find me?" He shrugged. "I've been following you since you left hell. Something told me you'd be getting your ass into trouble." That's her right. Dark hair with a touch of blue? Badass-looking axe. I gave Bobby an annoyed look. It wasn't the first time he'd managed to track me down and sneak up on me, something most demons weren't able to do. I had a feeling Korath gave him some extra hellfire in his blood, giving him a boost of power. A great honor for a soul that had ended up in a dead body, then was brought back from the grave. Bobby never admitted to it, but I wouldn't put it past my father to have kept the zombie around as another way to spy on me. You going to tell anyone I'm here? You mean, am I going to track down Kexen and let him know the coin you gave him is worthless? Nope, that's between you and him. Besides, I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. No fuss. A means to an end. And this has nothing to do with her looks. Or how she fights with such grace. He waggled his one good eyebrow. As I said before, she's a means to an end. You're a shitty liar some days. You can go any time. Why? I don't want to miss the fun. Besides, the cemetery's being well looked after. They can spare me for a little while. I growled, but didn't argue with him anymore. Lela gave orders to the angels. They moved around the rift until it was surrounded. I'd never witnessed angels sealing rifts before, so I took in every detail with interest. Holy light glowed from their outstretched hands encircling the rift. Then it moved in closer, slamming into the ground. Smoke billowed from the crevice, and a harsh scream that was familiar rolled over the open field. The jagged edges of the ground stitched themselves together, the holy light acting as thread almost. Then the rift was sealed. As the other angels backed away, appearing weak, Lela remained and placed wards around the entire area. They shimmered in the air, then faded out of sight. You have a plan here, or what? Bobby whispered. Working on it. Trying to approach her with so many angels around was a terrible idea. My hope was she would make her way to Dakota, and I could sneak in there after her again. One by one, the angels took flight into the sky and vanished into the darky overlay of clouds. Night would be falling soon. What's she waiting for? Bobby asked, squinting at Lela with his one good eye. I'm not sure. She stayed by the rift as the rest of the angels vacated. I kept waiting for her to spread her wings and fly away, but she remained. My anxiety grew the longer she was by the rift, alone and out in the open. She could be attacked at any second. She reached for her swords as I stepped forward to the edge of the tree line. I looked right then left, assuming she sensed some sort of evil approaching. I faced her again, and had a split second to notice the sword soaring through the air. It embedded in the tree I stood beside, clipping my arm in the process. It was just a graze, but it drew blood all the same. The sword hilt twanged back and forth. I grabbed it, watching as Lela spread her wings, and then she was there, holding her other sword to my throat. Damn, Bobby said from behind me. She is good. Lela's eyes narrowed. She yanked the sword from the tree and spun around until she had one sword on me, and the other pressed against Bobby's fragile neck. Don't, I warned her as she looked ready to relieve him of his head. He's a friend. A friend. Him. Hey, we're not all bad, you know, Bobby spoke up. Lela pressed the blade harder to his neck, and his mouth snapped shut. He is. And I'd appreciate you not cutting through those threads. I just stitched him back together last night. She didn't lower her weapons, but she did back off a few inches. Bobby let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. I meant it. Why are you here? She demanded. Came to find you. I told you I would. We have a conversation to finish. I reached out to grab her hand, but she was too quick. Both blades were crisscrossed at my neck in a heartbeat, and I froze. Don't play with me, demon. I'm tired of games. You're going to tell me what you meant earlier, and you're going to tell me the truth. All of it, or I'm going to kill you here and now. This was not the same Lela I spoke to a short while ago in that strange dream. Nor was she the one back in Dakota. There was an unsteadiness to her hands, and her eyes flicked around the trees as if she expected to be attacked. The very air around her that had been pure and filled with light was heavy, somber almost. The bags under her eyes told me she was exhausted and at the end of her rope. Whatever had gone down in the short span of time between our last conversation and now had made her desperate. "What's happened?" I asked, careful not to move in case she decided to lop my head off. "What are you talking about? You're different. Something changed since we spoke last. What is it?" She moved in closer, lowered one blade, and aimed the point of the other one under my chin. "I said I wasn't in the mood for games. Tell me the truth now. Or what? Or I'll gut you like I did the others. You said you wanted to talk. So talk. Only if you're willing to listen." "What do you think I'm doing here?" she ranted, the tip of the sword digging into my skin enough to draw blood. "Only reason you're still alive. As if you could kill me." Her fingers shifted around the hilt of her sword, and her lips curved to the side with a dark look I'd never seen on the face of an angel before. "I might look tired, but I'll take you down easily enough. I'd like to see you try." "Mech, you really want to test her?" Bobby muttered. "Shut up," we both snapped at the same time. He threw up his hands and backed away a few more steps. "You tell me what's bothering you," I said as I focused on her fierce eyes, "and I'll tell you what I meant. I'll tell you the truth your leaders hide from you. No strings attached. No matter what, I would have to take her with me to hell, but we'd deal with that hurdle when I finished telling all her I knew." She pushed her tongue against her cheek, seeming to mull it over. Very slowly she lowered both blades, and to my surprise sheathed them. "I returned to the heavens after defeating the abominations, and my report was not greeted with as much urgency as I hoped. The abominations hunting in packs. Yes, and they're not the only evil that is acting strange. Hellhounds are guarding compounds, not letting humans to enter or leave. Zombies led by a wraith have been spotted," she said, eyeing Bobby. "The generals were more upset that I had not sealed the rift. I have also been told the compound that is mine to watch over is no longer my top priority." That sounded backward to me. Why pull a commander from protection detail over humans? "The demon lord Korath sealed it after you retreated to Dakota," I explained. "What?" She glanced behind her, shaking her head. "That can't be. Once a rift is sealed, it remains sealed." "Apparently not anymore." She said some very colorful words I'd never heard come from an angel's mouth. It seemed to shock her too, and she clapped a hand over her mouth, then apologized. "I think you're allowed to curse," I told her. She blushed as she lowered her hand. "This can't be happening. What else happened while you were away? And don't try to say it was nothing. You act like someone's going to swoop down from the sky and assassinate you." She crossed her arms and turned her back to me, but not before I caught the glimmer of fear in her eyes. Hadariel spoke with me directly. She sounded uneasy. As if pulled to her, I moved closer. And it wasn't good. I was sent here to seal the rift, and if I failed to seal it this time, there was a good chance I might not have ever left the heavens again. Something's going on between the generals and Hadariel. At least some of them. She threw her head back, then spun around. "I don't know why I'm even telling you this. Because you're worried that what I said is true." She clenched her jaw. "I'm not saying I believe you, but I was given a message right before I left the heavens. It came from the one general I do have faith in." "What did he tell you?" She blew out a loud breath as her hands fell to her sides. "He suspects the High General is not himself. He was gone for several weeks, and no one knew where he went. Then today I saw something, but it couldn't have been real." Lela was much closer to hearing me out than before, and I didn't want to lose this momentum. I held out my hand. "I want to show you something." "Right, so you can trick me and drag me to hell." "Lela, please, I'm not asking you to trust me here." "Good, because I don't. You just had to open your mouth and spew all that crap at me about angels starting the war. And now everywhere I look, I see possible traitors. I see liars. I suspect my own leaders of being false," she ranted, throwing her arms over her head. "And the general who sent me the message has gone. He's no longer in the heavens, and I have no way to contact him. I just have to sit and wait. Something tells me you already suspected your leaders of treachery. She opened her mouth, shut it, opened it again, then hung her head. I'm starting to remember why I don't like demons. I smiled at her. She rolled her eyes. Come with me and hear me out. To what end? We need to find a way to make peace between us. It's the only way to stop evil from winning. Deep down, you know it's true. I offered my hand again. What have you got to lose? Yesterday morning, I would have said everything, she whispered even as she rested her hand in mine. And now? She glanced heavenward, and her growing fear rushed from her to me. Now, I'm beginning to realize the tension in heaven I pretended wasn't there is far worse than I was willing to admit. Those intense eyes settled on my face, searching for more than just the truth. I'll go with you, but I'm not agreeing to anything else. No trips to hell, and no giving you intel, got it? We were evenly matched in fighting skill. If I wanted to get her to hell, it was going to be a hard fight that'd leave both of us severely wounded. After she saw the outpost, I figured she would be more open to talking about the heavens. I considered telling her about the Demon Lord's plan, but that was giving away too much information. I'd have to play it slowly, as much as I didn't want to. Get her to trust me. Then maybe we'd find a way to some sort of understanding. If two of us could restore the balance, then there'd be hope for the rest of our kinds.
Chapter 9. Lela. Nathaniel was right. I was going crazy. I had to be. There I was walking through the wasteland with a demon on my right and a zombie on my left. He hummed quietly, the half of his face remaining smiling. Why isn't he attacking you? I asked Tonamech after a while. Because I'm a good person, the zombie, I believed his name to be Bobby, answered. Not all of us in hell wanted to be brought back, you know. Some of us were enjoying our time paying for our sins. And you didn't want to leave hell? As I said no. Bobby became a bit louder. He stopped and stared at me long and hard. His one remaining brow appeared to be furrowing, but with the other one missing it was hard to tell. I hope Mech's right about you. What's that supposed to mean? My hand immediately went to the dagger at my hip, out of reflex. I was pretty sure I was about to walk into a trap. Bobby didn't seem angry anymore. Tired and frustrated but not angry. I could certainly take him on without a problem. Zombies were the weakest of the evil that spewed out of the rifts of hell. Unless it was 1 against 20. Then there were problems. Nothing, Tonamech growled, eyeing the zombie. Yet. Where are we going anyway? It's not an ambush or a trap. But I do want to get inside the outpost before nightfall. Too much evil shit roams these woods. He had a point, but I crossed my arms and didn't move. He grunted and lessened the distance between us. You agreed to come with me, remember? What have you got to lose? My life for one. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done so already. No, you wouldn't have, because I'm a commander and you need me for intel. He threw up his hands, then stormed away through the trees. Bobby cackled, the sound raspy in his half-decayed throat, then he followed Tonamech. Leaves and sticks crunched underfoot as they walked away, then were out of sight. Did he go through all that trouble to get me alone, to talk to me just to leave me behind with no answers? My frustration at how these last 2 days had turned out now reached a boiling point. My wings expanded from my back in a burst of holy light, and I shot into the sky, hovered over the trees until I spotted Tonamech and Bobby exiting the woods, then dove toward them. I landed right in front of them, cutting off their path, the light from my wings chasing away the falling shadows of night. You're really just going to walk away from me? Tonamech smirked. I'm not sure what else you want from me. Unless, of course, you keep coming back for my good looks. He raised his eyebrows, and the same heat I experienced when he touched my jaw rushed through me. Cheeks burning, I glared at him, forcing all other emotions aside. I want the answers you promised me. Why should I give you anything? You're not the only one in need of answers. You don't have any idea how serious this war is about to get. How deadly for everyone. Tonamech's deep tone was worse than having him yell at me. If he was trying to scare me, he was failing. If you don't want to see the truth, then I'm done with you. There are other demons with orders to drag you to hell. I'll be sure to give you my regards when I see you there. It'll be soon enough. I drew my short sword in a blink and had the point aimed at his throat. Or perhaps I should take you to the heavens, keep you there until you break. He pressed his neck into the point of the sword until a drop of blood appeared. Never going to happen. You clearly know nothing about me. And you know nothing about me, or this war, or anything that matters, he spat in reply, teasing gone from his voice. You want to kill me that badly, Commander Lela? Then do it. Kill me. If you don't hear me out, we'll lose what chance we have to end this war. I have nothing to look forward to but a worse death down the road. He spread his arms and waited for me to end his life. The commander in me said to do it. Kill the fool if he wanted to let go of his life so easily. But a second voice, filled with doubt that had been growing louder over these past few weeks, screamed at me to stop. If Hadariel was hiding the truth, it was my duty to get to the bottom of his treachery. If Moriel had not sent that missive, I might not have let myself believe Tonamech's words. One of my own leaders suspected Hadariel was corrupt, however, and here was a demon giving me the same information. It couldn't be a coincidence. I made ready to lower my blade when a zombie hand, dead and cold, landed on my arm. Instinct kicked in, and I swung around, dismembering Bobby. Really? He yelped as his arm fell to his feet. Come on. I grimaced as Tonamech laughed. Sorry, Instinct. Bobby continued to grumble as he scooped up his arm, then proceeded to point it at me. And you're supposed to be the good guys? Hacking off innocent people's arms. What's the world coming to? I mean, really? As Bobby muttered about his arm getting sewn back on, my ears perked at the sound of footsteps behind me. A lot of them. I spun around, ready to take on whatever evil threat awaited me, but found myself face to face with 20 humans, all aiming rifles at me. Mech, you all right? The older man in front asked gruffly, his eyes never leaving me, even as I slowly sheathed my sword at my back. Just fine, Tim, you can lower your weapons. She's with me. Tim held up his hand. The humans did as the demon said. They had come here to protect him from me. The fighters didn't seem too keen on having me join them, but Tonamech assured them I wasn't there to hurt them. I scoffed at his words. Why would I hurt humans? Tim laughed harshly as he slung his old rifle over his shoulder and tugged at his gray beard. You might be an angel, but that don't mean shit around here, girlie. I stiffened at his comment, but let it go. No use putting him in his place, if all it would do is make them more suspicious of me. Then you believe the demons are what, your allies? They are. When all the shit happened, the demons kept my people alive, Tim explained. We're not the only outpost to support them either. All those other compounds where they worship your kind, he spat on the ground and gave me a hard stare, they don't know shit either. I glared at Tonamech. I thought you said you weren't walking me into a trap. He motioned to my wings. You might want to put those away. Where we're going, they don't inspire much love. Don't want anyone to get spooked and shoot you. I shrugged and my wings vanished with a burst of bright light. Better? Not yet. Come on. This is what I wanted to show you. He motioned to keep walking with him, and I had no other choice but to fall in line. Night had fallen by now, and the woods behind us creaked and shifted as they came alive with the evil hiding in their depths. Lela. I hadn't realized I'd been squinting into that darkness. You coming or going? You're giving me a choice? I asked, surprised. Guess so. I took a step forward, but an uneasiness gave me pause. I itched to grab my swords and spread my wings, but the humans might get the wrong impression. While I was here, I'd have to figure out why they believed an angel would hurt them instead of healing or protecting. I could feel it. Something watched us from the woods, tearing me away from my other concerns. An abomination, maybe? No, this was worse. Much worse. I shut my eyes and let my senses reach out, searching for whatever it was. Without opening my eyes, I knew Tonamech had moved closer to me. His demon warmth pulsed against my left arm. It distracted me, and suddenly I wanted those arms around me again. I wanted to stare into those emerald eyes, and forget we were in a war that seemed to have no end. I longed to feel some other emotion aside from hate, loss, and anger. Lela. I opened my eyes to find him glaring into the trees. I thought I felt something, I whispered. Same? There are guards at the outpost. It's safer there. Let's move. The humans were already far ahead of us. Bobby was with them. His complaints about my treatment of his fragile body reached back to me. A smile formed on my lips as we started to walk, but as soon as I noticed Tonamech watching me, I let it fall away. You don't smile much. What makes you say that? The stars were veiled tonight as they were every night, and my heart sank. I miss them. It was one of the best parts about coming to the surface before the war, seeing the stars dot the inky black sky. Because when you do, it's like you catch yourself off guard, and you force yourself to stop. Like you're afraid of being caught happy. I gave a small shrug. How can I be happy in a time of war? He didn't have an answer for me, and silence fell between us. The outpost was well lit. There were watchtowers set up along the perimeter, with barbed wire in between, stretching a good 30 feet into the air. There was a second line of barbed wire, and a trench filled with metal spikes around the front. You have a nice setup, I commented as we neared what appeared to be the only main gate. The humans did most of it. We infused the wire and trenches with hellfire. And I don't expect you to be happy about the war, he added, as he waved at the humans to stand down as we approached. But if you forget how to feel happy, then you forget why we're even fighting. Insightfulness from a demon was strange, but he was right, and it was true. I had forgotten how to laugh and smile. What was the point when there was so much death every day? When more rifts burst open, releasing a never-ending swarm of evil into the world. He guided me to the heart of the outpost, and within seconds he was swarmed by a gaggle of kids. They jumped on his back and asked him an endless stream of questions. I stared in amazement. More humans ambled around the outpost, holding tin mugs and warming their hands before fires and steel drums. There was laughter and loud conversation. The entire place had an uplifting feel to it, like the air was lighter here. I let it surround me, and it was like the war had never even started. How did they manage to stay so happy? Is that an angel? I turned to see the group of kids staring at me, wide-eyed and mouths agape. She is, Tonamech answered. She's here to help us. His eyes glimmered. Saying that in front of these kids was a low blow. I was more than willing to help humans. It was helping the demons I was unsure of. You're pretty. A little girl had stepped forward and taken my hand. She couldn't be more than 6 or 7. She was dressed in warm clothes and had true innocence in her shining eyes. I crouched with a gentle smile and held both her hands in mine. Not as pretty as you. She beamed at me, eyes taking in my dark hair with its occasional blue highlight. She picked up a strand and held it between her fingers. Are you really here to help us? I'm going to do everything I can to do so, child. I let a bit of my light flow into her first, then to each of the children surrounding Tonamech. Their skin glowed briefly, then returned to normal. Everything I can. No matter what the cost. The realization of the cost became clear. I no longer believed I'd live to see the end of this war. She threw herself into my arms and I hugged her. The hard shell I'd been forced to have for so long began to crumble and fall away. I was known to the humans in Dakota, to Brian and the rest of his fighters, but I wasn't this close to any of them. No child came up to me there and hugged me or even spoke to me. They looked at me and the other angels in awe, and sometimes seemed intimidated. Here they rushed right up to me, though I was fully armed, and hugged me. They tackled and wrestled with Tonamech, as though he was one of them. "All right, kids, I'm afraid we do have some important business to take care of," Tonamech said as he set several kids back on their feet. They'd been climbing around his shoulders. I hugged the girl one more time, then rose with him. As the kids darted away, I shook my head, watching them weave in and out of the adults. "You look a bit lost, Commander." "I feel lost," I whispered. "These people, this whole atmosphere, it's not what I'm used to from human settlements. They've had their share of hardships, but we do what we can to keep their spirits high. How about a drink?" He nodded toward what appeared to be a bar in the center of the outpost. I raised my brow. He shrugged. "Helps keep mood up." We stepped inside the bar, which was lit by hanging lanterns. People were in here, talking quietly and sharing meals and beers. The tables and chairs were all mismatched, but it had a strange, homey feel to it. Tonamech led us to a table in the back, and there was Tim, minus the rifle, bringing us 2 dark beers in tall glasses. "No trouble," he warned, then walked away. "Why does everyone think I'm going to cause trouble here?" "Because they know the truth about the war," Tonamech replied, then took a long sip of his beer. I glanced around, catching eyes of a few patrons. They didn't smile, but none of them looked ready to shoot me on sight either. "Where's your zombie friend?" "Probably getting his arm sewn back on." "Thanks to you." "I'd say I'm sorry, but he's part of the enemy, isn't he? He was brought back by evil." "It's a bit more complicated than that. This whole war is—" "I need you to listen to me. And for once, don't interrupt. Can you do that, or is that an impossible feat?" I wanted to drink the beer, but my stomach churned as I remembered how this whole mess with Tonamech had started. I shoved the glass aside and laid my hands flat on the table. "I watched my team of angels killed by your demons just yesterday. This isn't exactly easy for me." "And you think it is for me? You know how many demons you've killed that were my friends? Then why talk to me like this? Why are we even sitting here, instead of trying to tear each other apart?" "Because I saw something in your eyes." His voice was quiet. His gaze latched onto me. "And you saw something in mine. You know something's off about this war, about your generals. You know it, without my even having to say it." Everything that had happened since meeting this demon rushed back to me in an instant. How we fought side by side as if we'd been doing it for years. How every time we were this close, my stomach twisted in knots and my heart gave a strange flutter. I shouldn't be feeling anything for a demon, except for the need to kill him. Yet here I sat in a bar, drinking a beer with one. "Tell me then," I finally said. "Tell me this version of the truth. All of it." Tonamech finished his beer, set the empty glass to the side, and took a deep breath. Back before hell erupted, Hadariel came to the 9 demon lords. He sat down with them, and told them in very simple terms that he did not think demons had a purpose in our world anymore. I frowned but bit my tongue and let him continue. He claimed angels were the only guiding force the humans needed. That light could keep the evil at bay, and guard over the souls of the damned. "But that's not our purpose," I said quietly. Tonamech nodded. That's what the demon lords told him. Demons were created to capture and contain evil, and guard over it in the depths of hell. We were meant to safeguard the damned, and stop them from breaking free of their prisons. Angels wouldn't be able to handle it. The evil would drain their light. He's High General Hadariel, and the demon lords thought it ridiculous that they had to remind him of this truth. And then, Tonamech remained silent for a long minute, scratching absently at his jaw. And then the backfire occurred. Because the demons wanted to take over. No, because Hadariel messed with forces that were beyond his control. He came to the lords with the intent of stealing away all that made us demons. To wipe out our race, he growled viciously, though his anger didn't seem to be directed at me. He entered hell without permission, and from what we've gathered, he attempted to seize control of our domain from evil itself. He failed and hell burst open. I waited for the shock to set in, the anger at this demon's lies. None of those emotions struck me though. Instead, I saw the dark wings spread behind Hadariel's back, and sensed the void within him sucking away his holy light. The pieces fell into place one at a time, until I was left shaking my head in despair. Hadariel started the war, I whispered. One way or another, he would have started it, Tonamech said darkly. He was convinced wiping out demons, then turning us human, was part of his higher calling. What happened to him down there? Tonamech seemed unsure how to answer that question. What we know is, he took the brunt of the backfire when it happened. He was swarmed by evil. The lords tried to keep him contained, but he escaped and returned to the heavens, bringing with him the lie of how we started this mess. And none of the other generals know the truth. No, that wasn't true. I didn't need Tonamech to tell me that much. Lavina and Amriel. They'd been acting strange lately, and had not wanted me around. They were in on it. They had to be. You're telling me Hadariel went to hell, essentially, to tell the demon lords he was going to commit genocide? He claimed he knew of a way to turn us mortal, but no one believed him. I don't understand. Why would he do this? You're certain this is the truth? It wasn't so much I didn't believe him. A large part of me did, but how could we not have seen the truth all this time? I was there, Lela, he replied. I was there when he met with the lords. I heard every word that came out of his mouth. He stiffened as he went on. I was there when he caused the backfire, and took so many demons with him. Including my mother. She was a healer, not a soldier. My heart sank at his loss. My parents had also been taken by this senseless war. He picked at a splinter on the table. I was there the day he claimed he wanted peace talks, but instead attacked the lords, trying to assassinate them. I hadn't been a commander at that time, so there would have been no reason for me to accompany Hadariel or the other generals. I'd heard of the attack though. Hadariel had claimed the demons made the first move. Was anything he said true? I sat back in the chair, wondering if I should be drinking something stronger than a beer. Not as if angels, or demons for that matter, felt the effects of alcohol. Why were you there? I asked, suddenly curious as to why a demon soldier would have been present at both encounters. Who are you really? No one of importance. Don't do that. Don't start lying to me now, I snapped, recalling our first encounter. The other demons had acted as if Tonamech was in charge. Was he a commander like me? Or something else? Who are you, Tonamech? For starters, it'd be nice if you simply called me Mech from now on. The full name is a bit too formal for my liking. Fine, Mech, who are you? As I said, no one of importance. Just someone hoping to find a way to end the war between demons and angels, so we can focus on the true enemy. The Angels' High General, and the evil running rampant on the surface. He pushed back from the table and picked up our glasses. I'm getting another round. I hadn't even touched my beer, but I didn't bother pointing it out. I was more curious as to why he didn't want me to know who he really was, but insisted that I listen to everything he said. Who the hell was he? The notion that he was in fact a demon lord himself seemed too far-fetched. He was some sort of authoritative figure though. I'd circled back to the idea that he was a commander by the time he returned to the table with 2 new beers. He sat down and pushed a beer my way. The door opened and 4 demons strode inside, decked in black armor. Their eyes immediately shifted to Mech. He didn't even bother to turn toward them, just kept sipping on his beer. My lord, your father has requested your return to hell with us, the one nearest announced. Does he now? Who's your father? I asked, but I never should have opened my mouth. The demon's gaze shifted to me. His hand went to the sword at his hip. I made ready to defend myself. Most demons could sense an angel's presence, and from the way his eyes narrowed, he assumed I was one. Mech grabbed the demon's arm. Stop, that's an order. She is not to be harmed. But sir, he argued. Mech stood. He was a bit taller. The demon who bowed his head and backed away a step. Apologies. You can tell my father, I'll return to him when I have something to tell him. And what of her? She's in my charge. I'll handle her. Sir, she's not human. Thank you, I know. Be on your way. The demons, who I was beginning to realize were Mech's bodyguards, bowed as one, though they glowered at me. They'd mentioned Mech's father and called him Sir. My stomach sank, as the reality of who he was floated to the surface. He wasn't a demon lord, but the son of one. It was the only thing that made sense. The guards had just reached the door when a loud siren blared. Shouts came from outside. I was on my feet, and rushing after Mech and the demons. The humans in the bar grabbed rifles and shotguns. The sky was lit with fire. Bobby shuffled up to us, arms sewn back on. Wraiths, he shouted. We've got wraiths. Attacking the southern perimeter. Sir, stay here, the main guard ordered. No, you and the others will protect the humans. Then gather our sharpshooters, and make sure they have the ammo infused with hellfire. I'll head to the southern perimeter. Lela with me. But sir. Enough, Valak, I've given you my orders. Now take care of the humans. Lela and I will see to the wraiths. He glanced at me, and I drew my 2 short swords, giving him a nod. We can handle it. The demon Valak looked more than ready to keep arguing, but Mech took off at a sprint, and I hustled to catch up with him. An explosion erupted up ahead. Mech cursed. They've hit the razor wire, he yelled over his shoulder. Won't it stop them? It only slows them down, remember? I did, and nearly cursed right along with him. I was in no state to fight wraiths for long. But it wasn't like I had much choice. We turned the corner around another building in time to be body blocked by 3 humans. Faces and bodies burnt, they'd been thrown through the air. I checked their pulses. 2 of them were dead. The third grasped Mech's hand, squeezing it until he passed. His hand went limp. Mech straightened, his eyes burning with hellfire. He drew 2 daggers from his hips, and the blades became encased in flame. Just like when we'd fought the abominations together, a strange sense of calm came over me, knowing I was going into battle with him at my side. We rushed around the building, and made ready to beat back this latest attack by evil. I took in the scene at the southern perimeter. The razor wire had slowed down the wraiths, but just as Mech said, it didn't stop them. Another burst of fire shot into the air, as the wraiths broke through the wire and into the outpost. There were 4 of them. That I could see, though screams from the west let me know these weren't the only ones. I'd faced wraiths only one time before, and it had been a gruesome battle. Many angels died that day. Normal blades couldn't harm wraiths. I held out my 2 short swords and directed holy light into the steel. A wraith turned toward us, an eerie skin-crawling howl bursting from its mouth. The black fabric that covered its frame flowed back as it charged, 2-handed sword ready to cleave our heads from our shoulders. Mech met its attack. I swooped in low to protect him from a second wraith. Sparks flew as the blade of the second wraith struck my short swords. I shoved it back with a shout, and spun around to switch positions with Mech. We moved around each other as easily as water in a stream. There was never any hesitation or worry that one of us wouldn't be able to protect the other. I knew where he'd be without having to look. A third bull rushed us, splitting us apart. I was thrown off my feet. Lela! Mech shouted, but the other 2 wraiths cut him off. He couldn't reach me. The wraith moved almost too fast for me. I had trouble parrying its blows, even with its 2 swords. Sweat broke out on my brow. My pulse ratcheted up. The rest of the fight fell away, and it was just me and the wraith. One sword was knocked from my hand. I brought up the other up to protect my neck. The wraith grabbed hold of my wrist and twisted my arm. A pained grunt escaped my mouth, but was quickly replaced by a shout of anger. I would not be brought down by a wraith. I refused to be. The holy light within me grew and made ready to expel itself. I stopped long enough to see the hand holding my wrist. A wraith's flesh was more like scales than it was like human skin. It was charred and exuded a disgusting pus-like substance, and it stunk. Bad. But this wraith's hand. This hand was normal. Too normal. I shifted my gaze upward, trying to see beneath the hood covering the wraith's head. It tried to throw me back. I pushed forward, burying both fists in the front of its robes. With a hard yank, the fabric tore, and I was left staring not at an evil being spit from the depths of hell, but an angel. The fabric parted at its chest, revealing silver armor bearing the crest of High General Hadariel. A pair of bright blue eyes glared down at me as he snagged both wrists and twisted my arms until I was on my knees. "You shouldn't be here," he uttered. "You should have left well enough alone. You. How could you do this?" I reeled, wondering how many other humans had been attacked by angels pretending to be wraiths or other evil creatures. "You're killing humans. They're innocent in this." "Not innocent, if they support the true enemy. Hadariel will want a word with you." He yanked me off my feet, but I wasn't about to be dragged back to the heavens, not by this traitor. He gave off the same black, empty void Hadariel had during our last meeting. Clearly, whatever had turned Hadariel had done the same to his most trusted soldiers. That's exactly who these angels were. As firelight glanced off his face, I recognized him as one of our most decorated soldiers. He was undefeated in combat. How was I supposed to fight back against him and win? Holy light burst from my center in a desperate attempt to get free. It blasted us apart with a sharp crack. The angel crashed into the base of a watchtower. I rolled and smashed into a stack of crates. The angel hardly seemed affected by the hit. He shook his head and stalked toward me, a dangerous glint in his eyes.
Chapter 10. Mech. I'm sure I had the same shocked look on my face the first time I realized some of the wraiths weren't evil beings that escaped from hell, but were actually angels. A flash of holy light burst forth. She and the angel were thrown away from each other. Two of the wraiths closed in around me, stopping me from reaching her. She struggled to get back up as the angel, no longer trying to hide his face, stomped toward her. His hand snatched out and wrapped around her throat, lifting her off her feet. I didn't get to see what happened next, as the two wraiths charged me. I snarled, tearing through their cloaks with my hellfire-infused daggers. I kicked one in the face, stabbing the other through the heart when it mistimed a dodge. The angel beneath the hood gasped and staggered away. Holy light poured from a wound as his cowl fell back, and he yanked my dagger free. Several humans gasped, but others opened fire without waiting for my call. The angel went down, shot multiple times. The second one came at me, but then Valak was there, holding him off. I rushed after Lela and the angel, whose hands wrapped around her neck, choking her. She beat at his arm, but fruitlessly. I lunged forward, ready to bring my dagger on the angel's arm, when I was tackled. I flipped to my feet and caught a fist to the face. The blow sent me sailing through the air, and further away from Lela. The angels weren't trying to hide their faces any longer. More of them came through the opening in the razor wire. A hand pulled me up. Valak handed me a spare dagger. Why are they attacking one of their own? Because she knows the truth. We can't let her leave with them. Why not? She's the enemy. No, not this one, I argued. This one can help us. Valak's grunt said he wasn't buying it, but he nodded all the same. We will hold the others off as long as we can. But Mech, there are more coming. I sense it. We can't hold the outpost for long. I sense them too. A heavy presence of corruption hung in the air. How had they even found Lela's location? Unless they weren't here for her, and it was all a coincidence. I didn't usually believe in coincidences, but this wasn't the first outpost angels tried to destroy and blame on evil. Lela hung limp in the angel's grasp. He turned toward the opening, where more angels waited to cover his retreat. I ducked and wove my way through the fight, while humans joined my demons in holding back the swarm of angels. There were too many. This outpost was going to be lost unless we called for reinforcements, but there was no time. I flipped one of my daggers, caught it by the blade, and threw it at the angel carrying an unconscious Lela on his shoulder. It struck him in the spine and stuck. Lela fell from his shoulder. Hitting the ground jarred her back to consciousness, and she scrambled to get away. "You're coming with me," the angel shouted, grabbing hold of her ankle. She kicked him in the face. He backhanded her, and blood spurted from her mouth. He hit her, again and again as I raced to get to her. Another angel blocked my path. I flipped him over my back and stabbed him in the heart. I whirled around. Lela's head hung to the side. The angel drew back his fist for another strike. Lela's eyes glowed a vibrant blue, and she caught his fist in her hand. With a harsh twist, she broke his arm and headbutted him. A double-headed battle axe manifested in her hands, and her wings exploded out of her back. With one hard pump, she was in the air and striking at the angel. He attempted to block the blows with his sword, but the holy light driving her was too intense. She shattered his blade. She brought the axe back, and with one more fierce swing the blade was embedded in his neck. The angel stilled, his eyes wide in alarm. She yanked her weapon free, and the angel collapsed. Her furious gaze met mine, as the angels closed in around her. Her axe flickered out of sight, her holy light spent. One of the angels bashed her in the back of the head with the hilt of his sword. "Mech," Valak shouted, "the outpost has fallen. We have to get out of here. More are coming. You and Bobby take the humans, get them somewhere safe," I ordered, as a rage I hadn't ever experienced took over my body. "I'm not leaving without her. Mech, just let them have her. Mech." I grabbed a fallen angel's sword and infused it with hellfire. The holy light left within it barely fought back, then was taken over. I tore my way through the angels, attempting to block me from Lela. One fell after another. The second the line broke, I sprinted forward, grabbed Lela, and created a fiery portal to take me to hell. At the outpost, flames rose into the sky. The watchtowers fell, and those unable to get away screamed as they were killed by those who had originally soared to protect the humans. My lip twitched in disgust. Hopefully, Valak and the rest of my guards were able to get most of the humans out alive. As the angels regained their footing and charged for me and Lela, I backed into the portal and it closed in front of me. One had foolishly stuck his hand through, and the fire seared it right off. The offending appendage dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. I kicked it aside, resituated Lela's unconscious body in my arms, and walked toward the fortress. Guards were running around, none stopping to ask me any questions. If hell was this chaotic, that meant the outpost I'd been at wasn't the only one that had been attacked. Hadariel had made his next move. I ground my teeth, knowing it would only drive the demon lords to follow through with their plan to lay siege to the heavens. I made it all the way inside the fortress before the guards surrounded me. None of them asked me to stop, but their anxiety at having an angel in their midst was palpable. I headed for the main hall. The guards on the steps as well as outside the door stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "Where is Demon Lord Korath?" I demanded. "Dealing with reports of attack, sir," the demon replied, his eyes fixed on Lela. "Who is that?" "Open the doors," I ordered, pointedly ignoring his question. When he hesitated, I bared my teeth and growled loud enough for the sound to echo. The demon opened the doors then, and allowed me entry. When the guards attempted to follow, I snarled and they backed off, leaving me alone with Lela. She hadn't stirred. As gently as I could, I placed her on the long table in the center of the room. The back of her head was a bloody mess. So was her face. But she was alive, and that's what counted. I was about to use my hellfire to seal the bleeding wound that had knocked her out when the doors burst open. Kexen marched inside. "What do you think you're doing?" He tried to get to Lela. I crossed my arms and planted myself between them. "How dare you bring her here? Why is she even in your charge?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "That's the commander." "Mech, I'm not an idiot." "Never said you were." "Where's Korath?" "Your father and the rest of the lords are attempting to coordinate a counter-offensive against the angels attacking our outposts." He stepped to the right, glowering at Lela. Why is she in this room and not a cell? You don't even have her in chains. She's not a threat. Not to us, at least. You don't know that. Actually, I do. There's a reason I went after her. Your orders were to track down the abominations. Not go after her. That was my job. Your father is going to be furious. Why? It wasn't abominations that attacked the outpost, was it? It was the angels. And she's one of them, he shouted. Guards? What are you doing? The doors opened again, and 8 guards walked in, 2 of them bearing heavy chains. You will not touch her, you hear me? She's the enemy, Mech. Whatever you think she's done for you doesn't matter. She's a liar and a killer. They all are. Take her to the cells, he ordered the guards behind him. Be certain her hands remain bound. You are not taking her anywhere. Kexen blew out a heavy breath and came closer. Mech, move aside. She is my responsibility. I think you've spent too much time with her already. The guards flanked him. As soon as the one with the chains reached for Lela's wrist, the leash I had on my anger snapped. All I saw was red. I threw the guard clear across the room. Another took his place, but I growled and knocked him out with 2 quick punches. I headbutted a third, and when Kexen shouted my name, reaching for Lela himself, I attacked him. We'd sparred plenty of times before, during our years of training, but this time was different. I didn't hold back, and soon we were locked in a fierce fight, moving around the hall in a blur of speed and snarls. The guard stayed out of the way. Kexen nailed me with a right hook, but I punched him in the side, doubling him over. I grabbed him by his shirt and slammed him into the nearest wall. I drew my fist back and punched him once. He snapped at me, trying to shove me off, but failed. I was too enraged. I hit him a second time and had my fist drawn back for a third when a shout stilled me. Tonamech, release him at once, Korath snapped. I continued to growl at Kexen. Tonamech, I said, release him, now. Breathing in deeply, I released Kexen and took a large step back. The guards surrounded Lela, reaching for her. I snarled and rushed forward to stop them. Korath's arm shot out, stopping me. Get away from her, I said, my words coming out in a harsh growl. Korath's eyes narrowed as he glanced from me to Lela, then back. Take her to a room, not a cell, and see her wounds tended to, he ordered. Place 2 guards at her door. Tonamech, look at me, he demanded firmly. He grabbed hold of my shoulders and gave me a little shake. Look at me, son. My eyes finally flicked to his. Whatever he saw on my face made him sigh and pull me away from the guards. Kexen picked up Lela and placed her over his shoulder. I took a step toward him, but Korath held me back. Kexen would boast a few bruises tomorrow, but there was more confusion in his eyes over my attacking him over an angel. No harm will come to her, Korath assured me as the guards escorted Kexen out of the hall. Her wounds will be taken care of. You and I, however, need to talk. About what? About your strange connection to this angel. He walked to the other side of the table to his chair and sat, motioning for me to do the same. Adrenaline pumping through my body wouldn't let me sit still. What was happening to me? I wanted Lela alive as a means to get intel and stop the war between demons and angels. Seeing her wounded, nearly killed by her own kin, watching the guards here try to take her away, had shifted my perception of her. I had to protect her, but why? I gripped the back of a chair hard enough to make the wood creak. Tonamech, you feel something for this angel, don't you? I wanted to say no, but how could I when I'd lied to his face about letting Kexen track her? I'd attacked my friend to keep her away from him. I had stood by her side instead of my guards to fight against the enemy. Yes, I admitted, hanging my head. I don't understand what I'm feeling. I do. I wish this moment would happen for you soon, albeit with a demon, not an angel. What moment? He gave me a rare smile. I hadn't seen one since before my mother died. You'll figure it out on your own. What is important is you've brought her here, and if she is willing to help us, then this trip of hers to hell will go much smoother. After what she saw up there she will, I insisted. And what exactly have you and this commander talked about that has you so convinced? Koreth's face fell into an impossible-to-read state, so I finally sat down. I started from the beginning of my time with Lela, and went from there. When I reached the part about telling her the truth, he shifted in his chair but didn't interrupt me. His blank expression did give way to curiosity. By the end of my retelling, he was tapping his fingers in a steady rhythm on the table. The outpost that was attacked, what happened? I want to hear every detail. We'd been talking, I told him slowly, taking my time. The alarm sounded, and Bobby rushed over to tell us wraiths were attacking. I told Valak to see to the humans, and that Lela and I would take care of the wraiths. Only when we reached them, they weren't wraiths. Angels disguised as wraiths, he asked. Yes. At first, I thought they were there just to attack the outpost, but they were after her too. Especially once she realized who they were. They nearly left with her. If not for Valak, I wouldn't have reached her in time. And you're saying she fought them? Her own kind. She killed one of them, yes. She was furious to find angels attacking the outpost. And you don't believe it was a setup? To do what? I snapped, jumping out of my chair so fast I knocked it over. To convince me she's not one of them, so she could get close to me. There was no deception in her eyes, none at any time we spoke. And she didn't even know who I was. She was like all the others, who had no idea how the war truly started. Koreth ceased his tapping and folded his hands. It wouldn't be the first time they have deceived us. She is not one of Hadariel's puppets, I argued. I would not be fooled so easily, and thinking I could be is insulting, Father. I paced away from the table, then spun back around. If you suspect she was sent here as a spy, why didn't you send her to the cells? Mostly to stop you from harming anyone, he said as he stood and clasped his hands behind his back. I cannot make any decisions about her on my own. You know this. You're going to call in the other lords. I have no choice. You have brought this Commander Lela here, as I instructed Kexen to do. We must get answers before we make our move against the heavens. Father, please, you have to reconsider. Another day I might have agreed with you, but now we have no choice but to push back. 4 outposts fell this night. The casualties are high. He walked around the table and placed a heavy hand on my shoulder. The angels are leaving us with no other choice. Hadariel wanted this war, and we will make him pay dearly for it. Or the attack against the heavens will fail, and we'll be left scattered to the winds, unable to stop the evil from spreading, I argued. You have to reconsider. What if Lela is the key to all of this, to forging peace? Not with Hadariel, no. But perhaps with turning the other angels against him, and finding our balance. You think she has that much influence? There's a chance. You said those angels were more than ready to kill her tonight, he pointed out. She might have sway over those beneath her, but those under the control of Hadariel will see she is killed before she can start an uprising in the heavens. The doors to the hall opened, and the 8 demon lords entered, one after the other. Their faces were solemn, as they sat in their designated seats without a word. Several glared at the table, while a few others jumped at the slightest sound of movement outside the doors. These latest attacks were by far the worst carried out by Hadariel's forces. The lords weren't simply on edge, desperation marred their faces. No matter what I said, I sensed their minds were already made up. Now I was worried, I might not even be able to keep Lela safe from their anger. They might kill her out of spite, or as retribution for the lives we'd lost, even if she fought by my side to protect the outpost. Fought to protect me. Lords, Koreth said as he resumed his seat and nodded to me, my son has returned with the angel commander. He has much to report. Tonamech. If you please. 9 sets of eyes focused on me as I glowered at my father. I took a deep breath, let it out, and told them the exact same I had just told my father. 5 hours later, I poured another glass of wine and slung it back. The lords had been arguing for a solid hour straight, if not more. My head was pounding. I'd been up for too damn long, and all I wanted was to check in on Lela and then get some sleep. But no, I was stuck here listening to the lords shout at each other over what their next move should be, and if we could trust anything that came out of Lela's mouth. Nothing I said seemed to matter at this point. I rose to sneak out. Korath snapped my name. I slumped back in my chair. What? Where do you think you're going? To check on my prisoner, guest, whatever you want to call her, and then get some much-needed sleep. You don't need me for this conversation because you already know what I'm going to say. We understand your qualms with our plan, Gamal said with a sigh, but what other choice do we have at this point? Hadariel and his troops believe we are weak. If we do not strike back, if we don't find a way to inflict damage, we're damning ourselves. And if you attack them out of anger, you're going to get a lot of demons slaughtered. Not if this commander of yours can guide us in. You did say she would help us, Tonamech. I did. Against Hadariel, but not against angels up there who have no idea about the truth. You're going to be taking out able-bodied soldiers who could join us against the real threat. Against Hadariel and the evil he awoke. This time I did stand and head away from the table. I'm not going to be part of some half-assed plan, because you can't find another way to get around Hadariel. Tonamech, Korath shouted. I threw my hands up as I reached the door. I never said she would help you attack the heavens. All I said was she could help us. Stop, Korath demanded. I hung my head, my hands poised on the doors, ready to make my escape. A chair scraped across the floor, and his quiet footfalls came toward me. Our decision might appear rash to you, but this is what it takes to be a leader. To step up and make hard choices. I whipped around with a harsh laugh. Please don't tell me this is another teaching moment. I think I'm well past those. One day I won't be here, and you will have to take my place. Says who? Moreover, if you go through with it, there might not be a hell left to rule over. There won't be anything left. Don't you get it? Don't any of you get it? You're trapped by your hatred and your fear. Ilran was the first to her feet. We are not afraid. No. How about you all quit lying to yourselves? You're afraid, and you should be. If we don't find a way to make some sort of peace here, we're all dead. It won't matter how many rifts we seal or souls we capture and bring back. I looked my father right in the eye as I said, we can't win a two-front war. Hell is not strong enough. You'd rather put faith in this angel than in your kin. Gamal muttered. Right now, that angel is on her way to understanding how twisted her leaders truly are. So yeah, I'm willing to bet she's up for some treachery of her own, as long as we aren't going up there to kill hundreds of thousands of her people. I shrug. No matter what you decide, I will not be part of this assault. Tonamech, Korath started. I didn't stop this time. The doors opened, and I stepped out, slamming them behind me. Why could none of them understand their actions would only lead to further retaliation from Hadariel? If he decided to launch his own invasion of hell, we'd lose everything. There would be no one left to protect the humans, and then what? We'd all die, knowing we failed in our purpose to safeguard the innocent and keep watch over the souls of the damned. I stormed through the fortress toward the chamber where Lela had been placed under guard until the lords decided what to do with her. There were several rooms down this corridor for when demons visited from other parts of hell. The two guards standing outside the room at the far end told me that's where Lela resided. When I approached, the guards bowed, but neither opened the door. I'd like to check on our guest. The guards exchanged a look, but neither opened the doors. Lord Korath said she was not to be disturbed until the Lord summoned her, sir. Or the healer returned. And I'm overriding his order. Open the damn door. Better yet, I muttered and did it myself. The guards moved to stop me, but my angry growl put them back in place quickly enough. I told them to stay outside in the hall. I can handle myself. I shut the door on their protests and turned to face the room. Lela was on the bed, sleeping. There was a steady rise and fall to her chest. Her wounds appeared to be healing, and there was a familiar, tiny bottle on the bedside table. Sedative. The healer must have given it to her to help her rest while her wounds heal. There was a chill to the room, and I built a small fire in the hearth, then dragged the armchair to the bed. Propping my feet up on the edge of the mattress, I folded my arms on my stomach and watched over the blue-haired beauty. As I admired the curve of her cheeks beneath the bruises and small cuts, I wondered who exactly this angel was. In all the times we'd spoken, not once did she tell me any more about herself than I already knew. She was a commander, and there was only one general she trusted. Other than that, she was a mystery. I searched for the button I'd turned into a tracker, withdrew it, and let it fall from one palm to the other. Eventually, sleep caught up with me, and I drifted off, clutching the button in my hand and wondering what kind of trouble this angel was about to get me in.
Chapter 11. Lela. I was back in the same glade with the bubbling brook. The air smelled of lilac and honeysuckle. I breathed in deeply, sitting at the edge of the stream, dangling my bare feet in the cool water. It rushed around my ankles. I was content to stay there, not sure what I'd wake up to. I wanted to forget what I saw at the outpost. Forget that it was angels, not evil, who destroyed it. What would they do to me when I returned to the heavens if I ever did? What if I was there already, and Hadariel was simply waiting for me to wake up? Shutting my eyes, I strained to recall the last moments of the fight before I was knocked unconscious. Mech had been coming for me, but then the angels closed in, and I was hit on the back of the head. Bits and pieces flashed before my eyes. Someone had been carrying me, then there'd been yelling. I thought someone gave me something warm to drink, but I hadn't been coherent enough to see who it was. A chill rushed over me, picturing Hadariel's glaring eyes watching me. What would he do when he found out I knew what he'd done? Or that I'd killed several of our own? Part of me resisted believing everything Mech told me, but how could I after what I'd witnessed? Angels did not attack the innocent, nor kill them for the hell of it. Moriel had said he suspected Hadariel was a traitor. I needed to reach out to him, before Hadariel got his hands on me. Maybe with Moriel's help, we could find a way to make the others see the truth. Stop Lavina and Amriel from whatever devious plans they had. Remiel, the other general, was an unknown. I would have to see if he could be trusted. Lela. Still in the glade, a shadow fell over me. I wasn't afraid. I'd sensed his presence the second he arrived. Mech. How did I know you'd find your way back here? It'd be nice to know where exactly here is. He sat down beside me and dipped his feet in the water. Our shoulders brushed, and I let out a heavy sigh. I was worried about you. They hit your head hard. Wait, then I'm with you? Yes, in hell, but with me. I'm watching over you. His fingers inched toward mine in the grass. You need to wake up soon, Lela. The situation's gotten worse. How can it get any worse? I rested my cheek on his shoulder, as if it was the most natural thing in the world for an angel to do with a demon. Here, no one could see us. I felt freer to do what I wanted, without fear of another angel seeing. I was worried they got me, I whispered quietly, not letting him answer my question. I kept waiting for Hadariel to rouse me, so he could finish what his angel started. He might even try to erase my memories, then throw me back out there. The idea of meeting Tonamech on the battlefield, and not remembering who he was made my stomach clench. I'll never let them take you, he growled. They're going to be coming for me, I told him. I killed our own. He won't let that slide. Unless you manage to kill the others? Not all of them. We were overrun. I had to get you out of there. He swooshed his foot through the water, both of us watching the ripples grow wider until the gentle current swept them away. The outpost fell, but it wasn't the only one. I sat up and studied the wrinkles at his brow. They attacked others like that one? Where humans are allied with demons? Yes. How many are still standing? His silence was answer enough. I squeezed his hand as my anger built. I can't believe this is happening, all of it, I murmured. How did I not see what he'd turned into? What he was doing? You were tricked. All of you were. No, most of us were. There are others who know, aside from his guard. Somehow I have to make them see, get those out of the heavens who can help. Mech stood and walked away from me. What? Did something else happen? He rubbed the back of his neck as I rose to join him. The demon lords are preparing for an assault on the heavens. They aren't waiting. So they're going to attack the heavens? How? He nodded toward me. How do you think? I brought you to hell, and now they want you to tell them everything they need to know to start the assault. To kill angels. But you said we need to join forces to stop the evil. And we do. Then why are they going to attack us? It's only going to make matters worse. I know, he shouted, then ran a hand down his face. I know. I've spent the last few hours arguing with them, but they won't listen to me. Aren't you the son of a lord? I am, but that means nothing to them. This latest attack has them pissed off. Scared them too. None of them are thinking clearly. He looked disgusted. I can't stop them. And you think that what, I can? They won't trust me. I'm an angel, remember? Yeah, I do. I risked my life for you a few times now. I need you to try. Find a way to make them understand this plan won't work. It won't, I told him shortly. It's damn near impossible, but they won't care. I'm nothing but another soldier in Hadariel's army. No, you're different. You're not one of his mindless followers. I shrugged and walked toward the bridge. I studied the rushing water, wishing I could jump in and let the current take me where it wanted. Hopefully, away from the war and all the killing. Who are you really, Lela? Mech joined me. Tell me. Just an angel, I repeated. There's nothing special about me. My parents were soldiers. When they were killed, I moved up the ranks to take their place. I have no authority over the other commanders. 2 of Hadariel's generals have been trying to kill me because I push back against their orders, but I'm not like you. I'm not the daughter of some great lord. I'm just me. I've seen the way you fight, he said, nudging my arm. You are anything but normal. Saying I'm weird? He laughed to sound strange. Maybe I am. What are you going to do about it? Kick your ass? I added a curse, then bit my lip. He laughed again. What? The way your face turns 3 shades of red when you curse is quite amusing. It's cute. Cute. I repeated. Did you just call a commander cute? I pushed off the railing to face him. He held up his hands. So what if I did? What are you going to do about it? He backed away as I stepped forward until we were off the bridge and back on solid ground. The grass tickled my feet and ankles, but I couldn't take my eyes from Mech's. Curious, I moved as if to attack, and he mirrored me. I moved again, and he was right in step with me, just like when we'd fought together. Being near him calmed me and helped me think clearly. Our moves turned to sparring. The lethal dance we'd started against the abominations was picked up again, as if we had done it every day for years. Our bodies brushed against each other as the warm breeze rustled our hair as we stepped and shifted. I had never been so connected to another living being in all my years. Our sparring turned intense. Then we were breathing hard as sweat broke out on our brows. I made to swipe at his feet and knock him to the ground to end it, but he tried to do the same and we ended up in a tangled heap. I rolled us over and pinned him, smirking. Told you I'd win. Whatever you say, sweets. If anyone else had called me that, I would have smacked him, but when he said it, a strange sensation of warmth filled me. He lifted his head off the ground as his hand held the nape of my neck. My breath caught as he lessened the distance between us. Our lips were just about to meet when the glade shimmered, then vanished. I jolted upright in a bed, my head aching and my mouth parched. A quick glance revealed I was in a bedchamber. A pair of green eyes found mine. Mech hadn't been lying when he said he was watching over me. A loud knock sounded at the door, and I blushed, remembering what we'd been about to do. Mech was on his feet when the door swung inward, and 4 demons walked in, sporting black leather armor enhanced with brushed metal. I recognized one of them as Valak. "The lords are ready for her, sir," he said to Mech. "She needs more time to rest," Mech argued. Valak shook his head. "I'm sorry, but the lords insist she comes now. You as well." He held chains in his hands, and the second he moved toward me, Mech stepped between us with a growl. "The chains are not necessary. She's an angel," Valak argued. "And I will ensure she does not attack anyone. No chains." Valak frowned but handed the chains to another guard. "Very well, sir. If you could follow us to the hall. The lords are waiting." Mech held out his hand for mine. I took it. What else could I do? I was in hell, surrounded by demons who were more apt to kill me than help me escape. That, and I had no idea where I'd even go. The heavens were out of the question. I needed to get a message to Moriel. If I could reach Nathaniel, he might be able to help, but I hated dragging him into this mess more than I already had. "You're going to be fine," Mech whispered as we walked down stone corridors. Demon guards had been placed every few yards. I assumed we were in some major stronghold. Tapestries covered the walls in between the guards. Each depicted a scene from a past battle or the creation of hell. There was no holy light here, so torches and lanterns lit our way instead. The air here was far lighter than what I left behind in the heavens. Tensions were high, that was certain, but there was no sense of corruption or evil. In fact, each time we passed another demon guard, I felt something very different and familiar at the same time. Demons had a light of their own, but it came from the darkness. We were equal and opposite, balanced. I knew this to be true, but the war had almost made me forget how alike we were. Just answer their questions truthfully. "And then what?" I muttered. "Sit back and watch as they kill angels. We'll figure it out, but right now you just need to stay alive." I'd faced terrible odds numerous times on the battlefield, but nothing compared to this moment. If I sneezed too hard, they might decide to relieve me of my head. The fortress was a maze. At the end of one long corridor, a room opened into a grand stone staircase. A balcony decorated with paintings and stone columns wrapped around the second floor. Guards stood on every third step leading up to the only set of doors I could see from the first floor. More guards stood just outside. The demon lords were in there, I presumed. I started up the steps, but Mech caught my arm. "What?" He hesitated, brow furrowing. "I don't want you to go in there yet," he said quietly with a laugh. "I did all of this just to bring you down here, and now I don't want them to talk to you." I ran my fingers along the tattoos on his cheeks, unsure why I did so, and it soothed away the worried frown on his face. The demons around us shifted nervously on their feet. Axfew glared at me while others watched Mech and me curiously. "I can take care of myself," I reminded him. "Whatever happens in there, you can't blame yourself." There was a real possibility they wouldn't like what came out of my mouth. Probably kill me for it. If that was going to happen, the last thing I wanted was for Mech to blame himself or get hurt trying to stop them. "We're still at war, remember?" "No, we're not." He took my hand and brushed his lips across my knuckles. Valak cleared his throat and Mech released my hand. "Sir? We shouldn't keep them waiting." Mech nodded toward the stairs, and we climbed them, stopping at the massive set of doors. Valak stepped to the side as the guards let us in. Being in the presence of the demon lords made my hand twitch with the urge to grab a blade. Drawing on my holy light would be a terrible idea, and I didn't think I'd recovered enough to try. Squashing down all my instincts to attack, I focused on the reason why Mech brought me here to begin with. We needed to find a way to make peace, even if it was with one angel at a time. The 9 lords didn't sit in the thrones at the opposite end of the windowless room, but at a large long table. They stared at us as we approached. Mech stayed by my side. More demons stood to the right and left. From their attire, I recognized them as generals and captains. I received a couple of glares. A few others had very red faces, as if they'd been shouting. I took in the room, taking note of how simply decorated it was for what appeared to be a throne room. Lanterns hung from the ceiling and walls. There were no tapestries or paintings here. Several maps hung to the far right, but that was it. Otherwise, the room was Spartan. I shifted my focus back to the lords. Their power pulsed around them. Even if they hadn't been seated around the table and dressed in formal attire, I would have known who they were. The energy they gave off was immense. It wrapped around me, but didn't drown out my holy light. Instead, I sensed my light building instead. I frowned, never having experienced such a boost. Not even around Hadariel or the other generals. Was it because of the balance? Had we thrown our world so off-kilter, we'd forgotten what it meant to be around demons? The same calm I felt around Mech filled me tenfold around the demon lords. Mech was right. If angels and demons could stand together once more, we could destroy the evil ravaging the world. And Hadariel with it. Tonamech, one of the lords said. He looked like an older, sterner version of Mech. Had to be his father. My lords, Mech said formally, this is Commander Lela. I wasn't sure what I should do, so I fell back on old habits, ones I typically exhibited around Hadariel. I sank to one knee. My lords, it is an honor to be in your presence. I apologize for the circumstance that finds us all here. You speak as if you caused the war yourself, one the lord said. A woman wearing a magnificent gown, and fire in her eyes. I merely say what others should be saying. Then you feel this war was caused by your kind, the woman continued, stepping away from the table. Rise. I would like to look you in the face. Test your honesty. Lord Ilran, Mech said through gritted teeth. His father held up his hand. Mech continued to growl quietly, but said nothing else. I rose as the woman he called Ilran approached. Her dress dragged on the ground. Her heels clicked with each step, but she was clearly a warrior. Every move she made was precise. I clasped my hands behind my back and squared my shoulders, steadily holding her gaze. Tonamech tells us many angels do not know the truth, she said. They don't. I had my suspicions that something was off with Hadariel, but no proof or way to understand exactly how far he'd fallen. And now? A demon tells you the truth, and you turn your back on your own kind? No, not all of them, I said truthfully. I turn my back on those who harm the innocent. I glanced to Mech and he nodded, urging me on. I have seen firsthand what Hadariel's soldiers are doing, and I won't stand for it. We heard you killed angels, Ilran said slowly. How do you feel about that? I won't kill those who are like me, I told her, not backing down. But if they are Hadariel's puppets, I'll take the fight to them. They've been corrupted. Ilran's face broke into a smile. I like her, Tonamech. She certainly has potential. Strange, I never believed an angel could have that look in her eyes, but there it is. What look? She didn't answer my question. Rather, she returned to the table. Mech's father approached me next. I am Lord Korath, Commander. I know you have questions, Lord Korath, but I have them too. I want to know more about the backfire, and what happened to Hadariel. What I've seen lately, I said, and couldn't help but shudder. If he stays in the heavens too long, he'll corrupt everyone around him. He hasn't already? No, he hasn't. General Moriel is a true ally. He sent word only yesterday that he suspected Hadariel had turned. He's been investigating Hadariel's whereabouts the last few weeks. I believe General Lavina and General Amriel know I suspected the truth. Quite a while before Mech told me anything, actually. How so? I tilted my head back and forth, working out how to explain what my gut had been telling me for months now. My orders have become more dangerous. I'm fairly certain the latest ambush on my team was set up by one of them. Korath's brow furrowed exactly as Mech's did. We heard rumor the rift would be visited by angels that day, but I was never certain where it came from. Well then, nice to know my instincts weren't off. Bastards. The moment the curse crossed my mind, I bit my cheek, and my face grew hot. Mech stifled a laugh. I shot him a glare. He shrugged. Korath's eyes narrowed as he glanced at us both. He cleared his throat loudly. And what else do you have to share with us, Commander Lela? I wasn't sure what he meant. I told him about the strange change in behavior of the evil I hunted daily. The generals were hard to get a read on, but the tension rose around me. They had seen the same patterns, I assumed. When I finished, I asked Korath again about the day Hadariel started the war. Don't you think you have enough information to believe it? One of the lords challenged. Yet another demon, but with longer horns than the rest. If one of your own had turned against you, would you not ask the same questions? I challenged. Everything I've ever known is being turned upside down. I trust Mech, I admitted, surprising myself. And from the look in Mech's eye, surprising him too. But I was trained to follow orders. I was taught Hadariel was a figure of pure light. I gave a shrug that was sheer despondency. I want to know what he is becoming, so when we face him again I can be ready. Korath nodded and walked around the room as he spoke. The story he recanted was much the same as the one Mech told me, but when Korath reached the part about finding Hadariel in hell, surrounded by evil, my skin grew cold. There's a parasite within him now, Korath continued. A festering wound that could have been healed if he would have remained in our care. Instead he fled. And in doing so, he allowed evil to break free of the chains that bound it for millennia. The rifts didn't appear until he breached the surface. He's been in the heavens since the war, I whispered, horrified. The drain on our light, I thought it was because of our lack of numbers. I'm afraid it's your precious High General doing that, another demon lord spat. If Hadariel remained in the heavens, or worse, barricaded himself in the central stronghold, he could destroy all holy light. Once it was destroyed, there would be no gaining it back. We need to convince the other angels to join us, I insisted. We have to stop him. We have a plan, Ilran said, a dark tone in her voice. If you help us, then we won't throw you in a cell to rot. But I want to assist you, I argued. I want the war to end. Then help us, Ilran said as she stood. We are taking the fight to the heavens. You will guide us in, or you will burn in hell. Those are your choices. The conversation I'd thought had been going well now had taken a sudden nosedive. I backed away from the table, shaking my head. No, I can't do that. I won't let you kill angels who have been tricked. Mech said you need us to help fight the evil. If you do this, you're destroying any chance you have at containing the evil. Are you saying we're weak? She shouted, fire lighting her eyes and sparking at her fingertips. No, but there's a balance between our kinds. There always has been. We're stronger together. I might have forgotten that, but it's the truth. Korath shook his head as he returned to his seat. A few years ago, we might have tried it your way, but we're out of options. Hadariel's attacks on humans is a step too far. We must stop him. Now, are you going to tell us or not? Father, Mech snapped. He placed himself between me and the lords. Don't do this. Step aside, son. It's her choice to make. I swore to protect her, he said. Are you going to make me a liar? You shouldn't have sworn to do anything with her, Korath argued simply. Commander Lela, what is your answer? I grabbed Mech's arm, then stepped around him. You don't understand. Even if I thought this idea would work, which it won't, I can't tell you what you need to know. You mean you won't, Ilran scoffed. No, I can't, I reiterated. No angel, aside from a general or the High General himself, can gain access to the main stronghold. I've never been there. I don't know what the defenses are, or even what warding they've used. You need a general for that information. The only intel I have will get you into my realm of the heavens. That I refuse to do, if you're going to march in there and blindly murder my kin. As if the angels wouldn't do the same to our forces, Ilran argued. If they knew the truth they wouldn't, I yelled, stepping forward. Lela, Mech warned, but I shoved away from him. You stand there and act like you want this war to end, but all you're going to do is make it worse. You're going to get your own people killed, and take down those who could aid you in the process. There are angels up there who would fight alongside you, if they only knew the truth. Ilron's eye twitched, and she stalked around the table, bringing us face to face. How dare you speak to us in this manner? You don't know me too well, Lord Ilron, I pointed out, locking gazes with her. I have fought to keep my soldiers alive during this war. Now my own leaders want me dead. I came here because I'm willing to fight against them, but I will not take part in wanton killing. She grabbed me by the throat. Mech shouted and rushed forward. I held out my hand to stop him. Whatever happened in this room was on me. You want to kill me? Fine, then kill me. You won't find another commander willing to talk with you. You'll just prove Hadariel's lies. Is that what you want? She squeezed her fingers, cutting off my air. I should kill you as payback for all the demons we've lost. Lord Ilron, Mech growled, release her. You are not a Lord Tonamech, not yet. You do not give me orders. But we can, Korath intervened. My eyes, quickly filling with black spots, noticed most of the lords were on their feet, and all were glaring at Ilron. Release her, one of the female lords said. Ilron, she may have a point. She's only trying to save her own kind. Ilron's grip tightened, and I grabbed for her arm to try and break her hold. She was too strong. She cackled in my face, her breath hot. She should suffer for her sins. Korath and another demon were behind her, their hands on her shoulders. Let her go, Ilron. We are not finished speaking. You can't tell me you believe her? I never said that, but Tonamech saw something in her, and I trust my son. I believe him. As do we all, the other man said. The lords at the table nodded in agreement. Ilron bared her teeth at me, finally letting go. I staggered back, coughing and holding my throat. Mech's arms were around me, holding me up. How do we know she's not trying to trick us? Ilron was relentless. By doing what? I rasped. Telling you the truth? If anyone here has a right to be uncertain, it's me. I'm the one throwing away everything I used to believe was real. She raised her hand, but Mech caught her wrist. A gasp went up around the room, and I held my breath. Do not touch her again, Mech snarled. You'll regret it. Ilron tugged her arm free, then backed away. I don't believe it, she breathed. Korath? Not now, Ilron. What were they talking about? I wanted to ask, but then Mech was back at my side and I leaned against his arm. Korath and Ilron seemed to be having some sort of silent argument. You all right? Mech whispered. I'll live for now. Hang in there. I'll get you out of this mess, somehow. No, I will. Wincing, I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders and once again and faced the demon lords. If I can get a message to General Moriel and another angel who is loyal to me, we can create a force of angels to combat the High General and his soldiers. I just need time. If Hadariel attacked the outposts, then we're out of time, Korath replied. If the angels saw what I did, they would follow me in a heartbeat. You can't know that for certain. No, but what I do know is that whatever force you send against the heavens will die. The warding around my realm alone is powered by the generals and Hadariel from before he was corrupt. It's pure holy light. Beyond that are traps and ways to shut down any chance your forces would have at retreating. Once you're up there, there's no going back unless you kill them all. I fell to my knee before Korath and the rest of the lords. I am begging you, an angel is begging you to not do this. Too many lives have already been lost in this pointless war that never should have started. Korath said nothing, but the demon lords behind him exchanged looks and whispered quietly. What Hadariel tried to do was wrong, and everything since the backfire is a mark against his true purpose. You can't possibly think he can be saved, Ilron said harshly. I don't. I licked my lips, not believing I was about to say the next words. I never dared to before, out of fear someone would overhear, I want him dead. High General Hadariel needs to die, and his soldiers right along with him. Until we kill him, we're still going to be fighting a two-front war, Korith sighed. Maybe not, I said quietly, rising to my feet. We could form a plan to keep the humans safe, as well as preserve your numbers, until I've gathered enough angels to my side. Mech shrugged, but there was hope in his eyes. I say we hear her out. Anything to avoid a direct assault we might not possibly win. I had a glimmer of a plan, but it would take a lot of talking to figure out the details. It was better than being thrown into a cell to rot for the rest of the war. Korith turned to face the demon lords. An explosion sounded outside the doors. We turned to face them, those with blades drawing them. I had none. Mech shoved me behind him as he drew his daggers. The guards moved around the lords to protect them. The generals and captains surrounded the doors. Shouts resounded outside, then were followed by another explosion. A flicker of bright light crept around the doors, and my heart pounded with fear. Holy light! They came for me, I whispered to Mech. They're here. I won't let them take you, he asserted, not looking back at me. Just stay behind. The doors were torn off their hinges and flew into the air. A burst of pure white light filled the room as stone crumbled, and the force of the blast separated me from Mech. I crashed into a chair and crashed headfirst into a table. Vision blurring, I shook my head, shoving chairs away from me. As the light faded, figures entered the room. Angels bearing the mark of Hadariel. The one in front zeroed in on me. He grinned. Grab her, he ordered to the angels behind him. Kill as many as you can. They rushed forward. There wasn't a chance in hell I was going with them. My axe manifested in my hands, and as they came for me, I met them head-on.
Chapter 12. Mech. Lela's shout yanked me out of my stupor from the blast. The guards were engaged in battle with the angels who'd come to take her away. I rushed forward, dragging one angel away from Valak and punching him in the face. He staggered away, but another was there to take his place. Hellfire burst to life on my daggers. I knocked the sword from the angel's hands in 3 moves. Moments later, he was dead at my feet. I leapt over his body and moved on to the next one. Lela was surrounded, but holding her own. Her battle axe flickered in and out of sight, making it hard for her to keep defending against attacks. If she lost what little bit of holy light she had, they'd have her. Throwing my head back with a roar, I tore through the angelic soldiers bearing the crest of Hadariel. Every beat of my heart sent another rush of heat through my limbs, driving my anger. Getting to Lela was all that mattered. I had to reach her in time. An angel slammed into my side, and we crashed into the table. He knocked the daggers from my hands and drew his sword back, ready to end me. I dove to the right, elbowed him in the back, then slammed his wrist into the table's corner until he dropped his blade. Grabbing his head in my hands, I twisted. His neck cracked. The dead angel slumped to the floor, and I was on to the next. I didn't need blades anymore. My hands were enough to break through the attacking force. One after another fell away, until there was just one more between Lela and me. I was poised to rip him apart when his face screwed up in confusion. He stumbled forward, then crashed to the floor. Lela stood right behind him, her eyes glowing their vibrant blue. Her axe flickered once more, then went out. I caught her as she started to collapse. I can't pull on my light, she uttered. Something's draining me. It's them. The corruption was rampant. If she was in here much longer, it could kill her. We have to get you out of here. The lords. We have to protect them. They can take care of themselves. That was true enough. The angels who'd been foolish enough to try and take them on were dead. Ilran and Korith led the charge with Gamal and Arnok flanking them. Balls of pure hellfire shot from the lords behind their line, setting angels alight left and right. They're not here for them anyway. They're here for you. I held her close to my side and maneuvered my way toward Valak and my guards. They saw us coming and cleared a path. Suddenly, Lela was ripped out of my grasp. She screamed. I whirled around to find two angels holding her arms. A sword was at her throat as she glared at the angel wielding it. "This one is ours," the angel warned. "You will not touch her again." Lela tugged, but the angels didn't give in. Eyes wide, she lifted her chin and put on a brave face. "I'll be fine, Mech." "No," I growled and lunged forward. The angel dug the sword into her flesh, drawing blood, a tiny river that flowed downward. Valak and Korath were suddenly at my sides, holding me back. "Let her go." My rage burned white-hot. The angel grabbed Lela's hair in his fist and yanked her head back. "Time to go home, Lela. Hadariel would like a word with you." A portal swirled to life behind the angels as the rest of the attacking force retreated. Korath yelled for the guards to stop them, and 3 were held back from escaping. The angel holding Lela backed up, dragging her with him. "I'll find you again," I swore to Lela. "I will." "You will never see her again," the angel snarled. "Move." Lela's eyes latched onto mine for a brief second. Then she was gone. I roared and lunged forward, but Korath refused to let me go. When the last angel was through, the portal closed with a flash of light. "You had no choice," Korath said, as he finally released the death grip he had on my shoulder. "Didn't I? Now they have her." "He's going to hurt her, kill her," I ranted. "What does it matter? She's an angel," one of the generals said harshly. Before I could process what I was doing, I had him in my hands and had thrown him into the wall. Only growls escaped my lips as I prepared to beat him to a blood pulp. In a heartbeat, Korath and Valak were there again to yank me away. "She's not simply an angel," Korath said to the room at large. "Not anymore." I wasn't sure what my father meant. Didn't really care either. Now we had angel prisoners. By damn, one of them would get me to Lela. Hadariel would not have her for long. I stormed toward the 3 angels, who were now on their knees. "Where did they take her?" I demanded. "As if we would tell you, demon." I crouched in front of the one who spoke. "You will tell me where she is, or I will make your life a living hell. Where is she?" The angel smirked. All 3 of them began to glow. Korath yanked me backward. I yelled at him, unsure what he was doing. Abruptly, the angels screamed and slumped to the side. Light spilled from their eyes and mouths. Then there was silence. Smoke rose from their dead bodies. "They killed themselves," I whispered in disbelief. "Why?" "To stop us from gaining any useful information." Korath glared at the destruction left in their wake. "See to our dead. Burn the angel corpses. I have to find Lela. If they took her to Hadariel, our best chance of reaching her now is to go through with our plan," Ilron said. "If she's even alive." My hands fisted at my sides. "She's going to make it. Korath, you need to address this issue. How did this even happen?" "How did what happen?" I shouted. Korath rubbed his forehead. "What you're feeling for this angel, the urge to protect her, to fight for her, it's because she's your future Tonamech." "What do you mean?" "Just as I found your mother, you have found the soul you're meant to be with. Lela's your soulmate." That couldn't be right. She was an angel. When was the last time an angel ended up with a demon? I couldn't think of any such couple. How was that possible? "Maybe it's a sign," Moose said quietly. "A hope for the future, after all." "Or a sick joke," Ilran muttered. "No." Moose, who was usually soft-spoken, was loud. "We are out of balance, and it's only making matters worse. If Tonamech is meant to be with Lela, then we need to ensure they find a way back to each other. Maybe that will be the beginning of the balance between angels and demons." Ilran rolled her eyes as she stomped away. Korath and most of the lords appeared to be in agreement with Moose. "The only way to get her back is to attack the heavens," Ilran pointed out. "Not with a full force." Korath squeezed my shoulder. Leave us to plan, Tonamech. I know I said you weren't strong enough to lead, but I believe you were right. We can't attack out of desperation, not like this. I was almost too shocked to say anything at all. Almost. Thank you, Father. No, thank you for calling us out. You saved thousands of lives on both sides of this war. I can't say all demons will understand, but if it brings an end to the war, then I will support you. As will I, Moose chimed in. One by one the lords nodded, except for Ilran and Gath. Both were the more hot-headed of the group. How do we know you can trust her? Gath asked. That this wasn't some elaborate ploy. You just have to trust me, I told him. That's all I can say. Gath grunted and left the hall in a hurry. Ilran seemed torn but followed him out. I stepped to the side as the guards went to work, removing the bodies of our dead first, then those of the angels. All the while, I held the button infused with Lela's blood in my fingers, rubbing it over and over, as if it would tell me exactly where she was. If what Korath said was true and anything happened to her, I would have no choice but to hunt down Hadariel and kill him. I stared at the button and prayed she could hold on long enough for me to find her. All I needed was time, but that was always a luxury we never seemed to have.
Chapter 13. Lela. The angels tossed me through the golden doors, then slammed them shut just as quickly behind me. I rushed forward, pounding my fists and screaming to be let out. Why bring me to the main hall, instead of taking me to a cell? Hey assholes, I shouted, hoping more than anything it would get a reaction out of one of the guards and they'd rush in here to shut me up. Let me out, I ranted. I'm a commander. You can't keep me locked up in here. Where's General Moriel? I banged on the door, then kicked it a few times too. Fists sore and throat raw from shouting, I slumped to the floor, holding my face in my hands. This was beyond a whirlwind. 1 minute, I'd been shouting at the demon lords to try and make them understand what would happen if they attacked the heavens. The next, the angels had attacked. I'd warned Mech they'd come for me, but I had no idea they'd be so desperate to get their hands on me they'd take on all 9 demon lords. A mad cackle bubbled within me, then echoing around the large hall, as I remembered that not all of Hadariel's puppets made it out alive. 1 point for the demons, I muttered through my laughter. I really was losing it. Too long with too little sleep. No time to heal my wounds properly. No time to give me a mental break. Guess this was what insanity felt like. I was coming apart at the seams, and it was all Mech's fault. Bastard. As soon as I said it, I regretted it. This wasn't his fault. It was mine, and all the other angels who blindly followed Hadariel. Mech had survived the fight. I'd locked eyes with him right as the angels stole me away. He'd found me once before. With any luck, he'd find me again. Except to find me, he'd have to break his way into the heavens and make it past the warding and the guards. There were more of Hadariel's soldiers here than I'd ever seen. His attack on the outposts must only be the start of whatever dark plans he had concocted with Lavina and Amriel. If I could get out of this room and find Nathaniel, we could grab those who trusted us and get them out of here before Hadariel could corrupt them. The demon lords had been ready to listen to me and willing to go along with my plan, half-formed as it was. Hadariel had terrible timing. A grinding sound made me raise my head in time to see a section of wall I didn't know could be opened, sliding to the side. A black void replaced the wall. A voice filtered out. I had high hopes for you. I gulped. Hadariel. I used the door to keep upright, my back pressed to it. Your parents had been loyal to me, loyal without question. I expected their daughter to be the same. Yet I find you conversing with the demon lords. Tell me, Lela, he said as he stepped out wearing dark gray armor and a black cloak, what did you speak of? Like I would tell you. He stepped into the room. I took 1 step away, for every one he took closer to me. His dark eyes glinted with the promise that this meeting would not be without pain. He smirked as if he found my actions amusing. There is nowhere for you to run, Lela. Not anymore. Can't fault a girl for trying. Actually, I can fault you for many things. He reached for the gold clasp at his neck and released the cloak. It fell to the floor in a heap, and he stepped away from it. Of all the commanders I've seen fight, you had the most promise of becoming one of my trusted generals. Are you willing to throw all of that away for a demon? Not just a demon, I whispered. To end the war you started. Me? He exclaimed, pressing a hand to his chest as if he was stunned, offended even. How could you think I started this war? Save your lies. I know the truth about you and your puppets. Soon others will know too. You won't get away with this. His sneer turned into a grin. Haven't I already? I'll tell the others. And I'm not the only one who knows. You won't know for long, my dear. I blinked, and he stood right in front of me. I rushed to get away from him, but his hands gripped my shoulders as he slammed me into the wall, then lifted me off my feet. I attempted to look away, but his eyes bore into mine, until all I saw was the dark void. It reached out and surrounded me, but this time there was no getting away. His hands were at my shoulders, but something encircled my ankles and my wrists. Were those other hands or tentacles or what, preventing me from moving? The light within me shrunk in the face of such evil. I choked on it as his hands burned my flesh through my shirt. You will be loyal to me, Lela, he ordered, his words reverberating painfully around my skull. Never. His grip intensified. I bit back a scream of pain as he burned away skin and reached down to the muscle. The other tentacle hands, I still hadn't seen what they were, did the same, and the stench of burning flesh assaulted my nose. You will forget your time with the demon and the demon lords. You will forget what they told you, he said as his nails dug through my skin. Warm rivulets of blood oozed down my shoulders and back. You will be loyal only to me. My will was being stripped away, as were my memories of all I'd experienced since meeting Mech. No matter what I did, my eyes couldn't close. I gasped as the void swallowed me completely. Hadariel's face disappeared, as did the room we stood in. It was only me, and the evil trying to tear me apart, until there was nothing but an empty shell that Hadariel could fill with his desires and intentions. My body gave off the faintest glow of holy light, pushing back against the darkness. I wasn't going to last long. I'd been weakened during the last few fights. I sank to my knees, the evil pressing down on me like a weight. I was going to be used to kill innocent ones. To murder humans in cold blood. And demons. He'd set me against Tonamech and the demon lords, of that I was certain. Mech, I whispered, willing his face to appear in my mind one last time. Most of my memories of him were blurry. Thankfully, the evil was unable to reach the ones that happened in the glade. I saw our first time together there. Then the second time, when we sparred. I held onto the moment when he'd been ready to kiss me, and how right it felt. I was stronger when I was near him. His darkness balanced my light. I might not have wanted to believe it before, but as I sat there hunched over in the void, about to be erased, I knew it was true. Mech was not just a demon. He was my demon. I couldn't fail him. Not like this. I couldn't go down without a fight. Hadariel was going to have to work a lot harder to break me down. Focusing on Mech and the strength he gave me, my light pulsed brightly in the void's darkness. The shadows screeched as they were shoved further and further away. Until finally, I heard Hadariel muttering under his breath. The void vanished, and then I was back in the room with Hadariel struggling to hold me to the wall. No, he grunted, sweat beaded his brow. You will give in. I reached up and grabbed his hands on my shoulders as holy light poured out of me. Like hell I will. I shouted and tore my legs free of his hold. With every ounce of strength I had, I kicked him in the chest. He was thrown back with the force of my light. I crashed to the floor. I had to find Moriel and Nathaniel, then get out of here. Hadariel cackled as if he'd read my mind and found my plan preposterous. Your precious general will be of no use to you. What do you mean? Knees wobbly, I shook my head as dread clutched at my chest. What did you do to him? Hadariel snapped his fingers. 2 guards hurried in, dragging a third person between them. He had a gag in his mouth. His hands and feet were bound in heavy chains. Moriel glowered at Hadariel until his gaze landed on me. He started to shout, but the words were muffled by the gag. I couldn't have you two conspiring against me, disrupting my plans. And what are those, huh? Wiping out demons? Killing humans? You've been corrupted, Hadariel. Let the demon lords help you, I pleaded in a final attempt to make him see reason. Why are you doing all of this? He sighed as he waltzed around General Moriel. The 2 guards dropped the fallen general to his knees. Why would I tell you about my plans? A blade appeared in his hand, and he pressed it to Moriel's neck. Give in to me, Lela. Allow me to help you see what's really going on in our world, and I will spare his life. Moriel shook his head, until Hadariel grabbed him by his hair and yanked his head back. The dagger dug into his skin right below his ear. Stop, I begged. Just stop. Then you will join me. You will ensure any more suspicions arising in the ranks will be taken care of. You will be my new enforcer. How does that sound? Bile rose as I locked eyes with Moriel. I couldn't let Hadariel do this. The general who trained me and trusted in me shifted his gaze to Hadariel, then blinked. The reality of what he was asking me to do made me back away. He was right. I knew he was right, but that didn't make doing it any easier. I had to try. Your answer, Lela, what is it? Hadariel urged. I'm running out of patience. You want my answer? I flexed my hands at my sides, not looking away from Moriel. You got it, you bastard. Hadariel yelled, but I was already calling on my light. My wings exploded from my back as the axe appeared in my hands. I launched myself into the air and aimed right for Hadariel. I reached him before he could kill Moriel, and then turned to attack his guards. I took them down in 3 moves and removed the axe from the second one's neck. Moriel made a grunting sound. No. Blood spilled from Moriel's neck, followed by a glimmer of blue light. His eyes rolled back. Hadariel shoved his dead body aside. I screamed as I threw myself at him, but he was too quick and parried each of my attacks. The corruption he bore surrounded me and drained my energy. My axe faded, and then we were fighting hand to hand. The dagger covered in Moriel's blood slashed down my arm, then against my back as I attempted to get away. Hadariel grabbed me by a wing and threw me across the room. Seconds later he was on me again, his fists pounding at my head as he shouted. I couldn't see for the blood dripping down my face. He let me go. I hunched over on my knees, spitting blood at his feet. I should kill you, he gasped, catching his breath, dropping the dagger to the floor with a clatter. But death is too good for you, too quick. No, I want you to suffer for thinking you could betray me. He stomped toward me. I crawled, trying to get away. His hand snagged my wings and then I was wrapped in his arms, his hot breath against my ear. You will regret this day for the rest of your life, Lela. His hands moved to the base of my wings. I shouted, scrambling to get away. I kicked and punched, managing to get free and sprint for the door. Hadariel was too quick. He tackled me to the floor, hauled me up again, and shouted for the guards. 4 rushed in and held my arms. He gripped my right wing. There was a harsh tear, and I screamed as a searing pain tore through my body, nearly making me pass out. I would have fallen, if not for the guards holding me up. My wing was tossed carelessly to the floor in front of me. It twitched, the feathers fluttering as if trying to take flight and return to me. Don't, I begged on a breath. Don't do this. Too late. He grabbed my left wing, and as it was ripped from my back, I fell over from the agony. The second wing joined the first. I held out my hands before my face as the light left my body. Now you'll get a front row view to the end of the world as we know it. He crouched beside me, smoothing my hair back from my face. I cringed to get away, but he pinched my chin in his fingers. You will be deemed a traitor. No one will speak your name again. You are nothing. The angelic strength that once flooded my veins seeped away with the blood spilling down my back. I was nothing now. Hadariel stepped around me. With a wave of his hand, he opened a swirling portal. I leaned away, but he grabbed me by my throat and easily held me off the floor. "Where's your precious demon now?" In one last act of defiance, I spit in his face. He snarled at me like a beast had taken hold of him, then threw me into the portal. As I was spun end over end, sensing the last of my light disappearing from me forever, I focused on the only place I could think of and prayed. Then my world went dark.
Chapter 14. Mech. Korath had wanted me to stay in hell, but I was too restless to sit around and watch the lords plot their next move. After the angels attacked, the lords were in full agreement in taking the fight to Hadariel, just not with the full strength of the army. A small force was being prepared to breach their defenses in 2 days' time if I didn't find Lela before then. Solely Gath insisted still Lela led the angels to us in an attempt to spy on us and disrupt any chance we had at a surprise. His theory was shot down quickly by the others, seeing as she had killed at least 5 of the angels herself. Without Lela, though, our chances of turning the angels were gone. The angels who attacked had been some of the same ones who assaulted the outposts. She'd only gone with them to make them leave hell. I saw it on her face. She wanted to keep fighting, but she was too weak, and staying would have meant more deaths. I'd argued with Ilron until I'd grown hoarse. She saw my connection to Lela as nothing but a problem to be dealt with. She wanted us to find a way to sever my emotions from her, even though Moose told her she was an idiot if she didn't believe this was all happening for a reason. The lords had all been astonished to hear the quietest of their number speak so vehemently toward Ilron. The warrior demon lord had stormed off a second time, but Gath had stayed. Maybe there was hope that he'd come around. I tossed the button up and down, willing it to glow. It was a long shot that I'd see her again, but if she made it to the surface, I was going to be here waiting for her. We had unfinished business. I didn't give a damn if the lords had faith in her. I did. And I would continue to fight by her side until this war finally ended. "Where are you?" I whispered to the night sky. "Come on, Lela, just give me a sign." I was near Dakota, thinking if she left the heavens, that's where she'd head first. The button did nothing for another 5 minutes. I tossed it up once more, and it sputtered to life. The glow was faint, but it was there. I held it in the center of my palm and waited. It took a minute for the button to pulse again. When it did, I used it as a compass to point me in the right direction. Each time I took a step in a new direction, though, the light dimmed. Shit. Had it stopped working? Still clutching it, I growled. If I lost this way of tracking her, it'd be nearly impossible to find her again. I returned to my original spot and watched as the button glowed brighter. She had to be close if it gave off that much light. "Lela." There was no reply, but the button continued to shine in the night's darkness. A crack like lightning made me jump. I glanced upward. No storm was rolling in, but a shining light fell toward the ground. It blinded me and crashed only yards away, sending a shockwave across the wasteland. I ended up on my ass, spitting dirt and clumps of dead grass. My eyes took a minute to readjust to the darkness, and when they did, I spotted a figure lying on the ground where the light struck. A vice encircled my chest as I whispered no, then took off toward it. I tripped in the dirt twice, then fell to my knees at her side. "Lela." "Shit, what did they do to you?" She'd landed on her side, her impact forming a burnt crater beneath her body. She was breathing, but the sound was ragged and harsh. Blood covered her face and her leather armor. I began to check her for other wounds. Her skin was cold. When her eyes fluttered open, they were filled with agony and fear. But there was no light to them. The vibrant blue had faded, and the silver was gone. "Mech," she gasped, then screamed, her body curling in on itself. I squeezed her hand, telling her to hold on when I found the worst of her wounds. The harsh reality of what had happened, I was sure Hadariel did it, made me sick with fury. Lela's back was drenched in blood, and where 2 wings would have been able to sprout with the aid of her holy light were 2 gaping holes. Hadariel had torn away her light and made her one of the fallen. She was nothing but a mortal now. Human. "Hold on," I whispered through my growls of fury. "You hear me? You're going to be fine." "Leave me," she mumbled, trembling from pain. "I'm useless. Let me die." Her defeat ripped me apart. I tore my eyes away from those horrible wounds. "No, you're not. You're going to be fine, you hear me?" "Mech," she started. I shook my head, then pressed my lips to her ice-cold forehead. "I'm going to get you somewhere safe. I've got you. I've got you." Picking her up, causing her to scream more, but I had to get her in my arms and start the long trek to safety. Hellfire might have fallen, but there were additional outposts I could take her to. Tim and the other humans had been relocated. I'd find them, and they'd help me keep Lela safe while she healed. In her condition, I wasn't sure if she'd survive a trip to hell, especially now that she was a human. She buried her face in my chest, her fingers digging into my shirt. She whimpered with every step I took. I soothed her with whatever words came to mind. I didn't pay attention to what I said. I was too busy plotting how I would kill Hadariel as soon as I had a clean shot at him. He messed with the wrong angel. My angel. Payback was going to be a bitch.
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.